Welcome to a meeting of your Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Sandra Merman. Representing District 2, Ken Hagan. Representing District 3, Les Miller. Representing District 4, Stacy White. Representing District 5, Mariella Smith. Representing District 6, Pat Kemp. Representing District 7, Kimberly Overman. The County Administrator is Mike Merrill. The County Attorney is Christine Beck. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. So we have time for everyone. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you with closed captioning by Hillsborough Television.
Good morning and welcome to your Board of County Commissioners meeting. Will everyone please rise for the invocation and pledge given by Chaplain Commissioner White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important decisions for this county this morning. Lord, I hope that you will help people across this globe to find solutions in dealing with the aftermath of the damage to a site that is certainly a World Heritage Site in Notre Dame Cathedral. And Lord, I especially, as always, pray for our first responders, many of whom exhibited bravery and were valiant in their efforts to preserve that monument. Pray for members of our armed forces as well, that you will keep them safe, guide them each and every day. I ask for all of these things in your heavenly name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Before we get started, I have a memorandum to read into the record from Commissioner Hagan. It says, please be advised that due to a previously scheduled meeting, I will be arriving a few minutes late to today's BOCC meeting. Pass it down. We have a pretty extensive agenda today, so we're going to try to get started and move as fast as we possibly can. Good morning again. This is a special award for both the Board of County Commissioners and the people of Hillsborough County. It is our pleasure to present the 3rd Annual Theodore Roosevelt Hillsborough Forever Conservation Award. Commissioner White, would you like to tell us about the award and recognize the outstanding recipient?
Thank you, Chairman Miller, and good morning, everybody. In January 2017, the Board of County Commissioners unanimously approved the creation of the Theodore Roosevelt Hillsborough Forever Conservation Award to honor an individual or group dedicated to preserving the county's natural resources. The award is named in honor of the 26th President of the United States. Known as the nation's first conservationist president, Theodore Roosevelt placed more than 200 million acres under public protection and doubled the number of sites in the national park system. In 1906, President Roosevelt signed the National Monuments Act protecting the Grand Canyon and preserving numerous wildlife sanctuaries, federal game preserves, and national forests. It was through his efforts that Congress enacted the first laws to protect wildlife against poaching in Yellowstone National Park. And of course, we all know that he has ties to Tampa through his time here with his famed Rough Riders unit. I want to thank members of the Jan K. Platt Environmental Lands Acquisition and Protection Program committees who made the nominations and recommended the recipient. I'd like to recognize the members who are in attendance today, and I'll ask that you please stand when I call your name. We have Michael Newitt, Joel Jackson, Sally Thompson, and Kent Bailey. And I'll just ask at this time that if there are any other committee members present, that you would please stand. Hello, how are you, Jan? Thank you all for what you do to protect the pristine areas of our county. I'm going to ask that you give these folks a hand at this time. You've given of your time on a volunteer basis for this, and we're certainly grateful for that. Now I'd like to say something about Gus Munich, who unfortunately could not be here today. I've known Mr. Munich for a long time. In fact, I attended high school with his boys. And I want to share something special about him that some people in the audience might not know. 2 years ago, Mr. Munich graciously donated $20,000 to ELAP. And this generous gift not only shows Mr. Munich's love for ELAP, but also his inspirational support for the Theodore Roosevelt Hillsborough Forever Conservation Award. His donation enables each year's recipient to choose $2,000 worth of improvement projects at a Hillsborough County nature area of their choice. This began 2 years ago, of course, when our inaugural winner, Joe Guidry, selected Violet Curry Nature Preserve for enhancements. What an outstanding gesture by Mr. Munich, and he forever deserves our thanks and appreciation for that. So I'm very pleased at this time to announce the recipient for the 2019 Theodore Roosevelt Hillsborough Forever Conservation Award, and that's Dr. Brant F. Henningsen. And sir, I'm going to ask you to come forward with me. Congratulations. Dr. Brant Henningsen's life's work was inspired by childhood passions. Growing up in Texas, he loved scouting, camping, exploring the woods, and looking for fossils. The son of a geologist and university professor, young Brant was fascinated watching Sea Hunt and the undersea world of Jacques Cousteau. I remember those Jacques Cousteau shows very well as reading Captain Cousteau's books. When he was 10, his parents bought him a dime store swim mask, a snorkel, and fins, introducing him to another world. Lowering his head beneath the surface of a swimming pool for the first time in his new gear, he knew what he wanted to be when he grew up, a marine biologist. Residents of Hillsborough County, the Tampa Bay region, and the state of Florida are indeed fortunate that he chose this path in life. Through his work, he left a profound mark on Hillsborough County's natural resources, returning to Mother Nature and the county's natural legacy, land once used for mining and other purposes. Dr. Henningsen earned his Bachelor of Science in Oceanographic Technology with a marine biology study option from Lamar University in Texas, a master's degree in biology from Texas A&M University, and a PhD in biology from the University of South Florida right here in Tampa. A Florida resident since 1977, Dr. Henningsen has more than 46 years of experience as a consultant, governmental regulator in environmental permitting, artificial reef coordinator, professor, and environmental scientist specializing in coastal ecosystem restoration. Earlier this year, Dr. Henningsen retired after 31 years of service as Chief Advisor, Environmental Scientist for the Southwest Florida Water Management District's SWIM program. SWIM stands for Surface Water Improvement and Management. One of the founding members of the Water Management District swim team, Dr. Henningsen, who was based in Tampa, was instrumental in some of the most ambitious environmental initiatives ever accomplished in Hillsborough County. He directed or co-directed 58 of 99 swim restoration projects undertaken during his tenure. His hands touched 2,700 acres out of 4,700 restored, and that's more than half. These individual projects ranged from a half acre in size to more than 1,000 acres and included some well-known names in Hillsborough County like Rock Ponds, Cockroach Bay, Schultz Preserve, and MacDill Air Force Base, to name just a few. At 1,043 acres, the Rock Ponds Restoration Project near Ruskin is the largest restoration effort along Tampa Bay and in the Water Management District's 16-county area. This land consisted of agricultural land and ponds used for shell and sand mining to make bases for roads. Supported by a group of dedicated partners, including Hillsborough County, Dr. Henningsen and engineer Nancy Norton transformed the land back to its original state of various estuarine, freshwater, and upland habitats. This was accomplished through a restoration approach he developed known as creating habitat mosaics. The results have been stunning. Wildlife and birds flourish there. Water quality has improved. It has become a nursery for baby fish, which boosts commercial and recreational fishing opportunities. If you haven't stood atop Mount Rock Ponds East, I suggest you do. And I'll just go off script for a moment and say that I've gone out there for a visit. I've stood atop that mound, and the views are just absolutely stunning. And as the script says, you can enjoy spectacular views of the downtown areas of both Tampa and St. Petersburg from atop that mound. This is certainly amazing work and often tedious. As Dr. Henningsen has said, these efforts are much like putting together a puzzle. Inches can mean the difference between success and failure. For instance, marsh grasses can die if the grading and slope aren't correct at the time of planting. The field was Dr. Henningsen's second home, and he was very hands-on. The environment and the public greatly benefited from that dedication. He deserves a lot of credit for the success story that is Tampa Bay, the only highly urbanized estuary in the world that is actually getting better day by day. Over the course of his distinguished career, Dr. Henningsen's work has been honored numerous times. Of the SWIM project's more than 60 awards, 34 were for projects managed or co-managed by Dr. Henningsen. Individually, he has been recognized by the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration's Restoration Center with its Excellence in Restoration Award, and the Sierra Club presented him with the Osprey Award. Dr. Henningsen was the inaugural winner of the Tampa Bay Association of Environmental Professionals Environmental Excellence Award. These are but a few of his honors, and they're certainly all richly deserved. What's also impressive is his passion for educating others, touching thousands of lives in the process. He has given more than 180 tours of restored sites, attracting visitors from all over the world. He has helped coordinate more than 138 volunteer events that involve more than 8,000 participants, who helped transplant more than 628,000 marsh grasses in these areas. In addition, he has made over 315 presentations to various organizations and groups. And he has remained a loyal Eagle Scout, helping 10 young people achieve the highest level of Boy and Girl Scouting, Eagle Scout and the Gold Award. Dr. Henningsen, for decades, you have worked with great effort and energy, not only to protect the environment, but to turn back the clock and restore it when needed. Your dedication and persistence embodies the spirit of the Theodore Roosevelt Hillsborough Forever Conservation Award. We are so grateful for all that you have done for Hillsborough County and for Florida, and it is an honor to present you with this award. Additionally, your name will be the third added to the perpetual plaque that hangs here in County Center. And as we can see, it already reads Brant Henningsen, PhD, for the 2019 winner. He'll be memorialized forever right here in County Center. And for the picture, do I have some assistance from communication staff? We'd also like to give you this framed picture of the Rock Ponds Project, one of your outstanding achievements. Of course, we'll get to the award and photograph in just a moment, but at this time, Dr. Henningsen, I'd like to invite you up to say a few words. Congratulations. Yes, sir.
Well, I think it goes without saying I'm pretty taken aback by this. This is quite a special honor. I certainly did not expect this, and I need to thank two different Joels for nominating me, Joel Jackson and Joel Brown, which was really, really, very gracious of both of you to do that. Thank you very much. And then thanks to the ELAP committee for your review and your selection. I'm just totally gobsmacked by the whole thing. Our need to be consistently and constantly environmentally vigilant, it never ends. Even though we've made tremendous strides in restoration and management of Tampa Bay, we can't backpedal. And it's critically important that we stay the distance and have that future vision to ensure that Tampa Bay, and for that matter, the state of Florida, the United States, the world, is probably taken care of. And that takes persistence, diligence, and making good choices. And we need to do that. And we've made some good choices in the past. We need to continue to make good choices for the future. And public land acquisition programs like the Hillsborough County ELAP program and the state's Florida Forever, these are integral to the long-term success of our ecosystems and the wildlife populations that use those. And we need to continue to support those programs and expand them if nothing else. I don't think it takes too much vision, particularly in the state of Florida, to look ahead another 100 or 200 years. And with the growth that we are experiencing in the state of Florida, it may be that the only green space that we'll have left in this state will be our preserves and natural lands that we are now acquiring and properly restoring and managing. So people need to really look ahead, not a 5-year span. You need to look ahead 100, 200, 300 years. This is vision. People need to keep that in perspective. So thank you very much for this award. I'm just tickled pink, and I don't know what else to say, but thank you very much.
Chairman Miller, are there any commissioners that would like to make any comments?
Commissioner Smith, you recognize? Yes, Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
I can't think of a more worthy recipient of this award, and I'm so happy to be here today with you receiving this award. I have appreciated the miracles that you have led in our area when you look at the previously mined lands and the previously farmed lands and mosquito ditch lands that you have led to the restoration projects that have become functioning wetlands, cleaning the water as it goes into Tampa Bay, and functioning wildlife habitat. It's really miraculous what has been accomplished here, and I'm very grateful to you for your work on that.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Brant, this is an awesome award. You've done so much. I mean, you've done more than what Commissioner White read. and he read a lot. But I always say behind every great man is a great woman, and your wife is equally, she is very accomplished in her own right, and extremely impressed with what both of you have really done as a team. And I hope you'll be involved with ELAP. Actually, Commissioner White, I was thinking we should make all these recipients honorary members of the ELAP committee because of everything, all of them, from Joe Guidry to Gus to now Brant, that they've just done so much that we can really benefit so much from their advice and counsel along the way. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, I would like to invite your family and friends and supporters to come up for the official presentation and some photos. All right. We're going to come back here against the dais, and if it's okay, I'd like to just present it to you for the photo. Come on. Oh, I think a couple more here. Congratulations. So well served up here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Congrats. Congrats.
Before Commissioner Merman presents her proclamation, I just received a note that Commissioner Kemp will be a little late this morning also. So the next proclamation is by Commissioner Merman. Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Good morning, and it's a great way to start this morning to recognize someone so worthy of that award. But I'm just so proud to be standing here to talk again. Every year we do this, this initiative to celebrate, not celebrate, but recognize. We are never celebrating child abuse, believe me, but recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month. So many people have worked so hard in our community to try and improve the situation for our children. But I think that about all of us getting here today and listening to the proclamation will help inspire us to take more action for our kids. We've really, we listened to many stories at an event last week from children who have suffered just the most horrific instances of abuse. I mean, it's hard to imagine that somebody could inflict so much abuse on a helpless child. It really gets to my heart. Still today, after working in this for over 30 years, I still can't believe somebody would do that to a child. But child abuse and neglect are something that our community needs to pay attention to, and it's far too common. We still have the highest rates of removal here in Hillsborough County. We have the highest number of Baker Acts in our schools from children, and we know we've still got work to do, and we are working on many plans, and we'll see those in the coming weeks. But I just want to thank and show appreciation to all the people that are working so hard, from judges to providers to policymakers, whoever is out there helping. Every day we're making a small improvement. But child abuse, of course, can broadly be defined as an act or a failure to act that results in a child's serious harm. Neglect occurs when a caretaker fails to provide for those basic needs. And though children are the key, and we say this all the time, that children are the key to our future, and they're our most valuable resource, they're also our most vulnerable resource. And that's why we have to work every day to protect them. And they have a right to be safe. and have an opportunity to grow and thrive, have the best chance for success in our community. And we all have a role in that development. And while we've made progress, I challenge everyone in this room to commit to expanding their focus and broadening their reach for children and families in our community. Again, I want to thank you. I see Carl Harness standing back there. Thank you, Carl, for all you've done with your staff through Children's Services. I want to thank Department of Children and Families, Children's Board, ECHRD. The system is only as good as the individuals that make it up, and everyone here plays an integral part. So I'd like to invite up Kelly Paris, who's the CEO of the Children's Board, and Lisa Mayrose, who is the I'm not sure of your exact title, but I know you run the Suncoast region for the Department of Children and Families. She's a big deal. So, what is she exactly your title? Regional Director. That's very important. So I'm proud to present this proclamation to you. It says, whereas all children have the right to grow and reach their full potential in safe and secure homes, and communities must work together to increase awareness about child abuse, how it can be stopped, as prevention remains the best defense for children. Whereas a collaborative effort among neighbors, community groups, faith-based organizations, schools, businesses, law enforcement, the courts, government agencies is needed to appropriately value, nurture, support, and advocate for children. Whereas child welfare and other social services agencies are committed to educational, emotional, physical, and social prosperity for all children, and understand that this mission must be shared by all community members. Whereas research shows that parents and caregivers who have social networks and the knowledge to seek help in times of trouble are more resilient and better able to provide safe environments and nurturing experiences for their children. And whereas Hillsborough County's future prosperity depends on the healthy development of more than 300,000 children that live, flourish, and learn in this very diverse region. Whereas in collaboration with the Florida Department of Children and Families and Prevent Child Abuse Florida's Pinwheels for Prevention campaign, which is the little pinwheel that we have on, the Children's Board of Hillsborough County is educating the community to prevent child abuse and neglect by promoting awareness of healthy child development, positive parenting practices, and types of concrete support families need. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida does hereby declare April 2019 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Hillsborough County, urges all residents to make children a top priority and to participate in activities that will strengthen families and communities to foster an optimal environment for healthy child development. Of course, it's signed by all 7 county commissioners. I'm so proud to present this to you. Thank you. Lisa, would you like to say a few words? And Helen?
I just want to take this opportunity to thank Commissioner Merman for all the work that she has done to keep children safe in Hillsborough County. For 4 years, I've had the honor of serving on her Blue Ribbon Committee to keep children safe, and she is responsible, I don't know if all of you know it, for so much legislation that keeps children and families safe throughout Florida. So really a big hand goes to Commissioner Merman for all she's done for children.
I, too, would like to thank Commissioner Merman and the entire Board of County Commissioners. We have some excellent partners here in Hillsborough County. As Commissioner Merman indicated previously, we do have the #1 rate of children being removed here in Hillsborough County. We can do better. We are doing better thanks to the leadership of our partners, of Commissioner Merman, and partners like the Children's Board. Thank you.
I'll present the next 2 accommodations. It's an honor for me to present the 2019 Hillsborough County Women's Hall of Fame recipients today. I'm going to ask the chairperson, the chairlady of the status of women to please come forth. Attorney Rena Frazier. Is there any other members? Would you come forth, please? Also, come on. These ladies do some outstanding work in Hillsborough County. The status of women was established by the county commission some years ago, and each year they have a project that they go forth and put forth to help the citizens here in Hillsborough County. And one of the ones I know that particularly have done well is human trafficking, and we want to thank you for that. But every year they select ladies that have done outstanding work in this community to become members of the Hall of Fame. I happen to be married to one of them. Gwen Miller was an inductee some years ago. She thinks she's something else than she is. So I'm going to read a brief bio of the three ladies that will be inducted in the latter part of this month. It's a pleasure that I'm going to be there. The first one, I've known her for some years, Attorney Carolyn House Stewart. She was born here, in Richland County, South Carolina. After moving to Florida, she was the first group of students to integrate the middle and high school of Hillsborough County. She earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in History and Social Science Education from the University of South Florida in 1974. That's where I first met her. When I came back from the Air Force and enrolled at the University of South Florida, had the opportunity to meet her, and her brother and I became members of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity at the same time. We were then what they call pledging. They don't do that anymore, on the same line. And she received a Juris Doctorate degree from the University of South Carolina Law School in 1977. Attorney Stewart began her impressive 40-year legal career in 1978 when she was admitted to the Florida Bar. She was subsequently admitted to the practice before the United States District Court of the Middle and Southern District of Florida and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th and 5th Circuits and the United States Supreme Court. She became the first African-American partner at McFarland, Ferguson, McMullen, one of Florida's oldest law firms, and the first African-American female assistant state attorney in Hillsborough County in 1981, the first African-American female hired by the Jim Walter Corporation in 1978. She's a member of the Gamma Theta Omega graduate chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and she was elected the 28th International President from 2010 to 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, that's an honor because Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority is one of the oldest of the Divine Nine, which is predominantly African-American Greek organizations, and it's one of the largest, and she was honored to be the international president. It's an honor for me to bring forth Ms. Carolyn House Stewart. The next recipient, Joanna Jones Tokley. I've known her for a while too, and I'll tell you why. Educator, civic leader, volunteer, civil rights advocate, supporter of women's rights. Joanna Jones Tokley was born in Nantucket, Maryland. She received her Bachelor of Science degree from Morgan State University in Baltimore. Her studies in education at the University of South Florida led her to teaching positions at Middleton and Plant High School. She was my biology teacher at the old Middleton High School. Okay, so she mowed students, and I happened to be one of the ones that she mowed. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. And as a human relations specialist in Hillsborough County Schools. As president and CEO of the Tampa Hillsborough Urban League from 1974 to 2004, Tokley helped pave the way for many of today's young professionals and champion women and adults in our community. Through her memberships, advocacy, and leadership roles in many religious, youth-serving, and women's organizations, she offered opportunities to attain the educational and employment skills necessary for successful lives and careers. Today, Tokley's leadership and community service is extensive. She's a member of the prestigious Anthea Society, an inaugural member of the Hillsborough County Commission on the Status of Women, a member of the Leadership Tampa class of 1989, founding member of the Coalition of 100 Black Women, and she's also a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. And when she was at the Urban League, even though she taught me at school, I ended up being her boss. Mrs. Joanna Tokley. Okay. And the next recipient is Marianne, is it French?
Ference.
Ference. I understand that she's not here. She's opened up a hotel. She's entrepreneur. She has Maison Blanche. Some of you probably been there, but she's not here with us this morning, so I'm not going to read her.
You can read
her
her
Okay,
bio.
all right, okay. She was born in Detroit, Michigan, and has spent her lifetime in the restaurant industry, beginning her career as a bus girl in her parents' Detroit restaurant. She received a degree in theater from Wayne State University while overseeing a gourmet health food restaurant. In an effort to use her minor in theater management, she left the restaurant business to become an assistant to the director of Ruth Eckert Hall in Clearwater, Florida. During her time there, Mary Ann worked in the food and beverage department and founded the hospitality division. A passionate advocate for independent businesses, Mary Ann established Maison Blanc in 1986 with the co-proprietor chef Marty Blitz. Maison Blanc has expanded over the years from a single restaurant to multi-purpose concepts, including the Cafe by Maison Blanc at Tampa International Airport, Montados at Sparksman Wharf, Maison Wine Bar at Amelia Arena, at the Berkeley Beach Club in Paso Grill. So that's briefly about Ms. Ferentz. So unfortunately, she cannot be with us today. So the commendation that reads, and I'm going to give one for each one of the ladies here. The Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners applauds the Hillsborough County Commission on the Status of Women for honoring women whose contributions have lasting positive impact, and proudly recognizes Carolyn House Stewart Esquire, Joanna Tokley, and Mary Ann France in their induction to the Hillsborough County Women's Hall of Fame. Ms. Stewart is the 28th International President of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority and the first attorney to serve as international president in the organization's 110-year history. Mrs. Tokley has a 56-year span of accomplishment as an educator, civic leader, volunteer, civil rights advocate, and supporter of women's rights throughout Hillsborough County and the United States. And Ms. France is a co-proprietor of Maison Blanc, a successful business owner and leader, and a passionate advocate for the business in the Tampa Bay region. The Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners does hereby commend Carolyn House Stewart, Joanna Tokley, and Mary Ann France for their remarkable achievements and services, and encourages the community to celebrate these distinguished women. Award is 18th day of April, 2019. Signed by the 7th Board of County Commissioners. I'll give you this one. What did I say a few words? Say a few words? Each of them. Short.
Very short.
Good morning. I will simply say thank you to God. Thank you to my family who have supported me from being away from home, sometimes 24 hours. And I also like to thank all of the people who worked with me and all of the companies and businesses that bought into the dream of teaching people how to fish so that they could make a better life for themselves.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the Hillsborough County Commission on the Status of Women, the Board of County Commissioners, the USF Women in Leadership and Philanthropy Organization, Alpha Kappa Alpha, the citizens of Hillsborough County who have nurtured me, supported me, and the young girls in many youth programs, the Emerging Young Leaders programs, who have inspired me to dedicate my life to helping others, especially children, and been an advocate for women, and the law firms and the lawyers that have hired me and worked with me to let me stand here today to say that the little that I've given has never been enough, because there's still so much work to do. Thank you.
On behalf of Marianne Ferentz, who could not be here because she opened a hotel last week, I just wanted to say that she is very honored to receive this award. Family are flying in from all over the country for the awards luncheon next week. But what I will tell you about Marianne is that she's passionate about local business and small business, and being a driver of opportunities and jobs for the young people who work in her various restaurants. She has been a mentor to young women and to young men for over 30 years in our community. And she is a wonderful example of what women-owned businesses can do and become in building a brand that is nationally recognized. So thank you for honoring her today.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've never watched ladies basketball, you've missed a treat. Whether it's high school, college, and we had the opportunity here in Hillsborough County to host the Final Four a couple of weeks ago, or the WNBA, you've missed a treat. Now, last night, the Lightning didn't do it. But we have a team in Hillsborough County that did it. These are the ladies from Tampa Bay Tech High School that won the state basketball championship. Now, I have a place in my heart for Tampa Bay Tech because my middle grandson played football at Tampa Bay Tech. Right now, he's a student at Florida University as a freshman. But these ladies, they've done something in Hillsborough County that's never been done before, and that's to bring a championship for ladies basketball to Hillsborough County. So is Coach Reginald Lawrence here? Come on, Coach. And what about assistant coach? Brittany, she didn't make it? And the ladies from the state champion Tampa Bay Tech Titans basketball team, come on up. You know, one day, these ladies will hopefully, each and every one of them, will have the opportunity to be student athletes, student first, then athlete, okay? Student athletes, and maybe one day go on to play in the WNBA, that one day the WNBA will be some kind of way match the salaries that some of these men make in the NBA. They don't make the kind of money that they make. I think the average salary in the WNBA is about $150,000, and you have NBA players making $28 million a year. That's not right. Something's wrong there. And they play just as good at basketball as they do. So it's my honor to recognize the ladies for the Tampa Bay Tech High School basketball team. I'm going to read the commendation, and Coach, I'm going to have you come up, and then you can introduce your players and tell us, they want to introduce themselves. It's up to you, however you want to do it. Some want to do it, some don't. So make a democratic decision back there. Tampa Bay Tech High School girls basketball team. The Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners is pleased to recognize the girls varsity basketball team from Tampa Bay Tech High School for winning the Florida Class 8A state championship, the school's first state basketball title in its history. Playing tenacious defense and dominating the backboards, the Titans defeated St. Thomas Aquinas, who is a powerhouse in the state, whether it's football or basketball. We beat them. I say we because we're here in this county. 58-52 in the pulsating state championship game in Lakeland on March 2nd. Starting 3 sophomores and 2 freshmen, Tampa Bay Tech showed poise beyond its players' years, tying the game with just seconds to go and then dominating a 4-minute overtime period. The Titans finished the 2018-2019 season with a phenomenal record of 29 wins and just 3 losses, capping a magical season with a championship that all teams strive for. With such a young team, skillful coaching, and supporters, the future will continue to be exciting for Tampa Bay Tech, and this board is already looking forward to next season. The Lightning can't do it, so do something for us, okay? The Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby commend Coach Reggie Lewis and the Tampa Bay Tech High School Titans for a marvelous year, and congratulations to them on a richly deserved place in Hillsborough County and Florida sports history. Award the 17th day of April 2019, signed by the 7 county commissioners and coach, players. Congratulations. Keep the captain. Keep the captain. Oh, you're the captain. The shortest was the captain. All right. Let the coach come up. You just hold that. Let the coach come up first, okay? Come on, coach.
First, I would like to thank Hillsborough County and the Board of County Commissioners for this commendation. The players, first we have Jade Johnson, senior, Ariana Saffold, senior, Jasmine Peaks, sophomore, Janiyah Barker, freshman, Kristen Sylvester, junior, Cherokee Patterson, junior, Kanisha Godfrey, sophomore, Layla Duffy, freshman, Jayla Murray, sophomore, Amaya Evans, freshman, and Shannon Lies, senior. But I'm very proud of these young ladies, not just on the court, but in the classroom as well. We have a combined team GPA of a 3.4. And we're just looking to improve on what we did this year. Hopefully, we'll be back again next year. Thank you. We're waiting for her to commit. She's in the process, and we're waiting for her to commit, and she's just going to school to be a student.
Okay, so he has two that's waiting to commit to colleges for basketball scholarships. So we're proud of you. Remember, you're a student first, then an athlete, okay? So we want to see great things from you. And Coach, thank you very much. I know him from a long time. I know his mother very well. She goes to my church, so I'm very proud of him. So I'm proud of all of you. So congratulations, and bring it home again next year, okay? Let's get back to the picture.
Come on, Coach.
You know I never get y'all pictures. We got too many.
Congratulations. All right. Congratulations, ladies. Yep. All right.
Mr. Merrill, changes to the agenda.
Yes, Commissioners, we have no items removed or no items added to the agenda. We do have some revisions and corrections, all of those corrections having to do with the scheduling of time certains in order to free up some time later in the afternoon or later in the morning. So item E1, which was scheduled previously in the morning, is now going to take place at 2 p.m. And that's the special appearance by Martine Collier, Executive Director of the Arts Council. F2 is being moved just slightly from 11:45 to 11:15. That is Commissioner Hagan's item authorizing a pilot cat rescue sterilization program. F4 actually is a correction. That's Commissioner Kemp's item that had to do with the drafting of an ordinance to create an affordable housing trust fund. The change there was removal of language directing the inclusion of this item in the state, in the county state legislative program. F5 is a change in time, originally 10:45, being moved to the afternoon at 1:45. That's the special appearance by Bob Bishop, Dean of the USF School of Engineering. And F6, which was scheduled for 11:30, now being moved to 10:45. That was Commissioner Miller's item directing the County Attorney's Office to draft an ordinance levying the 6-cent tourist tax. We have no items removed for separate vote. We have a number of time certains. We have 4 public hearings. At 10 a.m., D1 is a public hearing to amend the Animal Services fee schedule policy to provide for multi-year pet licenses. D2, public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance affecting the same change. D3 is a second of 2 required public hearings for a school concurrency agreement with Eisenhower Property Group, LLC. D4, the final public hearing, is the first of 2 required public hearings for a school concurrency agreement with Lennar Homes. 10:15 is Commissioner White's item, special presentation from Tampa Bay Estuary Program Director Ed Sherwood. 10:30 F4, Commissioner Kemp's item, which is the item regarding an ordinance to establish a affordable housing trust fund. At 10:45 is item F6, which is Commissioner Miller's item to draft an ordinance levying the 6-cent tourist tax. 11 a.m. we have two related items. F11, Both of these are Commissioner White's items. F11 is establishing the Little Manatee South Working Group to advise on strategic planning efforts for the Little Manatee South area. And F12, which is a resolution to be transmitted to FDOT and the Expressway Authority requesting that any action in the future on an interchange affecting Little Manatee South be postponed pending the outcome of the Little Manatee South Working Group's efforts. 1115 is Commissioner Hagan's item that I mentioned, F2, that's the pilot cat rescue sterilization program. We will recess for lunch at 11:30 to give commissioners an opportunity to get to an event. Returning at 1:30 with item F9, which is Commissioner Overman's item, and that's to direct us to engage in a pilot awareness training program for the Parks and Rec staff by the U.S. Institute Against Human Trafficking. At 1:45 is the F5 item, a special appearance by Bob Bishop, Dean of the USF School of Engineering. It's Commissioner Miller's item. And at 2 p.m. is E1, which was a special appearance by Martine Collier, Executive Director of the Arts Council. And those are the changes to the agenda.
A motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White to approve the changes to the agenda. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
We're now moving to public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens about any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to the board members. However, it is requested at the same time that when you address the board, that comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or staff member, but rather directed at the issue. This provides a mutual respect between the board members and the public. The board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning immediately following the changes to the agenda for public comments. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comments at the end of the meeting. Persons wishing to speak before the board during the public comment portion of the meeting should complete the electronic request for public comment form located at the back, the sign-up table inside the boardroom. Citizens speaking on scheduled agenda items will be heard before citizens speaking on non-scheduled agenda items. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. 3 minutes are allotted for each speaker. You do not have to give your address, just your name. The first two speakers are Steve Kaufman, followed by Shar Lurch.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Good morning. I am Steve Kaufman. I'm the pastor at Good Shepherd Lutheran Church right here in beautiful South Tampa. And we are one of 23 members of the Hillsborough Organization for Progress and Equality, or as we're known, HOPE. On April 1st, over 1,200 residents united at the Hope Nehemiah Action was held at Bible-based Fellowship Church in Carrollwood to address the crisis created by the lack of decent, affordable housing. We invited all of you by letter, phone, and publicly to join us. We thank Commissioner Kemp, Overman, and Smith for making time to attend that very important event with our united and very diverse community. We thank you for listening to our stories, for understanding our proposed solutions, and for agreeing to tackle our county's housing crisis by taking steps to establish a Hillsborough Affordable Housing Fund. Affordable housing funds are a proven tool used in over 800 cities and counties across the country that are tackling local affordable housing needs. And this morning, we have about 1,200 signed postcards from people at Hope's public meeting who want Commissioners Hagan and Miller, Merman, and White to know you were greatly missed at our event, and we would appreciate your support and leadership as we look for a Hillsborough Affordable Housing Fund with local dedicated public funding of at least $10 million annually to create and rehab and preserve decent housing that's affordable for working families, for seniors and their families, and 50% people who are at 50% and below the area median income. We also ask that this begin in your budget discussions for 2020. Commissioners, We ask for your leadership now. Our housing crisis only continues to get worse. Please act on our request to establish this viable long-term care solution. For every person deserves a decent and safe place to call home. We now have these beautiful postcards, and they're intended to let you know of our one voice about this critical need. Commissioners Hagan, Miller, Merman, and White, we hope you take our message to heart and join your colleagues to support this wonderful idea, this housing fund that we all hope will get to the root of our housing crisis. Thank you very much. Can we give these to you to distribute?
Staff, staff member, would you push that timer out a little bit further from behind that? Thank you, so they can see that. No, this way. There you go. A little further out. There you go. Okay.
So we can see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Ready? Good morning. I'm Char Lurch from Nativity Catholic Church in Brandon. Everyone deserves a decent place to call home, yet our county has a housing crisis. Federal guidelines say we should spend no more than 30% of our gross income on housing. Yet in Hillsborough County, over 100,000 families spend more than half their income on housing, with 75,000 of these families having incomes of less than $31,000. When families spend so much of their income on housing, children are moved in and out of schools, making it extremely difficult to succeed. Families must make impossible choices between groceries and medical care. Workers face long commutes to work, and the aging adults are denied comfort and security. Working families, our seniors, and the overall health of our community are suffering. And I don't need to tell you that the average two-bedroom apartment in our county currently rents at $1,050 a month. A family would need a worker with a wage of at least $20 an hour to afford this apartment. Yet we know hundreds of thousands of people work at jobs with wages well below that. Who struggles with this crisis? They are the people we need and know. They are the preschool and teachers' aides teaching our children, making $12 or less an hour. Nurses' aides caring for our loved ones, making $11 an hour. Cashiers, cooks, restaurants, and cafe workers, those serving us for $9 an hour, and many others. The families of these workers, as well as seniors on limited social security, struggle to find housing that is decent and affordable. For 6 years, we have shared that there is just not enough affordable apartments and houses in our county. And the University of Florida Schimberg Center for Housing Studies shows we have a significant shortage of available units, and our county's own research shows over the past 5 years, the market rent has increased more than 50%. And we know there simply is not enough federal or state funding to create affordable housing needed for people with the lowest incomes. The county knows many families are burdened, especially those with very low incomes, the 50% AMI and below. The lack of affordable housing is now the greatest cause of families ending up homeless. And these families work full-time jobs, but they cannot find a place to call home. We need more decent housing that's affordable for these working families and seniors, because everyone deserves a place to call home. Thank you.
Ed. Ed Crone, followed by Justin LaRosa.
Good morning, fellow county commissioners. My name is Ed Cronin, and I live in Districts 1, 5, 6, and 7. I'm very glad to see you here this morning, and just to share the stage with these folks here. My day job is environmental scientist, so glad to see Dr. Henningsen getting that award. And my daughter went to Tampa Bay Tech, so thankful to see them getting recognized for their state leadership there. And thank you so much for all the women who were shaping my girls' lives. 3 wonderful leaders in my house. So I go to Hyde Park United Methodist Church and participate in a ministry known as Open Arms. which is a great opportunity to get to know folks, serve alongside them, Bible study alongside them, folks who are struggling with finding housing in the county. You're going to hear a whole lot of numbers. You've seen a whole lot of numbers, but I'll tell you about one. My friend Rose, wonderful woman. When I first got to know her, she was living in Presbyterian Villas, which has since been knocked down. That's right next to Blake High School, along with 136 other units in order to make way for a widening of a 275 ramp there. She was frail, not able to move a whole lot. Very important for her to have a location next to a bus stop, which she had right there. And even with the help, even with the voucher, and with the help of realtors that were paid for by DOT, and they were very helpful, according to everybody that heard there, it still took almost a year for her to find housing that was convenient enough to a bus route to be able to serve her needs and be able to live somewhat independently. Hers is just one story. Like I said, there were 135 units that were Presbyterian Villas that were demolished for I-275. North Boulevard Homes and Mary McLeod Bethune Homes, another 832 affordable housing units were lost. They're going to be replaced eventually in the West River development. 170 being lost to Tampa Park Apartments, which are up for sale now. So the waiting list will only get longer. Rose is one of the lucky ones. There are other people I know who aren't so lucky. A couple who's both working at one of the high-end restaurants in Ybor City had to live in their car for a year. These are people contributing to our economy. Another man I know has had a voucher for 3 years, hasn't been able to find a place to live. So this investment that you're making today, it's not just a case of charity. This is actually supporting the social and economic fabric of our community. So this initial $10 million investment that you're supporting, that I'll ask for your support for today, and hope we can count on your support, for people who are at or below 50% of area median income, is absolutely essential to us being a wonderful community. Thank you for your support, and I look forward to hearing your vote later on today.
Justin LaRosa, followed by Jay Courtright.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am so grateful to be here with you, and I feel pretty passionate about this issue. My name is Justin LaRosa. I'm one of the pastors at Hyde Park United Methodist Church, and I work at the Portico, which is right down the way, which is a cafe that's all about getting people onto employment ladders who have been homeless, addicted, or in prison, and to get others into safe housing. We have a program with Love Inc. called the Portico Workforce Housing, and we have 6 beds that get people off the street. Guys, particularly guys who have jobs but don't have a place to lay their head and can't get housing anywhere. I'm here to support the establishment of this affordable housing fund. You heard a great story from Ed, but I want us to lift our vision a little bit higher. Tampa is experiencing unprecedented growth, unprecedented economic growth. We're being put on the map. You see it on Facebook all the time. Great place to live, great place to be, amenities, everything minus the Lightning, great hockey team. But we also know that not everybody is experiencing the fruit of this growth, don't we? And you know what? Great cities do great things, and they do great things for all its constituents and all its citizens. Not only do firemen and policemen and teachers' aides have difficulty finding housing, but it's those people at the very edges, which we often forget about, which we have the opportunity to focus on and to lift up and to provide ladders. It's appropriate that we're talking about this during Holy Week, a time when people had hope and expected something new and great to emerge. And we're asking you to create something new for all the constituents of this great county. I hope you have a great Easter, and I'm grateful to be here.
Jay Courtright, followed by Lois Price.
Good morning. I'm Jay Courtright of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Tampa, a member congregation of Hope. We ask you to tackle our housing crisis today by establishing an affordable housing fund of at least $10 million annually to increase the supply of housing that is affordable for working families with very low incomes. Your own staff's February 5th, 2019 Affordable Housing Public Forum report states, quote, "Significant housing affordability challenges exist, particularly among very low-income families," end quote. Also, as was reported, our county has at least 75,000 families with incomes at 50% or below the area median income who must pay at least half their income on housing. That's an income at or below $31,000 a year for a family of 4. After paying half for housing, around $15,000 remains for other family expenses like food, medicine, school supplies, transportation, clothing. To make this picture real, I'll share examples of some of the jobs and associated wages posted on our county's Job Opportunities webpage. While I do that, keep in mind that the average Tampa rent is $1,050 a month, or $12,000 a year. And the income required to pay just that average rent is about $38,000 a year. Jobs with a salary around $30,000 a year, an adult daycare aide at almost $29,000 a year, a cook a little over $31,000, jobs with a salary around $35,000 a year, an account clerk at $35,000, an adult daycare aide at $36,000, and county jobs with a salary around $40,000 a year, animal control officer at $39,500, a child care specialist at $44,200, the multi-trades worker at $39,500. Add to these the countless workers who serve us and earn around $30,000 a year in retail, food preparation, and work as laborers, waiters, clerks, cashiers, janitors. Today, we ask the Hillsborough Board of Commissioners to establish and fund a dedicated annual fund of $10 million to provide for the construction, renovation, and rehabilitation of decent, affordable housing for very low-income working individuals and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Before Ms. Price comes up, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very intense agenda today. I mean, we're loaded. And we have 16 speakers that wanted to speak on F4. We get it. Believe me, the county commissioners understand your plight, and we're going to do what we probably can to work on it. Now, if everyone wants to speak, that's going to push us back, and some of our members wanted to go to luncheon, and if we don't complete the time certain this morning, we may not be able to do that. If you cut your time, that's fine. If you yield your time, and that's fine. But we understand what your issues are, believe me. So just be ever mindful of that, because 16 speakers on F4, I think we know what it's all about. Okay, please, Lois Price, followed by Geraldine Rogers Toombs.
Hi, I am Lois Price from First United Church of Tampa, and we're a member congregation of Hope. I will cut my time slightly. Commissioners, I've taken yet another day's vacation. This is my favorite vacation place, I think, to speak to you, because I really believe that everyone deserves a safe, affordable place to call home. You've heard so many stories. I won't repeat them now for the sake of time. But over the past 5 years, we have presented statistics to you and your staff showing that the housing problem in this county has grown to crisis level and continues to worsen. The county's own 5-year consolidated plan for 2016 through 2020 affirmed that the county is experiencing a housing problem and that addressing that problem is a priority. The plan stated that severe cost burden is the most common housing problem in the county, one that needs urgent attention. The solution to that housing crisis should include the construction of new housing and the rehab of existing housing. The plan recommended using local funding sources for development of affordable housing to supplement state and federal sources. We agree with that 5-year consolidated plan, which is now 4 years old. We believe that we need to move with urgency to preserve and expand our housing stock, making more housing affordable and available, especially to families with low incomes. We also brought you a workable long-term solution to our county's affordable housing crisis. We continue to believe that the best way to address our housing crisis is to establish an affordable housing fund with at least $10 million of local ongoing funding. That fund would enable planning and would provide gap funding to create, rehab, and preserve housing that is affordable for working families and seniors with very low income. 4 years have come and gone. We ask for your leadership to take steps to put the plan in action now, because everyone deserves a safe, affordable place to call home. Thank you.
Geraldine Rogers Toombs, followed by Sharon Welton.
Good morning. I'm Geraldine Rogers Toombs. Thank you for allowing me to share some of the benefits of an affordable housing fund. A local housing trust fund is a helpful tool communities can use to make affordable housing a reality for their residents. The fund would provide the board a vehicle to coordinate a complex array of funding sources tailored to this community's unique needs, such as housing subsidies, home ownership, and building equity, assist physical and developmentally disabled persons with suitable housing accommodations. A housing trust fund can help make sure the county's workforce aren't priced out of the market. An affordable housing fund will boost our economy, not take away from it. The fund would increase employment, home buying, housing rehab, and new housing developments for low-income families and seniors. And the economy as a whole will benefit from a local housing trust fund. A local affordable housing fund is the best response to disappearing or reduced federal and state housing grants. The average amount of public and private funds leveraged for every dollar invested in affordable housing by state housing trust funds is nearly $7. Also, it said it could even go up to $16. The housing fund would stimulate the economy in many ways. Residential construction generates jobs, wages, and tax revenue directly. The increase in construction activity indirectly increases the demand for other goods and services. Along with the economic and housing benefits, there are social benefits. Children make up a large percentage of persons living in substandard housing. Mold, pest infestations, inadequate ventilation, and lead poisoning are common environmental hazards poor children face. Cumulative exposures to environmental hazards may be associated with poor health conditions such as asthma, respiratory problems, and cancer risk. New affordable housing would alleviate many of these environmental hazards. Frequently moving usually results in a negative impact on a student's academic performance. Ms. Wells, she's going to yield her time to me.
Who?
The Welton. I just
You're
have
yielding your time?
another minute.
Hold on. You're yielding your time, ma'am? Okay. You have 3 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. It shouldn't take me that long. Frequently moving usually results in a negative impact on a student's academic performance. Research also points to the benefits a stable home brings to young people's education. Housing subsidies will be a tremendous benefit in helping to stabilize low-income families paying 50% of their income for housing are frequently moving due to management issues or doubled up with family and friends. Subsidized housing will free up more of the family's income for other basic needs, such as nutrition and health care. The lack of affordable housing is an enormous problem for low-income families and seniors in Hillsborough County, especially those whose income is at 50% or below the average median income. Establishing at least a $10 million annual affordable housing fund would enhance the quality of life for many low-income county residents. Our children will benefit educationally, socially, physically, and emotionally from having stable and adequate housing. The Affordable Housing Fund will be an economic boost to our local economy. An ordinance will outline the Affordable Housing Fund goals and make more affordable housing available. Please support this initiative for an affordable housing fund to assist low-income families and seniors. And it's a blessing to be here today as to see the recognition that we're given to many of the organizations and individuals that came before me. We talked about environmental hazards. We talked about abuse, child abuse, and issues that are really relevant to this category that we're talking about. So what we're asking you is to please take into consideration the needs of those that are the least of these that are often perceived as. However, we're not asking for a handout. We're asking for a hand up. And I think that I'm one of those people who have benefited from an opportunity. And that's all we're asking is for you to allow them an opportunity to have a decent quality of life. And I thank you for all the services you render. Thank you again.
Pamela Hatley, followed by Joe McLaughlin.
Commissioners, I want to speak to this item because I want you to know that you are aware the community has supports this item, and I know you will do the right thing. But I want to make sure that you're aware of some numbers. So I brought some information from the GAP report, the 2019 GAP report published by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition. The National Low-Income Housing Coalition reports that every major metropolitan area in the United States has a shortage of affordable and available rental homes to extremely low-income renters. However, of the 50 largest metropolitan areas in the U.S., extremely low-income renters face the most severe shortages in the Orlando metropolitan area. Orlando, the worst in the nation. Orlando has 13 affordable and available rental homes for every 100 extremely low-income households. Now, Tampa can say we're not that bad. We have 21. The Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater metro area has 21 available and affordable units for 100, each 100 extremely low-income households. So we do have bragging rights there on Orlando, but there's one place where we don't. And that is in the gap, the actual number of units that we need to fill the shortfall. In Orlando, they need 60,742 units for their population of extremely low-income households. In Tampa, in our metropolitan area, we need 71,865 units. 71,000. Now, if we carry into that persons who are at 50% or below of the area median income, that's extremely low and very low income households, we need 98,359 units is our shortfall here in this metropolitan area. So like I said, I know you will do the right thing and you have our support. Thank you. Name? My name is Pamela Hatley. Thank you.
Joe McLaughlin, followed by Martha Hausler.
I hesitated because my name is Joseph McCulligan, but it's a long Scottish name, so.
Oh, McCulligan, okay.
No worries. Again, my name is Joe McCulligan, and I'm a PhD candidate from the University of Aberdeen. I've been conducting qualitative research that includes the lived experience, or exploring the lived experience of unhoused and inadequately housed persons. I relocated here from Scotland, and I now live in Tampa. And I chose this area to do my work because of the amount of unhoused people in this area. Now, previous speakers have already presented the data and the statistics, as well as presenting some of the human toll that the lack of housing has on our citizenry. And as a researcher, I've had the privilege of listening to the stories of people staying in homeless encampments, in parks, street corners. I've met individuals, families, couples, people with children, and they're literally living in the shadows and the margins of this community. And consistent theme in the data that I've uncovered is the issue of affordable housing, the idea of wait list, and the inability to ever earn enough to get into housing on a free market. I'd like to just briefly and very briefly share the story of Susan because she couldn't be here today, but she gave me permission. She's a 62-year-old woman. She's been on the street for 2 years now. She's among the many who are homeless, those who are figuratively and literally considered outsiders and others because of the lack of housing. When her husband contracted a serious illness, mounting medical bills and a loss of work eventually led to the loss of their home. 3 months after they moved out of their home into a hotel room, she was at her husband's side when he passed away. Racked with grief and guilt, Susan eventually entered into homelessness, and it would be 2 years before I would come across her in my work. I've met with a lot of people, but she left an indelible mark because of her strength, her grace, her warmth and hospitality. She was known to welcome people into her camp and help people who were newly homeless. What also left a mark on me about her was that she, along with her Bible and her wedding picture, she carried her husband's ashes with her wherever he went for fear that they'd be stolen. 2 months later, after we met, she was drugged from her sleeping bag at night, and a man attempted to rape her. She was able to fight off her attacker and collect her belongings and flee to a church nearby, where she waited for the sun to come up. But with quick work of the church and a nonprofit nearby, they were eventually able to fast-track Susan into housing. I'll never forget the day we moved her in. She didn't want a bed built. She didn't want a kitchen table. She just wanted a shelf for the ashes and the urn to go on. While Susan's domicile status didn't define her, being housed allowed her to cultivate the gifts and the talents that she now gives to her community. Statistically, she's one of the very few fortunate ones.
Mr. McCullough, sir, I'm sorry your time is up.
Thank you.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait, folks. Yes, sir.
My name is James Clark. I'm number 14, but I will yield my time to the speaker.
Okay. Mr. Clark.
I need about 15 seconds.
You have 3 minutes now.
Oh, no. Thank you. As I said, statistically, she's one of the few fortunate ones. And this body has an amazing opportunity to make a tangible difference by approving this Housing Fund initiative. As I do research in different parts of the country and in different continents even, I rarely come across opportunities like this where people are coming together to vote on such an important initiative. And I'm very proud to live here in Tampa now, and I'm proud to be able to speak before you today and the great work that you all do. Thank you.
Martha Hausler, followed by Beth Veneman.
Good morning. Oh, thanks. I'm a face with a voice of a senior, 75-year-old senior, and I had a wake-up call this January. I fell and dislocated my shoulder, which was a wake-up call because I cannot work all my life. So I needed some affordable housing, needed to stay within $800 to $900 a month. In a traditional sense, two examples of affordable housing would be the Ella and the Reeds at Encore. The apartments are beautiful and lovely parks, and rent was on a sliding scale based on your income. Unfortunately, those two developments have 1 to 4 years waiting list. I was in shock when I found a house or an apartment, 2-bedroom apartment in Zephyr Hills that was going to be a, quote, affordable, $850 a month. However, when it came to the move-in, those expenses far exceeded what I could pay. It was like $2,400. So I had to give up that idea, and my journey, my 6-month journey on finding a place extended, and I finally decided to go to Northdale. I think I said that right. And I found a 1-bedroom apartment, I'm sorry, that met my needs for $951. And the move-in were manageable at $1,500 a month. So I just wanted to let you know that I am going to be okay as long as I can work. But after that, then who knows? So affordable housing is real, and it was a 6-month search for me. And I'm willing to make sacrifices. I have to give up my sewing in lieu of space, but I'll be okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, could you please return to the microphone and state your name, please?
I'm sorry? He just needed to say your name. Oh, Martha. Oh. Martha Heusler.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Beth Vieneman. I'm with St. Mark's Episcopal Church, a member congregation of Hope. I'm going to just preface my comments real quickly by saying I know y'all are tired of seeing us come here to talk about this, but we wouldn't do that if it wasn't necessary. I know this is a new board, but previous boards have not acted on this, and so we keep showing up as long as it takes. Everyone deserves a place to call home. Since our county's housing needs are so great and growing every day, we need a long-term solution. We propose and have proposed for years a Hillsborough Affordable Housing Fund. There are 800 such housing funds across the country helping to solve affordable housing shortages. And previously, we've shared with each one of you a list of these funds and sample ordinances establishing these housing funds. A local affordable housing fund would clearly describe how it would be used to meet our local needs, defining how money would be used to create and rehab and preserve decent housing, the income level to be served, 50% and below the AMI, what county agency would manage it, and possible revenue sources for at least $10 million annually. For a community our size, and with the severe housing crisis that we have, we probably need $100 million a year to solve this crisis. But $10 million annually will make a substantial difference in the development of needed housing in our county. This board has the authority to create a long-term solution, and has for years. You can vote to pass an ordinance that establishes a Hillsborough Affordable Housing Fund with local dedicated public funding of at least $10 million annually to create, rehab, and preserve decent housing that's affordable for working families and seniors who deserve a rest at 50% and below the area median income. Everyone deserves a place to call home. I'm going to also say that this month of child abuse awareness, homelessness, all these things are related to housing. It's abusive to children for them to not have a safe place to live and to be constantly moving to chase rent. And it's wrong to put families in a position of being potentially homeless any day. Please establish this long-term solution that will help meet the housing needs of vulnerable families and seniors in our county. It can be done. It just takes your will to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Topek, followed by Janine Cohen.
My name is Barbara Tepke. I learned about this issue around 15 years ago when my church resettled a refugee family from Liberia, a mother and 2 daughters. Sophie earned $7 an hour, which was $14,000 a year because she had no prior work experience. Finding affordable housing was difficult. Apartment complexes sometimes only had 2 HUD apartments and both were occupied. We asked about Section 8 housing, but 33,000 families were on the waiting list back then. I hear it has 19,000 families now and has been closed. After old housing complexes in disrepair were demolished and wonderful new complexes built, there was only a limited number of apartments allocated for families with incomes below $15,000, so they had closed that list. Yet if you made more than $15,000 up to $30,000, there were apartments available. After time away from the issue, now 15 years later, I have learned through HOPE that there is still a great need for affordable housing. Please do the right thing and vote yes for the Affordable Housing Fund with $10 million in annual funding. Thank you.
Janine Cohen, followed by Sarah Kennedy. And Ms. Kennedy will be our last speaker for the morning. The others will have to come back this afternoon.
Come on,
The time
guys.
is run up. Janine Cohen.
Hi, I am Janine Cohen. We are handing out, or you should be receiving, a handout. It is actually from the Pet Resource Center. It is the 2018-2017 Rescue Partners on each side. We are here on Ken Hagen's agenda item. And Janine Cohen, I'm the Director of Rescue Cats of Florida. With me is Jennifer Ludwig, who's representing St. Francis Animal Society, Carmen Mason, the Director of Cat Haven, Maria Freeman, one of the Directors of Cat Call, and Darlene Esposito, representing the Humane Society of Tampa Bay. We did it all in one shot, and we didn't ask all the cat people to come today. It would have been a little overwhelming. We are here because a lot of times you hear from rescue people and they say, oh, I'm in rescue, but you don't actually know who they are or what they do. That's why I gave you that handout. We, together, pull the majority of the animals from the Pet Resource Center. We work with Scott and his fabulous crew day in and day out. We thank Ken Hagen and the rest of you that support the animals because you really do a great job helping us. And we are asking you to support the agenda item that's reallocating funds that will help us save more. It calls for more spay-neuter. Right now, what's being euthanized at our shelter still, more than 50% is neonatal kittens. They take the most work, they cost the most to take in, and meanwhile, we're still trying to do everybody else. We're coming into kitten season yet again. We are ready, willing, and able, but together we need you to reallocate the funds. Thank you so much for your time, and we really do appreciate you. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Sarah Kennedy.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Kennedy. I'm a longtime member of the St. James Episcopal House of Prayer in Tampa Heights. And it's a founding member of HOPE. We know many of our neighbors, and some of our congregation members are facing eviction due to rental raises in their apartments, rising rents, resulting from booming development all around us. We think a predictable source of $10 million a year for an affordable housing fund in your budget would help us to ease this problem. And we urge you all to vote in favor of it. And thank you so much for listening to us and being our conscience. Thanks again.
Thank you. That was our last speaker for the morning. Those with off-the-agenda items will be called back this afternoon. We run out of our 45-minute time frame. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White and Kemp to approve the consent agenda. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Members, let me explain something what's going on here. We have 6 commissioner items on the agenda this morning, 6. And I know some of you want to leave for lunch. If any of you want to move your time certain to this afternoon, we can do that. If we don't want to do that, then if you want to leave for lunch, you're going to go ahead and leave. We must continue to move our agenda forth with the time certains in the morning. Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. For my items, F10 is a special appearance. I'd like for it to still be heard this morning, but for my other items, F11 and F12, I'm more than happy to have them heard this afternoon if needed.
Mr. Merrill, what time can we do that? One?
We would then, we've already got 3 time certains in the afternoon, commissioner items, so that would mean probably 2:15, 2:30 roughly.
So F11 will be 2:15?
Let's put it 2:15, yeah.
F12, 2:30?
What? They're
And
related, so 2:15, yeah.
Pardon me?
2:15 is good.
For both?
For both, yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, if I still have the floor, I can add that if we do get to F11 and F12 this morning, I can move them along very quickly. Pending board discussion, I can probably move these along within about 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Let's see what happens. Okay, thank you. Mr. Merrill.
All right, that takes us to public hearings. We have 4 of them. The first one's D1.
Good morning, Commissioners. Deborah Cromartie-Mincy, County Attorney's Office. This is a public hearing to consider amending your board policy pertaining to animal service fees. These changes will provide appropriate fees for the new 2 to 3 year duration pet licenses and registrations that will be allowed under the ordinance if the board approves the proposed ordinance changes in D2, the following public hearing. The changes will also update adoption fees. This particular policy requires an advertised public hearing for changes to the fees, and this requirement has been met. Again, this is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on item D1? Anyone wishing to speak on item D1?
Move the item.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Kemp to approve item D1. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
D2.
D2, Commissioners, is related to D1. It's the actual amendment to the ordinance. The changes will provide multi-year vaccinations, licenses, and registrations. Other minor changes have also been made in an effort to update the ordinance consistent with the Florida statutes. The Animal Advisory Committee, they're not recommending any further changes and are not opposed to these amendments. These changes will bring Hillsborough County up to par with what's being practiced across the state and will also be an added benefit to the citizens. All legal notice and advertising requirements have been met. This is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D2? Anyone wishing to address item D2?
Move the item.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman and Kemp to approve item D2. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
D3 is a second of 2 required public hearings for a school concurrency agreement. Adam.
Good morning, Commissioners. Adam Gormley, Development Services Department. Item D3 is the second of 2 required public hearings for the school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement among Hillsborough County, the school board, and Eisenhower Property Group, LLC. The purpose of the development agreement is to provide a contribution for the Creek Preserve subdivision to mitigate for 75 middle school seat deficiency that would be created by the approval of this subdivision. The school board has approved this item, and this is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D4? Anyone wishing to address item D4?
D3.
I'm sorry, D3.
Yes.
D3. Anyone wishing to address item D3?
Move the item.
There's a motion by Commissioner Murma, second by Commissioner White and Kemp to approve item D3. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
D4.
Good morning, Commissioners. Adam Gormley, Development Services Department. Item D4 is a item to have the first of two required public hearings to consider a school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement among Hillsborough County, the School Board of Hillsborough County, and Lennar Homes, LLC. The purpose of the agreement would be to provide mitigation to mitigate for 9 middle school seats for the Belmont Townhomes Parcel C subdivision. This is the first of two required public hearings. The second will be held May 1st.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D4? Anyone wishing to address item D4? No, this is the first of two public hearings. We'll bring this back for our May 1st, 2019 meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
That takes us to F10, Commissioner White's item.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you. Commissioners, as you know, I've been your representative on the Tampa Bay Estuary Program Policy Board for many years now, currently serve as vice chair. Executive Director Holly Greening retired just over a year ago. That board hired a new executive director from within, Mr. Ed Sherwood. Ed's here to just let you know what's been going on over at the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. Mr. Sherwood, welcome. As you can see, our agenda has ended up quite packed, so I'm going to ask you to hold your presentation to about 10 minutes if possible.
Yeah, and in respect to the board, I'll go extremely quick and be briefer than that. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. And as Commissioner White mentioned, he's vice chair of our Tampa Bay Estuary Program right now. And we wanted to give you an update on our progress over this past year. So I'm Ed Sherwood, Executive Director. I represent one of 28 National Estuary Programs designated by Congress as estuaries of national significance. We were established back in 1991, and since that time we've developed into an independent special district of the state of Florida. And that has been developed through an interlocal agreement between the 4 county governments and 3 major cities bordering Tampa Bay. And as is the case for all National Estuary Programs, our main mission is to develop a plan to get the estuary back on track. And we've been working at this for the past 30 some odd years now. Our plan is affectionately called Charting the Course. It's our comprehensive conservation and management plan. We recently updated it in 2017. This is the 3rd iteration of this plan since our inception back in 1991. And basically, summarizing the details of that plan is tailored towards 3 core themes. We're trying to improve water and sediment quality in Tampa Bay. We're trying to improve coastal habitats for the benefit of fish and wildlife resources, and we're trying to create a better stewardship environment and the community surrounding Tampa Bay. So in total, there's about 39 separate actions, but 166 specific activities that we try to achieve through implementation of this plan. And we do that through leveraging a lot of funding partnerships. The biggest through our federal appropriations each year that are matched by our local partners' contributions. The Hillsborough County has been a valuable partner in that endeavor. And as you can see from this pie chart, over the past 3 years, the county contributed about $88,000 per year. And then we're able to leverage about $61 for every dollar contributed by Hillsborough County on wide-ranging environmental projects throughout the Tampa Bay region. We only have a staff of 6, so our operating budget's fairly small, so we're leveraging a lot of grant resources to actually implement projects and restore habitats in Tampa Bay. During this year, we have a variety of different projects that are critical to the quality of life of the community. We're looking at the benefits of the Bay's current healthy state as it relates to the shellfish industry and benefits towards those folks. We're also looking at ways to restore critical habitats that provide important water quality polishing features as well as habitat for fish and wildlife. And then we're also looking at impacts of some of the Bay's uses on these important habitats and what that might mean for our community. We are viewed as a convener and a stakeholder that is an honest broker among the region, and probably one of our chief and one of our most successful partnerships has been the Tampa Bay Nitrogen Management Consortium. It's a group of individuals that represent industry, utilities, as well as the municipal governments that all have a nitrogen load responsibility through permitted discharges. And they've collectively implemented a vast amount of projects to reduce the amount of nutrients flowing in Tampa Bay. As a result, water quality has vastly improved over the past 20, 25 years, and we've seen a rebound in seagrass resources in the bay, one that's pretty much unprecedented in other urban estuaries throughout the world. So we're very proud of that accomplishment. Not only do we have those partnerships in place, we also have developed a public-private funded grant program through contributions not only of our partner governments, but also some of foundations and private industries surrounding the Bay. And this funding source also complements a lot of the activities that we're able to pursue and implement as dedicated under our CCMP. One of those projects is recently completed Little Manatee River corridor restoration plan by the Water Management District, and we hope to see that implemented over the next anywhere from 5 to 20 years down the road. So again, you can see a vast amount of habitats are restored through this partnership, and it's also a benefit to the county if you choose to contribute towards this environmental restoration fund. It actually reduces the dues obligation as specified in our interlocal agreement. So we again appreciate Hillsborough County's ongoing partnerships on both of those fronts. On the community-related aspects, we also through a specialty license plate, affectionately called our Tarpon Tag, we're able to fund small community-based grant projects. A lot of times these are going towards schools or other homeowner associations that are implementing projects in their communities that have a benefit for the estuary. We're able to support specialty exhibits this year at the Florida Aquarium related to red tide and educating folks during World Oceans Day on ways they can minimize their impacts from the red tide event. So in total, since its inception, we've been able to redirect over $1 million back into the community in these small community-based grants. And then we also organized a lot of volunteer cleanup events. This past weekend, we actually had a cleanup event along the Hillsborough River, adjacent to Stewart Middle School, right across from Armature Works. There was a living shoreline project that was constructed about 10 years ago, and we had a group of dedicated volunteers come out and actually participate in a cleanup event this past weekend. So those are the variety of activities that we pursue in the region. Again, we appreciate the county's support and all the contributions that you contribute to our funding budget, as well as the partnerships and the working groups that we ask your staff to participate in. So I would ask you, if you don't have a Tarpon Tag, please consider a purchase upon renewal, and also follow us on different social media outlets to see what's going on and where you might be able to participate. So again, I really appreciate the time and the board's consideration of this topic.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. Commissioner White.
Ed, you deserve an award for that. I can tell that you really moved that along. But commissioners, I just wanted you first and foremost to be able to associate a face with a name with Ed, and just get a feel for what's been going on over there at TBEP. Ed, one thing I'll ask is if you can just alert all seven of us, the entire commission, when the application period opens for those mini grants each year. And I know we have some commissioners that'll want to be in the loop on that.
Yep, that small community-based grant usually opens around the September timeframe, and we try to award it by our November board meeting. And then the larger fund actually is advertised at the beginning, or the first quarter of each year.
We get busy and have to be spoon-fed sometimes, so see if you can just put us in a tickler file to just, of course, I'll be alerted by virtue of being on TBEP, but for the other 6, if you could give them a heads up each year. But thank you so much for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Yes, I just want to quickly thank you for your presentation. Very well done. I've been involved with Tampa Bay Estuary Program for many years as a volunteer on the Give a Day for the Bay volunteer opportunities that you have. Those are always wonderful in involving the community, and I think it's one of the strengths of Tampa Bay Estuary Program is that you do so much with the community, but also that you are very broad-based stakeholders are involved. It's not just a bunch of tree huggers. It's everybody pulling together to improve the quality of our bay, and a remarkable success story. And thank you for picking up the torch from Holly Greening and carrying it on for us. Thanks.
I appreciate
Mr. Kemp,
that.
you recognized.
I'll be real fast. Great presentation, and thank you, Commissioner White, even though we're pressed for time today, for bringing this forward, and I hope we get updates annually or so.
Mr. Sherwood, thank you.
Be happy to do so.
Mr. Merrill.
Commissioners, it takes us to item F4, Commissioner Kemp's item.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I know that most of the board, or I should say the whole board and the community is amply aware of this coming before you today. I want to thank Hope for being here over and over again. And I think the last speaker said that the board was the conscience of the community, but I think we have to extend that to Hope for being the conscience of the community and for bringing to us in such a pointed and eloquent and important way the suffering that's going on in Hillsborough County for people that are so desperately in need of housing. And so I'd like to thank you, and I know extend that from the board for thanking you for making this community so aware of that important problem. Just a couple of, I think a few other commissioners went to the Tampa Housing Authority in the last few weeks, and we heard some about their wait list. What I was told the other day was their wait list, including their public housing and Section 8, people waiting for it is 22,000 people in Hillsborough County. But they had a bigger wait list before. They shut it down because it was so old and had been closed for so long. So they opened it up again. 22,000 people quickly signed up, and they closed it again. The reason they close it is because they don't want people to believe that if there's any imminent chance of them having hope for a better situation. So it's really imperative that we do this. I think you all are aware that this board has supported going forward and really making a point, and it looks like the governor is of the mind to stop sweeping the Sadowski funds, the affordable housing funds that we would have had year after year to help the situation in this area, and I hope we get those this year. We've also asked the Senator Tom Lee, we've asked about the move to stop inclusionary zoning as a tool for us to possibly use to address this in some smaller way in the community. But this board has supported doing both those things because we recognize that this is a serious problem. And as Ms. Hadley pointed out, the need right now in Hillsborough County, 71,865 units, places, homes for people are needed. So we will do our part, I think, here today to move forward and do what we need to do to begin to address this critical need. And thank you all for reminding and for keeping on this board to move this issue forward. I attended Hope's meeting earlier with 1,400 people there and pledged to make a motion to move this forward. Commissioners Overman and Smith also were there and pledged also to do the same. And I'm asking the board to join in this request. I have two motions. One is to direct the county attorney's office to draft an ordinance to create a Hillsborough County Affordable Housing Trust Fund for board consideration.
There's a second by Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Overman for the first motion. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
I do also want to encourage everyone to consider this motion as well as the next. You know, on today's consent item, we had 4 items to help move affordable housing towards a place to live on the consent menu. And in addition to that, later on this afternoon, we're going to be addressing raising the resources of builders and their talents to make sure that we can build affordable housing more efficiently and effectively and be better available for grants. That's item B1 that's later on this afternoon. I did speak with Governor DeSantis on Monday regarding protecting the Sadowski Trust and urged him to reach out to the House We're seeing more support in the Senate, but the House is actually looking to actually sweep more funds than we'd like to see. With that, also, I've reached out to all of our Hillsborough delegation to ask them to encourage both the House and the Senate to encourage protecting the Sadowski Trust to help supplement in addition to what we're able to do at the county level. So I'll support this motion.
To the motion, Hope, you have tenacity. Sometimes a little bit overbearing, but you have the tenacity. And we have been working very hard, whether you think we have or have not to look at the trust fund, but to put as much possible we can into the affordable housing. So we want to thank you for all that you do. We want to thank you for coming here the many, many years, whether we had civil conversations or non-civil conversations. But we know the plight. Believe me, we know the plight, okay? So Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I philosophically, I just, trust funds are not the panacea. They're not. And Commissioner Miller and I both, I mean, every trust fund in Tallahassee gets rated all the time. Transportation, Sadowski, you name it. I was hoping this item would be deferred to our budget process so that we could, discuss it as part of that. But trust funds are not ironclad. I don't know why this keeps coming back here because, I had county attorney's office pull any language that we had in policy or anything involving earmarking of funds. And it said, it's the policy of the Board of County Commission that the budget avoid earmarking of available revenues that would unnecessarily restrict the full range of potential uses of such revenues. The use of various funds, however, will be consistent with generally accepted accounting principles and Florida statutes section 129.02. And I'm not against, if, for instance, we did $5+ million in recurring revenue. That is exactly like a trust fund. Exactly. It doesn't come back to us. It's embedded in the budget. Technically, it isn't 10 million that we need. We need 5 more million in recurring, what they're asking is $10 million a year, basically in recurring revenue for the trust fund. But I philosophically, I'm just not there. I am for the support, and actually I've spoken with our administrator, Mr. Merrill. I'm going to support getting the funding, recurring funding up to 10 million in the budget process. And I am going to do that. And I commit to it, commit to you right now, I will do that. But trust fund is just 2 words that really don't mean much. They're symbolic, but they don't, if we had a disaster here, and according to this policy, we can't really even earmark. That would restrict our uses. I mean, that is in policy. I can pass this around if you want to see it.
I think we violated that policy a number of times.
I know that, but I'm just saying that, we've got emergency trust funds, I think we just need to make the commitment here at the board for $10 million in recurring revenues for affordable housing. And I think this board will probably do that in the budget process this year. But I cannot support the 2 words trust fund. It just can't, it's just not, it doesn't mean anything. And I know it means something to you all. I appreciate it. Thank you all very much for your support. But there are 2 words. The 2 words you need to pay attention to is recurring revenue, because that's what gets embedded in the budget. That's what means we will fund every single year. But I would I will make a substitute motion that this whole item F4 come up in our budget process.
Well, before you do that, Commissioner Kemp forgot
Let
something.
me, well, I didn't quite forget it, but I was making two separate motions, but to
Oh,
ease the,
okay.
as I said, two motions at the beginning. So maybe to put you on a better comfort level here, let me just go through the second motion first, or now. Direct staff as part of the budget process to identify sources of revenue to fund a trust fund on an annual basis in the amount of $10 million a year. So I think that addresses, Commissioner Merman, your concerns. And it is a, I think somewhat, I mean, I don't see us, if the county went in crisis, and I absolutely couldn't afford it, but I think it says something about our philosophy that we are committed to supporting this critical need. And I understand you're there too, and I think as Commissioner Miller said, we have made commitments like this in the past. So we can make this commitment and fund it as part of the budget process. It passed the second motion here, and
Okay, so where,
Hold up.
where are we?
So are you combining both motions at this point?
I could, yes,
And then
okay.
you're saying that it'll be taken up in the budgetary process?
Yes,
Okay, so your motion is direct the county attorney's office to draft an ordinance to create a Hillsborough County Affordable Housing Trust Fund to be considered by the board, and direct staff to identify resources of revenue to fund the trust fund, that we will discuss this during our budgetary process.
that's perfect.
That's the motion?
That's a motion.
Second still, Commissioner Smith? Commissioner Overman? Okay. All right. I'm going to pass the gavel because I got a substitute motion to that.
Okay,
My substitute motion is, not substitute, I'm sorry, amendment, is that if this board decides to implement a trust fund, that when financial emergencies arise, that we will be able to tap into that trust fund to take care of those financial emergencies. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on, okay? That's my second.
I was second.
Now, let me explain something to you. We came out of a dire strait in this county some years ago where we had to terminate employees. We came close when Irma came, all right? So if we're creating a trust fund and we're putting 10 million in there, say we get the big one, the big hurricane, and we can't afford to put the trust funds in there any longer, we got to do something else to take care of your specific needs, and that is cleaning up or taking care of people that have lost certain things. We should have the opportunity to do that. If we don't, then we're in deep trouble. So what I'm saying is, if we establish a trust fund, I'm not saying we are, if we establish a trust fund, my simple amendment is that if we get to emergency needs, we have to tap into that trust fund to take care of those emergency needs. So that's my amendment.
okay. We have an amendment by Commissioner Miller, and we have
Point of-
second.
Point
yes.
of order, do I have the gavel since Commissioner Kemp has the
Yeah,
main
you're
motion
right.
on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't, actually, I do have discussion. We're going to limit this to discussion on the amendment. My discussion on the amendment, obviously, I seconded the motion. I think that's wise from a policy perspective. So, Commissioner Kemp, anything on the amendment? You're next in the queue. Anything on the amendment to the motion?
I'm sorry, no, I had already spoken with regards.
Commissioner Hagan, anything on the amendment?
I'm going to support the amendment, but under no circumstances am I ever going to support a trust fund.
And Commissioner Merman, anything on the amendment?
Ditto, Hagan. Well, that's just a repeat of what I've been saying all along.
Okay, that disposes of discussion on the amendment to the motion. Seeing no further discussion, please record your votes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, we're back on the motion. Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you. I just want to echo Commissioner Merman's sentiments. I'm glad that we've moved the funding piece to the budget process. If I had to vote on such an ordinance today, in all honesty, I'd probably be a no. However, I never think it's a bad idea for this board to have information in front of it in terms of a draft ordinance. I have an open mind. My mind can certainly be changed. And if we don't get there, so to speak, with respect to the ask, maybe there's a reasonable compromise that can be made along the way. And maybe we do get there since this amendment is passed to allow for this relief valve. So although I do have reservations, like Commissioner Merman, I'm going to go ahead and support the motion that's on the floor today.
Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Yeah, I just want to say that this should be discussed during the budget process. I think that is the appropriate place to discuss it. I do support additional funding for affordable housing. I supported the $5 million last year. However, I'm not going to support locking in any amount of money for any issue on a recurring basis, whether it's a policy or a trust fund, because whether it's an economic downturn, whether it's the big one, as Commissioner Miller said, or what we almost faced last year with the additional homestead exemption, if that would have passed, those are some significant issues and constraints that this board would be placed in. So while I do support additional dollars, and I will support during additional monies for affordable housing in this year's budget, I'm not going to support anything that locks it in on a recurring basis.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll again echo what Commissioner Hagan said, but I guess I don't know who to call up, but I really would like to call a representative of Hope up and ask them, if we gave you $10 million in recurring revenue, would you be happy? Could somebody come
Someone
forward
from
and
Hope?
answer that? Recurring revenue, that means it's dedicated revenue.
Dedicated revenue, 10 million annually to the community, not to be tapped into.
Not to be tapped into for what?
It shouldn't, if you're doing 10 million dedicated revenue to, in the budget every year, that is separate, then you're taking out the trust fund language, and you're saying that is, it's gonna be there, you're not gonna tap into that for emergency purposes. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, unless we have an emergency. I mean, if we have residents of our community that don't have homes, so
you
I
can
think.
suspend putting it into if there's an emergency.
I mean,
but you
a
wouldn't take it off the board, is what I'm asking.
Okay, so a trust fund is the same as recurring.
No, I understand what
revenue.
you're saying.
And I think we could tap into the trust fund also if we needed to because of an emergency. And I guess I just wanted to know your feelings about just 10 million in recurring revenue embedded in our budget. Would you be happy? Just a yes or no?
Would you be happy? Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm glad this is part of the budget process, and I'll support this to move forward, but the two words trust fund are not going to be in my vocabulary moving forward, but I'm happy to support $10 million in recurring revenue. Okay, thank you.
Let me say this before we vote. Hope. You know, the art of being successful in this business is the art of compromise. And you sound like you don't want to compromise. And you need to understand that if we do a trust fund or we just do a $10 million recurring funds, if we have a serious emergency in this county, we're going to have to take funds and use them the best way we can to help the people that need it the most. So you got to understand, you got to compromise sometimes. You just can't be dogmatic about this is what we want, this is what we're going to get. Compromise. In your compromise, you can get some things done. We have a motion on the floor. Motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith and Overman. See no further discussion. Please record your vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Item F6. Item F6, that's Commissioner Miller's item.
I'm going to pass the gavel to the Vice Chair. Members, Florida law authorizes counties to levy tourist development tax known as TDT. Currently, Hillsborough County levies a 5% TDT. Of the TDTs allowed by Florida law, high tourism impact counties, which are counties certified for the Florida Department of Revenue as having sales subject to the TDT in the previous calendar year exceeding $6 million, may levy an additional 1% TDT. As reflected in the attached letters that you have in the backup, the Florida Department of Revenue recently certified Hillsborough County as a high tourism impact county, thereby allowing the Board of County Commissioners to consider levying the 6% TDT. The Tourist Development Council, which I chair, recommends levying that 6% TDT. Visit Tampa Bay and the Hillsborough County Hotel and Motel Association, which have representatives here today, and I'm going to call up for brief comments and support. Brief. Have also submitted letters of support of the levying of the 6% TDT, and have also requested that 1/3 of the revenue being spent on tourism marketing. In order to consider levying the 6% TDT, the Board of County Commissioners needs to direct the County Attorney's Office to draft an ordinance providing for levying of the tax, which could then be considered for adoption by the Board of County Commissioners by extraordinary vote. Generally, Florida law provides that the revenue from the 6% TDT may be used for convention centers and sports facilities, aquariums, zoo promotions, to promote the advertisement tourism, to fund convention tourist bureaus, and to finance beach park facilities, including restoration and erosion control. The revenue may also be used for major capital facility improvements, including improvements for transportation, sanitary sewer, solid waste, drainage, potable water, and pedestrian facilities if they are needed to increase tourism-related activities, and are recommended by the Tourist Development Council to satisfy the conditions provided by law. Before I make my motion, I'm going to ask Mr. Santiago Carrata from Visit Tampa Bay and Mr. Bob Morrison, the Hotel Motel Association, to please come forth and say a few words before I make the motion.
Good morning, honorable commissioners, staff. It's always a privilege to stand before you. We're just very, very proud that we've been able to make this option available to our county. When we set a goal to do this a few years ago, it was to make sure that our county was one of only 9 counties to be deemed a high-impact tourism destination. It was a matter of pride for us to do it. We almost did it in 2 years. We came up about $2 million short 2 out of the 3 years, and the third year we hit it by quite a bit, and then we repeated the feat last year by doing it again. I would strongly urge our commission to pass this ordinance. We've left some money on the table that we will never be able to recoup had we been passing on this to folks staying in hotels. And I have to tell you, we've got a lot of fans out there that have invested privately in this industry. There's a reason why a JW is under construction, and in addition, and dual branded properties, and new rides at Busch Gardens, and a restaurant every other day. It's because they are counting on folks coming here and leaving their money with them, and we help to drive those people here. So again, I would humbly request that you to move forward with this assessment on visitors from out of town. It's a tourism development tax, but I'd like to say none of us contribute to that tax locally unless we're staying in a hotel tonight or a rental property. So please, please, it's getting harder and harder to repeat the feat. The inventory isn't growing as dramatically as we would like it to continue to repeat the feat, and we are missing out on some major opportunities. So again, thank you so much for giving us this time this morning. Santiago Carrata, President and CEO of Visit Tampa Bay.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, good morning. My name is Bob Morrison. I'm Executive Director of the Hillsborough County Hotel and Motel Association. My presence here this morning is relatively straightforward. We are your partner in this relationship. It's our hotels who are asked a very simple question. Are you willing to take 1% of your profit out of your back pocket, make it available to grow tourism development for this community as a whole? The answer of our hoteliers and our board, and I forwarded to you previously a letter from our board of directors, was we unanimously support the going forward with the drafting of this ordinance. My members represent 92%, the collection of 92% of all hotel revenue, room revenue in Hillsborough County. So if last year we collected over $680 million of room revenue, my members collected $600 million of that total. The reason they've authorized me to stand before you this morning is because of the discipline that your staff and you as commissioners have reflected in how these dollars have been used. Because of that discipline, they feel and have authorized me to stand before you this morning to indicate that indeed this county is ready for an additional percentage. We believe the continuation of that discipline is critical to our ongoing success. I was here in 2007 and 2008 when we went through layoffs during the economic downturn. Our hotels struggled, but the irony was that their property tax bills continued going up because they had no choice but to continue investing in furniture, fixture, and equipment. So even when everyone else was seeing a reduction in their property tax levy, our hotels, because they are mandated to keep up their fixtures, furnitures, and equipment, they saw increases in their property tax bill. So we're committed to this community. We're committed to the success that we've seen. And as I said, the question for our membership was simple. Owners and general managers, are you willing to take 1% of your current profit to dedicate to growing additional tourism here in Hillsborough County? I stand before you today to say the answer is yes. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I want to thank Mr. Santiago Corrado and Mr. Bob Morrison for coming forth. And my motion is direct the County Attorney's Office to draft for the Board of County Commissioners' consideration an ordinance levying the 6% tourist development tax to be used in accordance with state law.
So we have a motion and a second, and Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick comments. My hat's off to Santiago, Joe Lynn, Rob Higgins from the Sports Commission, of course, Bob Morrison, and really the entire industry. They've done a phenomenal job. You will frequently hear Rob, when he comes in, use the term Team Tampa Bay. Well, not only does that term apply to the sports world and the events that Rob brings in, but it certainly applies to the entire tourism industry. I'm very proud of the fact that we have a united front, whether it's recruiting or going after a Super Bowl, RNC, Bollywood, Shriners Convention, or any other major event or a convention. We certainly have a united front. The only thing that I would say, certainly going to support the motion, just moving forward, I would just caution the board against the inevitable money grab that will happen, I'm sure. I think we should be very prudent on making any decisions on appropriating dollars or making any long-term commitments. I think it would be wise if we came up with if we establish a process or policy on how we will consider, well, number one, how much additional monies will go to the industry, as well as how we will consider other proposals. So you don't need to do it now, I don't think, but just something to think about. That I don't know if that's during the budget process or another time, but I think we should have some type of process or policy on how those requests come in. I certainly don't think it should be piecemealed and have the inevitable money grab that I've seen time and time again on my time here. But certainly support the motion on the floor. Great job, guys, and thanks for coming down.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I am very much in support in raising the revenues to actually help our industry that is such a great partner be successful and have the resources we can to support that industry as it supports our community, supports our environment, and supports our economic development. So I'm very much in support of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I am also going to be supportive. I don't look at this as a tax. I actually hate taxes, but it's a fee. It is a user fee by tourists. And it is completely, I mean, that's what it is. The tourists are using our community to be entertained, have fun, go to events, conventions, everything, and we're charging them now a little bit more to enjoy that. And we will reap the benefits from that, yes. Commissioner Hagan, I don't know, I was chuckling when you mentioned the word money grab. Inside joke. But anyway, I would, like you, I think, Mr. Chair, you're the chair of TDC. It would be good for them when they are entertaining proposals for use of this extra money that possibly come to this board for comment before it makes a final decision by the TDC, and I do support that going forward. But I do caution because, as you know, the legislature opened up use of any of the TDC funds for transportation. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this all goes forward, but I think we need this to stay competitive. That's the big thing, stay competitive and go for the big conventions and help people enjoy this community because it's so great. Thank you.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I do have a question for staff. Can these dollars be used for professional sports facilities?
This edition, yes.
Okay. You know, there is an appropriation decision that I'd like to see made early on, today preferably. As Commissioner Merman mentioned, you know, these funds can be used for things like transportation and critical needs within this county. I do know that there are some hoops that you have to jump through if you're going to use them for transportation, but certainly a transportation issue is a transportation issue, whether there's a nexus with the tourism industry or not. And these funds, if we're going to levy this tax, should be used for important, critical priorities such as that. Candidly, I think we've given away plenty to rich sports team owners. Certainly, they have funds available. I don't think these funds should be used for professional sports facilities. So I'd like to make a motion to amend to have the draft ordinance read that the appropriation of these funds for professional sports facilities would be prohibited.
We have a motion by, I guess it's an amendment to the motion by Commissioner White. Do we have a second? Second? Okay, seeing no second at this time. Dies for lack of a second. Do we have any more? Commissioner Merman?
No,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hagan.
Yeah, I just want to say that is extremely short-sighted, and I want to remind the board that tourist tax dollars have been used for Raymond James Stadium, Emily Arena, Steinbrenner Field, any other golf courses. So I don't think that deserves any other comment at this time.
Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
And really, thank you, Commissioner White. I understand where you're headed with that, but we already fund them with, I think, is it the 3rd or 4th cent? 4th cent. 5th cent. I'm sorry, 5th and 4th. Well, whatever it is, whatever cent, we already fund all these venues, so it would be, I mean, that's already in the policy. So I'm just saying that I understand where you're headed, and I think that maybe the logic behind it, because we've all said campaigns, everything, not a penny is going to go to build a stadium. I get that. But I think that this is a little bit different scenario, and we already fund them, so we would be contradicting ourselves and the policy. Thank you.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
So I'm not going to beat a dead horse. The motion died for lack of a second, but my intent was to not have any 6th cent dollars go towards that use. But that's a dead issue at this point.
I'd also just like to, I understand too where you're coming from, Commissioner White. I just like to, I just think probably there needs to be, or for me, some more consideration and thought about the Senate as a whole and options. But I'd especially if we don't have other resources available, would like to consider the transportation probably as part of the package in the future. Seeing no other discussion, Please record your vote. The motion, I'm sorry, by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Merman.
And Overman.
And Overman, and Commissioner Overman.
Motion carried 6-1 with Commissioner White voting no.
Commissioners to,
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you. I would like to make a subsequent motion related to that, having the budget for the use of the dollars for the 6 cent come back to the board before final approval by TDC.
For discussion, yeah, that's what.
well, no.
For
it-
discussion.
It actually is the other way around. The TDC makes recommendations to you, and you approve it.
No, I know that,
Yeah.
but I was saying before they even approved it, I'd like to just see what what is
Oh, I see.
being recommended by staff.
There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
I think that'd be a very good idea, just to have communication about that and more consideration. So there's a coming, hopefully a sharing of thoughts by this board and the tourist development on how we should move forward with delegating that 6 cent.
Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
This is why I said in my opening comments, we need to establish a process or a policy on how we're going to consider spending these dollars. I love the industry. I've been on Visit Tampa Bay since I first got elected. I've chaired the TDC for 5 years, but we drive this bus. Okay? We consider their recommendations. It's not the other way around. So any policy, any procedure, this motion really shouldn't be considered. We should determine that policy and direct them to consider things. It's not the other way around.
Right.
So it's nothing against the industry or anything, but we're in charge here.
Right.
Let me
So,
get a, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'd like to get Mike's input on that, or
No,
recommendation.
That's exactly what I was trying to say before, that it's this board that determines the direction, and so I think establishing that policy and process up front sends it clears the message, it sends a clear message if that's what we need to do. But it has always been the case that this board is the one that determines policy and direction on all the tourist taxes.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's for a baseball stadium, whether it's for transportation, additional monies for the industry, or any other use that the statutes allow us to use, we should be making those decisions. Now, refer to them for recommendation and for their input on it, but we drive this bus.
Well, let me get a clear understanding here, because it sounds like this motion might not be necessary. The TDC makes the recommendation, am I right?
Correct.
And it comes back to us to determine if we want to accept those recommendations or not.
Correct.
So why do we need this motion?
I'll tell you what, I mean, I've been chair of TDC, and we get the recommendations, and then they go to the board. I'd like to discuss them before it goes to the TDC, because they are recommendations from staff. And I think that's when we can engage in the policy discussion and then have it go to TDC. That's just my thoughts.
Do we get it first anyway?
Do we what?
Do we get it first before it goes to the TDC?
No.
So Commissioner Merman, what you wanted to do is get it before it goes to TDC, and let the CDC review it and make their recommendations after we make our recommendations, and send it back.
Staff makes their recommendations.
Okay.
I would like to see the recommendations from staff before it goes to the TDC.
I see, okay. Commissioner Hagan.
I'm fine with that. That's not the way I interpreted the initial motion. I thought she initially said that for the TDC to make recommendations to us, at least that's the way I interpreted it. I may be
No.
wrong. But I believe the extent of what they're going to recommend is a percentage of the overall revenues that are generated. That was what was included in the letter that Mr. Morrison sent to us. So I think they'll likely make a recommendation or a suggestion on that. But regarding the other 60, 70, 80% of the monies, that's for this board to decide. And again, I would just caution us from rushing into, I'll say money grab for lack of a better term, but I think, like I said in my initial remarks, a policy or a procedure should be established by this board up front that will determine how we will consider these things. And so that's just my suggestion.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp, for the process to be established where the staff will bring back the recommendations to this board, the board will review them, then turn that over to the TDC will review them with their recommendations and bring it back to this board.
I just want to make sure expectations, I mean, so it doesn't quite work that clinically. I mean, for our staff, for my staff to come up with recommendations, there has to be dialogue with the TDC.
Right.
So my staff doesn't sit in a room by themselves and come up with recommendations. So I just want to be sure that if there's going to be discussions between my staff and the TDC, you don't take that as us disrespecting the motion. That's why, so the reason why it's been done the way it's been done is out of respect for a board that's been established that has members not appointed by this board. The mayors of the city sit on that board,
Right.
and so the tradition here has been to give them some latitude as a board to come up with recommendations before this board weighs in. We can do it any way you want, but I just want to be sure that you understand there will be discussions between my staff and the TDC before they come up with recommendations. That's not disrespecting this board. I just want it to be clear.
Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
My last comment, I just think this board, at the appropriate time, not today, needs to have a discussion on how we want to consider spending the money. I may come forward and say, I want 80% to go to build a baseball stadium in Ybor City. Another commissioner may say, I want 50% to go to transportation projects. There may be other suggestions. We need to have that dialogue and that discussion as a board at the appropriate time. And we also need to determine how much of these monies that we should give to the industry and how those monies are considered to be utilized. So I just think we need to have that conversation before anyone else does.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Let me ask a question here. The comments that Commissioner Hagan just made, do we need to, I don't want to have another workshop to come up with these policies, but what would be a process that we can utilize to come up with the policies that he's talking about?
I think so again, my suggestion, respecting the members of the TDC who include mayors of the other cities.
Right.
My staff ought to engage them to get their thoughts before we bring back to you a recommendation to meet the motion that's been made.
Okay.
Again, in this case, I don't think it's a matter of my staff coming up with recommendations on, how to spend the money. I think, as Bob Morrison said, the money's generated by the hotels. I think they ought to have the ability to weigh in, to give you their thoughts before you establish a policy about whatever guardrails you want to put on this. That would be my suggestion, but you can do it any way you want to. So I think my staff goes to the TDC, gets input, brings back to you policy recommendations for you to consider.
And I don't think we need a motion on that. I think that's just a consent of how you do it.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Good.
Mr. Merrill.
So we are past 11:30. Commissioner White graciously offered to move his to the afternoon. Do you want to entertain F2, which is Commissioner Hagan's item, before you break for lunch?
Okay. Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Thank you, board members. This shouldn't take long. The years run together, but I believe it was either 2010 or 2011 when I began my crusade to drastically improve the county's abysmal save rate for animals entering our shelter. It's hard to believe, but at the time we were killing close to 80% of the animals entering animal services. This was unconscionable not only to me, but to many activists and rescues. So we set out on a mission to save our animal friends and to become as close to a no-kill shelter as possible, recognizing that some animals simply are not treatable or adoptable. Many internal changes and improvements were made at Animal Services, and relationships were strengthened with our rescues and the Humane Society. I personally championed our spay, neuter, and TNVR programs that have been very successful. Our efforts have paid dividends, evidenced by the fact that our overall save rate has increased to 87.6%. However, one remaining difficulty has been the large number of neonatal kittens without mothers that come into the shelter. Even though Pet Resources is able to save hundreds of these orphan kittens, this group still accounts for the largest single euthanasia category when our shelter becomes saturated. Simply put, the euthanasia rate for cats and kittens is nearly 250% higher than that of dogs. The experts will tell you that the prevention programs are the best long-term solution to address this problem. As I mentioned, we've had spay-neuter assistance for income-qualified citizens for many years. Pet Resources have been working with TNVR to address outdoor feral cats brought into the shelter. Now it's time to find new avenues to prevent kitten population growth. With funds already earmarked in the department's current budget for spay-neuter, I propose that we authorize them to work on a pilot cat sterilization program that is essentially a public-private partnership. How it will work is working with rescue groups and other community partners. Kittens and cats will bypass the Pet Resource Center during the busy summer months and go straight to rescues, which will sterilize the kittens with a partial stipend from the county to cover the cost. And the program's operational details are still being refined, and it's important to allow some latitude during this pilot in order to respond to the unforeseen. But Commissioners, this would prove to be a game changer for Pet Resources. By not having approximately 1,500 cats and kittens, and this is Pet Resources numbers, come into the crowded shelter, it will free up space, resources, medical care, staff care, time, and more. This program saves money, and it gives these kittens a fighting chance. It will also help to decrease euthanasia and increase PRC's live outcome rate. Pet Resources and our budget department are comfortable that $100,000 from current underutilized spay and neuter funds can be used for this purpose without impacting existing programs. This time I'd like to ask Lori, manager of Pet Resources, to step forward and give us a brief overview. I'll have a motion when she's finished, but I want to say that you heard from some supporters this morning that this has been a collaborated effort between Pet Resources, Janine Cohen, who spoke this morning, Sherry Silk, the Humane Society. They've all collaborated and worked together to create this P3 that I think will go a long way toward reducing the number of cats that are euthanized and allow Pet Resources to care for more of our animal friends. So, Lori, we don't have a whole lot of time, but please correct me if I messed up on anything and just kind of give a brief overview.
You were spot on, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Lori Hudson-Letzring, Manager, Pet Resources. Every year, this time of year, we get inundated with orphaned kittens, and they require around-the-clock care. It's just not something that we're able to do, to provide. We have fabulous rescue partners. You heard from them this morning. We have the Humane Society, also another wonderful partner. We're going to all work together to have these kittens taken care of by them. That keeps those kittens out of our shelter. So it's an innovative program. We believe it's going to boost our live release rate for kittens greatly. That is the largest single savable area that we have right now to avoid euthanasia is for neonatal orphaned kittens. So the timing couldn't be better, and we thank you for championing this, Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, Lori. My motion is that we authorize the county administrator to reallocate $100,000 within Pet Resources' current budget, and that those funds be used for a pilot cat sterilization program in conjunction with area rescue organizations.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hagan, second by a lot of folks. So, seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Merrill.
Thank you, board members.
That would conclude our work for the morning, and we'll be back at 1:30.
We are in recess until 1:30 this afternoon, 1:30.
Is your local business or organization looking to give back to the community? Help keep our roads clean by joining the Adopt a Road program administered by Keep Tampa Bay Beautiful. Keeping our roads clean is a great way for team building as well as exposure for your business. Select the road your business wants to adopt and dispatch a team to remove litter and debris. Participants will receive 2 signs showing their organization's name as well as safety equipment and instructions for cleaning roads. You can help keep Tampa Bay beautiful by adopting your own road today. To learn more, visit hcflgov.net/cleanhc.
Call the board meeting back to order. Mr. Merrill.
Yes, Commissioners, start with item F9, your 130 times certain. That's Commissioner Overman's item.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for holding the meeting up. I had someone actually interested in talking about human trafficking and what we're doing to put into place to actually start addressing this ill in our community. In line with our proclamation of April being Child Abuse Prevention Month, I'd like to ask the board to consider another step towards protecting our children in our communities. I'd like to make a motion to direct the county administrator to engage in a pilot awareness program of Hillsborough County for the Hillsborough County Parks and Recreation personnel by the U.S. Institute Against Human Trafficking, which actually has an office here in Hillsborough County. The instruction will entail training of our summer camp staffers so that they're aware and have an awareness of what to look for, to identify, and then what to do in the event that they see it. Look for signs for human trafficking. The instructions and training materials that will be supplied by the U.S. Institute of Human Trafficking. Hillsborough County and the Tampa Bay area specifically has one of the highest of sex and labor trafficking in the nation. Law enforcement and victim support services exist in our community, and there is still a need to raise the awareness of what to look for, what to see, and what to do when you witness this situation. Trafficking awareness education is available, and what we'd like to do is make sure that our children are best prepared right away. So I'd like to make the motion that we direct staff to engage in this pilot awareness program in partnership with the U.S. Institute Against Human Trafficking, its training program. Thank you.
It's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Hagan. Commissioner Overman. Second by Commissioner Hagan. I ate too much for lunch. Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this item forward. I do think it's critically important that we continue to engage. Our county has done a lot for human trafficking, and we continue to do it, but we do it in a different way. And when we did the collaborative labs back in 2014, I brought the issue here to the commission. It was to really start to attack this issue here. You mentioned we're the third most popular destination for human traffickers. And we worked with the Free Network, the Junior League, USF, Sheriff's Department, Salvation Army. We worked with a multitude. It was a multi-county human trafficking task force. And I guess I just wanted to shed some light because we have and continue to do a lot in collaboration, but what we have done is after we did the collaborative labs, we basically, and we funded that, and we've done ordinances and different things, but we turned it over to what is now the Free Network to implement the strategic plan that we came up with. We did have a copy of it here, which attacked it from so many different areas, prevention, education, different things. And I will say I've been contacted by many people of the Free Network after they saw your item. And I'm supporting your item, but the issue is that they would like to see it kind of go about in a different way, like going back to how we did it, go back and do another collaborative labs process and have the steering committee task force really come up with the second phase strategic plan so that everybody's engaged at the table and we're not just cherry picking a certain person or company or whatever, I'm not sure, they must be a 501c3 nonprofit, to come in here and start educating. Our kids, we don't even know, I haven't seen their curriculum, and I think this group feels like they're kind of being bypassed on especially something so important as education, to get to their goal. And I don't know, the Commission on Staffs of Women, that's been a big issue for them. They took it up, I mean, in a huge way. It's still something that they promote and work on the state level. And I think, so I guess what I'm asking you, I know you've got the Super Bowl task force, but that's kind of over here. But what we needed to do is continue the work that we started with the strategic plan and actually go to the next 5 years, because we just finished 2014, we just pretty much finished everything that was in the original strategic plan. And I know, school's going to be out soon, and, we need to educate these people. I'm not against that, but I guess why I'm asking you, and for all these items you have on the agenda, that you would consider going back into a process and letting this free network be a part of it to help. And the free network involves law enforcement. It's every provider, Salvation Army, big time. So I guess what I'm just, because we can't talk about it, so I have to bring it here and engage in a conversation that, would you be willing to just go back and start the process and start to do a new strategic plan for how we address human trafficking? Because I don't think, we're not the experts. The experts are out there and the providers. And we have gotten really good results. I mean, excellent results from, I could go through everything that we've done. I mean, it's amazing. And maybe not everything has come back to this board in making us aware. I'm aware. So I guess I'm just saying, how do you feel about this approach? This has been recommended to me, and to bring it here to the commission so that we can really still stay in a very collaborative process going forward.
It's okay.
Commissioner Altman, you recognize?
Thank you, and I do appreciate that, and we actually are working in that direction. The only reason I brought this one specifically forward as quickly as we are is giving that school is getting out soon. Our county parks and recreation department personnel need time to actually coordinate getting their personnel educated. The Institute's program is a nationwide program that provides training and education for adults primarily to raise awareness, and they do actually have an office here in Hillsborough County. To address your concerns, that is the plan. We've spoken with several of the partners within the free network. Slowly but surely, we're putting together a few items. Some of the current things that are, for example, on today's agenda are results of conversations with them, as well as with our legal staff. So I'm not opposed to suggesting or to doing what I have recommended, because that's the course we're taking. I just haven't brought it back as an organized entity as of yet. And the part of that's because you're right, we can't have that conversation given sunshine law. But I think the goal here is to work in the direction you've just described. So,
I mean, I'll be honest, I've worked on this issue a lot.
I know you have.
And I mean, I just feel like you're taking it in a way different direction. And we've kind of set up these groups and these people, they're all working on it, and they're kind of feeling that they're not a part of this now because, there's a different direction. So I'm supportive of this. I had heard there's other people out there that do education. And does it cost anything?
No.
It's free. Okay, that's good. So, I mean, I'll support it, but I'm probably going to make a motion to continue with the advisory committee or the steering committee so that we can get the next level of the strategic plan done. If you're not ready to do that, I do think we need to re-engage the free network, who's been they've just worked on this so hard. They've got to be a part of this process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend Commissioner Overman for bringing this item forward. I think it's an excellent idea and place to start with our parks staff and with our summer or temporary employees, which I was one several summers ago. As we said, there's no financial impact to the county, and I agree with Commissioner Merman, and not to minimize her comments, but from my perspective, that these approaches are not mutually exclusive. It seems like I don't want to call it a turf war, but it seems like there are different groups or organizations that are all fighting the good fight to eradicate human trafficking. And I believe that while I agree with Commissioner Merman, we should continue going down that path, but I also believe that this problem can be attacked from different positions or groups. But I think it's important that each side knows what's going on, and communication's the key. So if there's a way to better communicate what we're doing, then that's probably a good idea. But I think it can be addressed or attacked from different groups. They're not mutually exclusive, is really what I'm trying to say. So, but I think it's a great item.
Thank you.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Is there anyone, perhaps on the staff side or perhaps from Commissioner Overman, that can shed any light on the curriculum for this U.S. Institute Against Human Trafficking program? I've not been able to find out much about it.
I'm going to ask Maya Brown to come forward, or Micah to come up. Would you please?
Hi, my name is Micah Washinsky with the U.S. Institute Against Human Trafficking. I recently did Parks and Rec awareness training for the city of St. Petersburg. It went over very well. We did an overview training with all the directors and their assistants. We just talked about what human trafficking is, what it looks like in the Tampa Bay area. One of the important aspects of the awareness training is to just bring to light abuse of our children. So any kind of abuse, not just sex trafficking or labor trafficking, but as direct care staff for our children, we want to make sure that we have our eyes out, especially when I'm talking to the direct care staff. Is I try to get them to build relationship with the kids and earn their trust and get on their level, especially the children that seem to be like problem children. Just identify with them, and when they do trust you, when they do report abuse, believe them and tell somebody. So we do talk about sex trafficking and labor trafficking and what's going on, but it's more about identifying with the children that they serve, getting to know them, uncovering any abuse that's happening, because every victim that we've worked with identifies themselves as a victim first of child abuse that escalates into sex trafficking maybe later in life. May I comment on the Free Network? I'm very much, we're a member, the U.S. Institute is a member of the Free Network, and I actually did an awareness training on behalf of the Free Network to St. Pete College. So I know that the president of the Free Network, would very much be in support of the awareness training that we're providing for Parks and Rec, because it's all the same indicators and human trafficking awareness training that we do for the Free Network.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner White?
Thank you. You know, just to echo both Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Hagan's sentiments, you know, we can't frankly do enough in the human trafficking arena. You know, with that being said, you know, I am a little concerned that reading the county administrator's body language, you know, it doesn't seem that he really knows much about this program, probably hasn't had a chance to do any research on it. I'd like to ask Ms. Beck if the board has any sort of an appropriate committee that maybe this could be referred to for a look and a recommendation.
Ma'am, you can have a seat.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You mean on the training?
Yes, on the program.
Parks and...
Yes, I mean, we had a chance, Commissioner Overman and I had a chance to talk at length yesterday about the whole concept of human trafficking, and she gave me a good summary of it, but clearly having someone who's done this before, like Micah and her team, would be helpful, because we wouldn't be able to replicate it in-house and wouldn't want to try. So, you know, I feel confident that if you're confident and they've worked with St. Pete, that, you know, we can make it happen.
Okay.
I mean, we'll need to make sure for our due diligence purposes to protect the board, our HR department will just have to have a look at it, because, you know, obviously our HR policies may be different than St. Pete. We want to be sure we don't trip over anything, but I doubt there'll be anything significant. So,
How about whether or not there's an appropriate committee to refer this to?
Nothing's coming to mind for me, but I'm just...
Okay. I mean, I'd love to see it vetted by a committee that's accountable to the board, but, you know, doesn't seem like there's a recommendation.
Well, maybe I can answer some of your with a little more information about the Institute. Currently, the U.S. Institute Against Human Trafficking is a nonprofit organization. It has 4 locations. One happens to be here in Tampa. The other 3, one's in Washington, D.C., one's in Los Angeles, California, and one's in Austin, Texas. Florida is number 3 in the nation for human trafficking, whereas California is number 1. The organization is facing a national problem, and they're doing on-the-ground services for providing education to employees as well as community groups. The work that they're doing is in conjunction with federal, state, and local government officials who sit in position of influence policy on ending trafficking in America. So they are a well-established organization. They have what's called the process of declaring a traffic-free zone. Many areas that they've worked in previously have established traffic-free zones, and we have that established in Florida, in Florida Senate District 18, Congressional District 1, Pasco County, Pinellas County, City of Clearwater, City of Newport Richey, and City of Dade City. We're working on doing the very same thing with a zero tolerance towards human trafficking. Example, as Commissioner Merman's work over the years already started. The key here is more timeline in order to get ahead of Parks and Rec's training program for their summer programs. It was important to bring this to the board for approval at this meeting so that we could get ahead of it. Given that they have worked for other governments, other cities, and other communities, after looking at their program and the materials and experience, I felt that they would meet the need, especially given within the context of addressing human trafficking and our children in our area. Does that help a little?
Mr. White, Mr.
I think so. I see that some other commissioners have entered the queue, so I'd like to listen to further conversation. Before I do give up the floor, though, this item does simply just direct the county administrator to engage, period. So what are the plans if there is a problem with HR policies or, I'm not saying there would be, but the group's nonprofit status or something, you know, what's the plan then? I guess I would also want to know that even though they intend to offer this service free of charge, you know, are we in any way required to go through any kind of an RFP process or anything? I realize no dollars are being exchanged, but I'd like to understand how that would work as well.
Well, I would treat this like any other training exercise because we do engage outside for-profit or nonprofit, probably more for-profit companies to help train employees when we don't have the in-house expertise. So this would be the same situation. They would go through our vetting process quickly. I mean, we have kind of a standard way of making sure that everything is appropriate procurement. If there's issues, talk to Christine and her staff just to be sure that, you know, they meet all of our policies, and then they would actually be doing the training through our HR department, because we do want to be sure, notwithstanding their success, that we don't trip over inadvertently any labor issues, any other policies. So I think in that sense it's a pretty standard process, not any different than we would treat anybody else, and we would do it expeditiously, you know. So the procurement issue would be a threshold issue. My guess is if it's been done in other cities, we can piggyback on a contractor agreement in those other cities, which we do. There's Florida statute that allows for that. So,
Commissioner Kemp, you recognized.
Just curiously, what is the length of the training? Do we know?
I'm sorry.
Just curiously, what's the length of the training? Like, are we talking a few hours or whatever? I just am curious.
Typically, yeah, why don't you answer that question?
That's true.
Yeah, typically we present for about 45 minutes and then leave 15 minutes for questions and answers. But we can personalize it for whatever
Thank you.
the county
I just
of
kind of
Hillsborough
wanted,
would like us to do. Yeah.
I would just agree. It sounds like there's some issues here, but it doesn't sound like these things are mutually exclusive. It sounds like we have protections in place to vet and HR, and we have the immediacy of this. But I would suggest that, and I understand all the work that Commissioner Merman has done, but not only that, kind of like a community infrastructure that's set up and engaged. And so I would believe that Commissioner Overman would not want to not want to use that energy and be part of all that. I would suggest too that any two commissioners can meet with notice and talk. So, but I'm just saying it might be a way to kind of bring things together or come, to some engagement on future things. This is I think something that could go ahead, and then, but I think to the larger issue is what I think you're speaking to, and perhaps that could be remedied in some meeting of goals.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize. Pardon? Okay. See no one else in the queue. We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Hagan. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
That takes us to our 145 time certain, which is, Mr. Chair, your item, the special appearance by Bob Bishop, Dean of the USF School of Engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Yesterday I had the opportunity to meet with Dean Bob Bishop, the Dean of the College of Engineering at the greatest university in the world, the University of South Florida. I say that because I probably graduated from the University of South Florida. And he presented me with an outstanding plan that I just think that is just going to change that university area, and they're working with our former county commissioner, Mark Sharp, and others out there. So I invited him to be here today to make a presentation so you all can see this. So, Dean? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioners, for giving me this opportunity. I'm passing around some presentation charts, which I will not be delivering, but this is just for your information. It has much of the details of what I would like to talk about. I'm sorry, yeah, so I'm Bob Bishop. I'm the Dean of the College of Engineering at the University of South Florida. And I am here today to talk about what I think is a very exciting partnership opportunity. Let me start off by just giving you a brief sense of the College of Engineering. So we are transitioning to become a nationally recognized public university program. In the 5 years that I've been the dean, and just for your information, I was at the University of Texas at Austin for most of my academic career, where I witnessed the transformation of the city. And what I'm talking to you about today, I think, will have a similar, if not the same, effect as what we did, what was done there. And the College of Engineering played a key role in that there. Since I've been at the university and the dean of the college, our student headcount has increased 33%. We have over 7,000 engineering students. Industry is clamoring for more. Our student retention, which is the retention of students from first to second year in engineering, has now reached 93%. The number of engineering degrees over the last 5 years has increased 82%. This is just at USF now. Our research expenditures have gone up almost 25%. The number of patents that the College of Engineering faculty are generating has gone up 119%. And the number of faculty have gone up 22%. So the college is on the move. At the same time, the living and working communities around the campus are transitioning in a very exciting way. And we want to be part of that. We want to be a partner in that. We want to be a key driver. So we accept and relish the idea of being part of a local economic development mission. So to that end, the Board of Trustees at the University of South Florida certified the Institute of Applied Engineering. This is a DSO. That's a direct support organization. What this is it's a nonprofit company that lives inside the University of South Florida family. So we report to the Board of Trustees. Each year we give a report on our budget, and then 6 months later we give a report on our plans for our budget. It's a really important element of the university. There are, I think, 8 or 9 other DSOs at the university. So what is the Institute of Applied Engineering? It is designed to stimulate growth by providing engineering solutions to, at least initially, the DoD, in particular connecting with MacDill Air Force Base and Special Operations Command, but more importantly, growing to connect to industry. Our objective is to be able to sign contracts quickly. So universities are very good at grants, National Science Foundation grants, grants from the National Institute of Health. But what we are focused on is expanding and diversifying the research portfolio to include contracts. And why is that important? Why is the Institute important? Because we're going to focus on deliverables. We're going to focus on creating deliverables for the community. So ultimately, our goal is to become a university-affiliated research center. That's a so-called UARC. There are 12 UARCs in the United States at the moment. And in your package that I handed out, I gave you the list of those. But let me tell you about a UARC. UARCs are assigned to research institutes, research centers by the DoD. And Johns Hopkins has the Applied Physics Lab, about $1.8 billion in research expenditures, 6,000 employees. The University of Texas at Austin has a UARC that was just awarded a $1.1 billion contract. The last UARC that was created by the government was University of Nebraska in 2012. They just received a $92 million contract. So this is what we're going after. In terms of, if I could use a sports metaphor, we're hitting singles. We're setting the bases. We're loading the bases now for that home run. This is not the home run, but we're loading the bases here. We need this to get started. And what do we offer, actually, to the technical ecosystem? We offer three things. First of all, we offer a connection to highly skilled talent. Industry needs that talent, and we are offering that connection. Second of all, we can provide the intellectual firepower of the faculty and the students, and then the engineers and scientists and technicians and staff members that we will be hiring to solve the kinds of problems that need to be solved in a rapid way. Our goal is to solve problems quickly. And third of all, we will be an attractor for high-tech companies. You just look at the great universities around the country and you look at their research institutes, Austin, Atlanta with Georgia Tech, Boston with MIT and all the other universities up there, Stanford and what's happening out in California. We're at the beginning of creating that here in Hillsborough County and in the city. So here's an interesting, I think an interesting point, is that the Brookings Institute had a report several years ago in which they suggested that federal R&D outlays within innovation districts are the most powerful economic drivers. That's exactly what we're proposing to do. The density of research centers and entrepreneurs increases the likelihood that the work that we do will lead to commercial outcomes. And they recommended that UARCs, by the way, being named a UARC is a very challenging goal that we've taken. But they recommended that to be named a UARC, you should be assessed in part by your proximity to research and employment density, and federal R&D outlays in engineering and computer science should be prioritized to academic institutions located in innovation districts, which is exactly what we're proposing to do. So what I'm asking of you today is to consider the proposal that we partner on in this endeavor. And I'm here and would welcome any questions.
Mr. Merrill.
Chair, if I could just make a observation, historical observation. So many years ago, seems like 100 years ago, when Mark Sharp was on the county commission.
Not as long as...
Huh? As long as we were in kind of the similar place, and we were being asked as a county to partner with Moffitt Cancer Center on what has become a major research engine, not just nationally, but internationally, and that's M2Gen. And the county made a strategic investment alongside of Moffitt in the state of Florida to create what is now a premier cancer research entity. I see this as very similar, so I worked on that with Commissioner Sharp at the time. This is very similar. This is the kind of thing we've been waiting for the last 4 years to activate the Innovation District, a real live, funded, organized, well-led institution that can really begin to drive research and attract major partners, research partners. And so I just give that as a little bit of historical context. It kind of feels like deja vu, but I think this is a real special opportunity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
I thank you for being here. The proposal sounds very intriguing, and I know that our USF's medical school and medical community and the engineering are recognized nationally as top places. And I had wanted to address Mr. Sharp about the innovation place. I didn't have enough opportunity, and these are kind of merged together, and I saw this on the agenda to get to you in time about this. But one of the areas, and the Department of Defense is totally focused on it in a way that I think almost no one is right now, and that's climate change and energy. And I see energy is one of your sectors here, transportation, energy. And I'm really looking at innovation place as and wondering, and with this specifically, and not to be answered now, but I would really like to see the entire area and look at how close it can get to net zero and the best and most cutting edge engineering applied to get this to be a showcase for how we can do renewable energy, how we can do our water, our wastewater, all those things that are challenges. And especially here with MacDill, very focused on, especially here with, as what some say has been a cliche, but ground zero for climate change and sea level rise, for us to really be a model for the area and the nation.
Well, Commissioner Kemp, I totally support that. So, as you probably know, USF is a leader in these areas. And one of the areas that we've already been talking to MacDill and others in that field about are so-called smart cities, which are, the goal. One of the goals of the smart city would be to be the city that you've just described. And so that is most definitely one of the areas that we are focused on. And certainly coastal engineering. Since I've been at USF, we created the Department of Medical Engineering, which is very unique. We now have a Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity, which is fairly unique. And coastal engineering is another area that we are now discussing to address exactly what you've just described.
If I could just, in something a little less even simple than that, but bringing the appropriate energy efficiencies, panels, whatever it would take. And I know coastal engineering is one of the things when we talk about sea level rise, but I didn't mean to direct it just to that. But
okay.
I mean in a very holistic way to try to get that area of this community at net zero, as close to net zero, with the most innovation we can use in renewable energy and energy efficiencies in water and those kinds of challenges as well.
Well, I think the Institute, this is the role of the Institute, is to take challenges like that, and find solutions, real solutions, practical solutions, not 5-year research programs, because we do that already, but actually look at how can we address some of these problems, next week or next year.
Thank you.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for the materials. That's excellent. It helps me understand a little bit better the scope of the opportunity as well as the economic impact that it does take, given that my alma mater is on your list of universities. University of Maryland is a huge economic driver for that particular area. The significant and the closeness of Washington, D.C. doesn't hurt when it comes to, federal and other types of grants that are available for the research that's done, not only for University of Maryland, but for our nation. I'm curious, however, I've not actually experienced how these kinds of institutes get founded. So I appreciate you outlining your balanced finance plan as it stands. But how does it compare to those that have been established in the past? Has a majority of the funds, or half of the funds typically come from the local county? Or has it also been a combination or a different ratio from the county as compared to other entities that participate in a, say, regional institute such as this?
Right. Well, I think there's, of the 12 UARCs, or just say just in general of a research institute or a research center at a university, they all have different pathways to being, being constructed. The main source of funding for the institute will be research contracts. Okay, so our objective is to utilize, so in some sense we're a startup company, but we're a nonprofit, so I don't have equity to offer. So what I do have to offer you is this potential of attracting companies and of hiring and producing the staff and the researchers and engineers that the county and the city need. So there's two ways to think about it. One way is these funds, the matching funds that I'm asking the county and the university, will get me started faster. If I were to bootstrap this with research contracts, it could happen. It would just take much longer. So the situation is, right now, let's say that a request for proposal is released from McDill, and it says, here's a problem that we would like to have you work on. Right now, I don't have the infrastructure to do that work, so I can't propose. This is going to provide me the ability to build that infrastructure so that I can get moving on the research contracts very fast, much faster than usual.
Okay, thank you. I just trying to find a balance in our policies to some degree. This is the equivalent of what we've funded for affordable housing in our areas. So are you going to work on solving that problem with this $5 million that you need? Because we have a big problem, and this is a big investment. I get it, and it'll be a great return in terms of great wages and great salary and housing that'll be built around the area. But I'm looking at, while there is a return on investment based on the system, I'm trying to understand how the county finds accountability in the deliverables.
If I could that's a very good question, and I think a lot of the answer has to do with the proximity to an area that is in much need of jobs and better paying jobs to help keep people in affordable housing. So as this plays out and as this attracts other companies to come in, whether they're direct research or whether they're companies that support those research companies, jobs will be created right on the front step and front door of the university area, where we will get a commitment in the agreement that we bring back to you that there will be a deliverable, because there has to be a public purpose that is beyond just the standard economic rate of return. But I think that's the beauty of this. It's the position. So I need to acknowledge also another important partner here, RD Partners, who own the mall site that's being transformed. Chris Bowen is here. It's that site that's just a hot spot to radiate all kinds of benefits, including the one you're talking about. And if this were somewhere else, we wouldn't have that same dynamic.
I sensed that, but I like hearing it out loud too.
Sure.
So thank you.
The other thing, Commissioner, is there is a pathway that's described in your handout. As the Institute becomes more and more successful, faster and faster than planned, then the financial partnership that we have, we wouldn't use it. Okay, so that's specified in there. Okay. So we have a plan to get this thing moving in 3 to 5 years, and if in year 2 we've moved much further along than we even had hoped for, then we wouldn't require your funds. We wouldn't ask for those. So I don't view these funds as just, hey, this is just, again, I view these as a startup, and as soon as I don't need them, I won't ask you for them.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Sure.
So, Mr. Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I've just been jotting down a few notes here. I'm just getting up to speed on this partnership conceptually. It does look extremely promising. I certainly support the concept of accelerating or fast-tracking infrastructure in order to create jobs and economic development. We've used that concept here in the past with developer agreements, and it's been extremely successful. So theoretically, I agree and I support that concept of accelerating the infrastructure in order to fast-track job creation. Question I have, and Mike mentioned M2Gen, and I worked very closely with that. I spoke at the press conference with Governor Bush at the time. I think it was his second to last press conference before he left office. And as successful as a partnership as that's been, it really hasn't lived up on the commercialization side. I do believe that this will drive research and attract partners. I liked what you said when you mentioned commercial outcomes. So I guess the question I have is, how confident are you that this partnership will create meaningful commercial outcomes?
This is the purpose of the Institute. I mean, a typical research center or institute at a university doesn't have that as their outcome goal. Their goal, which is a valid goal, which I understand, is to educate PhD students, educate master students, educate undergraduates. It's to write papers and be cited, and those are really important academic goals. But the reason that the Institute was created was to balance that with an organization that was focused on contracts and deliverables, not grants and publications. So I'm confident this is why we're putting this together, is to do this, is to create solutions to problems. So our motto is seeking truth at high velocity. Okay, that's the motto of the Institute, and that truth is solving real problems in a rapid way. When you solve real problems, then there's going to be commercial applications, typically. So I'm very confident, but again, it's going to take a little bit of time to get this thing up and running. The University of South Florida has a culture of intellectual property and generating patents, and we're part of that culture, and we support that. I don't know that I could give you, any more predictions than that, other than to say, one of the examples of this is the Charles Stark Draper Lab at MIT, and I was a member of that lab for 10 years. And I saw this process evolve there. And so I was part of that. I witnessed this happen in Texas. So I saw that happen. And so I've taken all the good that I learned from those experiences and embedded them in here. And we do have partners. I mean, RD Management has agreed to build out our headquarters. 4,000 square feet. It'll be in Uptown, and they've agreed to do that at their cost. They're building it out, they're furnishing it, and they're our partner. So that is, I think, the kind of experience you could expect. And also, we're offering, of course, someone from the county to be on the board of the Institute. So you can watch over it.
Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. It was above my educational grade, engineering, but I thought it was great. And
thank you.
You've got a real solid team. I mean, I'm looking in the audience. I remember M2Gen slightly. I mean, it was Dr. Dalton's dream, but I think you've gotten so many other people involved, and I really like and heavily support the fact that you would be in that mall, the mall community, because that's what it's going to be. And you're going to be in a live, work, play environment. There's going to be so much more exposure. So I'm not worried so much about the commercial because I think that that's going to happen organically from the growth of that area and how it really extends itself out because it's so visible. You know, M2 Gym is kind of tucked back, you know, behind Mosey. So I'm really excited about this. I'm excited about the opportunities with the military, with MacDill Air Force Base here, and just all just jobs, producing jobs. I mean, that's what you're going to do.
Right.
And we need to be known for this. Technology, engineering, those are the high-paying jobs that we can really offer people that want to move to this community. So I'm in big-time support, and thank you
Thank
for
you,
bringing
Commissioner.
it here, Commissioner Miller. It's a very good project. Thank you.
Let me wrap up by saying this. As you all know, I've been associated with that area out there since 1970. I've watched it when it had dirt roads at Fowler when I was a student out there in 1970 to be a vibrant area in decline, and now we're looking at hopefully bringing it back in a very vibrant area. And Dean Bishop has come forth and put forth a plan here that, yes, there's going to need some help. But let me talk about the other university-affiliated research centers that I was able to look up real quick. And I know that looking at those, they got money from government, whether it's from county government, city government, state government. Let's talk about Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech was founded in 1885. 1885, and their university-affiliated research center is a Georgia Tech Research Institute Applied Science Laboratory. MIT. MIT was founded in 1861. Okay, the Institute for Soldier Nanotechnology.
Nanotechnology, yep.
Whatever the hell that is.
Really small.
University of Maryland was founded in 1865, and theirs is Center for Advanced Study of Language. Johns Hopkins, founded in 1876, and theirs is Applied Physics Laboratory. USF, founded in 1956, 5 years after I was born. And we're on the cutting edge of what we're going to do out in that community. USF, if it does not lead the nation, it's in the top 2 or 3 with patents in this country. A university that was founded in 1956. And we talk about how great the medical school is and how great the engineering school is out there and all the other areas out there working with Mark Sharp and University Community CDC. Let me talk personally here. My granddaughter went to Temple and got her doctorate degree in pharmacy. Practiced 2 years in Washington, D.C. and decided she wanted to do that anymore. You crazy? Well, she decided she wanted to study epidemiology. And doing her research, I didn't know that University of South Florida College of Public Health epidemiology program and PhD program is in the top 5 in this country. The top 5. And she applied and she got accepted. And she's out there now. You know why she wants to do that? Because it's close to Moffitt. She knows I'm a 3-time cancer survivor. Her grandmother's a 2-time cancer survivor. Her aunt's a 5-time cancer survivor and battling cancer right now. And she wants to study cancer. And she came back to my alma mater, who was founded in 1956. So I just wanted to say that to let you know that I think we all need to be on board about what's going to happen out there, because we're the next booming area that's not even close to some of these universities in age, but we're going to catch up with them and pass them if we're not already. So, Dean, thank you very much.
Thank
Whatever I
you.
can do, let me know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I had to put that out there, folks. Mr. Merrill.
So we will, if you all are in support of the next step, we'll bring back an agreement at the first meeting in May for you to consider. That'll spell out all of the terms. And also at that meeting, first meeting in May, to give you some context, we'll also be presenting a concept proposal for the Innovation District that really begins to activate the area around it with the cooperation of the new mayor, whoever that may be. And so that will help place this in a little bit larger context of the Innovation District.
You need a motion for that?
It'd be helpful, yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Yep. We have a motion by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioners Overman and Merman. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. I appreciate that, folks.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Mr. Merrill.
Then we have E1, which is a special appearance by Martine Collier, Executive Director of the Arts Council.
To move it to the next. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting the Arts Council here today to update you on our accomplishments during the first half of the 2019 fiscal year. In fulfillment not only of our county contract, but also our strategic plan, the Arts Council has spent the last 6 months exploring new avenues to benefit the citizens of Hillsborough County through creative and innovative opportunities. Cultural development grants this year provided $305,000 to 17 cultural organizations for general support of their programs and activities. This is the Arts Council's flagship grants program in existence for many years. However, there was a big difference this year. This year, all submissions of both applications and management of grants was available online for the first time, and the grantees loved it. Our brand new Community Arts Impact Program provided $65,000 to 14 nonprofit organizations. This grant program is open not just to cultural organizations, but to any nonprofit in the county wishing to develop a project of a cultural nature. It is a simpler process than our cultural development grant and is particularly well suited to smaller organizations with less experience in preparing grant proposals. The recipients this year represented a wide variety of projects that span the county, from Winthrop Arts to the South Shore Symphony Orchestra, Plant City Entertainment, and the South Shore Arts Council. We are pleased to report that due to the very high quality of all the applications we received this year, every organization that applied during this inaugural year was funded. In March of 2019, we announced the recipients of our 2019 Professional Development for Artists Grant Program. This program is intended to provide funds to either an emerging or established artist in any discipline to provide training or equipment that will help to advance the career of that artist. Due to dramatic state cuts in arts funding in 2018, the state of Florida went from 10th in the nation in per capita arts funding to 48th in the nation. In an effort to encourage state legislators to restore funding, the Arts Council has worked to increase awareness of the economic impact of arts and culture to Hillsborough County. Partnering with Creative Pinellas and United Arts of Central Florida, the council was a co-host for a statewide advocacy summit in November of 2018 that brought local area arts leaders from around the state and elected officials to the Tampa Bay area. Since January of 2019, the Arts Council has been expanding our Arts Tampa Bay website to include a brand new arts education exploration directory. This innovative resource will be ready to launch in the summer of 2019 and will serve not only parents and educators, but also homeschoolers, after-school providers, and others. On Saturday, March 30th, almost the exact halfway point in the 2019 fiscal year, the Arts Council held a facilitated board and staff retreat. This 3-hour meeting provided a more concentrated opportunity to focus on organizational vision, goals, and planning than is possible in the confines of a normal board meeting. The touchstone of this meeting was defining specific goals and objectives for the council to achieve in the next 12 to 18 months. We look forward to updating you on that progress in October. Thank you all again. Martine Collier.
Ms. Collier, thank you so very much. Hold on, before you leave, we might need some, Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Yes, thank you so much, Martine, for your presentation and all your work. I have just joined the Arts Council representing this board there, and had to do a lot of homework and to get caught up to speed with everything that you're doing over there. But I'm very impressed with your work and the work of the Arts Council and the way that it is enriching our community in so many ways, not just culturally, but economically. And it really is contributing to the economic prosperity of our community, as well as I say, enriching us in many, many ways. So thank you so much for your hard work, and thanks for your presentation.
Thank you, and we're delighted to have you on the board.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you, Martine, very, very much. When I got a chance to go to Tallahassee, I did mention that the previous funding decisions as it relates to our arts was severely painful for our organizations and would have economic impacts to many of our organizations. I have to share with you how much I appreciate of the various organizations that the county funds resources. I don't think I've ever gotten as many thank you letters as I did from the members of the arts community that were beneficiaries. For the weeks and weeks and weeks, every day, I would get a letter from a benefactor. If we got that many letters from all the various agencies that we do business with, we provide funding, I wouldn't actually probably get any work done to having an opportunity to read them. But the beauty and the richness of what many of the organizations that make up the Arts Council bring to the entire Tampa Bay region, but as importantly, to the children that understand how arts impact their life, and the organizations that actually provide an arts awareness and opportunity to participate in the arts is very, very valuable. And thank you for all the work that you do.
We're delighted you're liking the feedback.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Martine, done a great job. I know you've had a little bit of turbulent year last year, but everything's great, and I think your leadership is excellent. I do want to ask you one thing, because I know you've done a strategic plan. I think it's been great for the community. I think your board's very focused. Your funding for organizations has changed, I think, somewhat. Is that correct?
Well, slightly. It was the same amount of funding this year, but we divided it into two buckets, cultural development and community arts impact. But it was essentially the same amount of organizational funding. We just sliced and diced it a little bit differently.
Okay. And how much is your total funding that you get?
It's right under $400,000.
Okay, that's what you give out in grants, right? So the list
That's just the organizational grants. The individual artist grants are in a different bucket.
Okay, so the list you gave us, is that everybody that's being funded out of the $400,000?
That was on the slide, yes.
Okay, so I think the people that you used to fund are different than, they have kind of dropped off. Is that correct?
Well, we had a new restriction in our contract this year, was that organizations that were already receiving county funding in some way, shape, or form were no longer eligible to apply for funding. And the other eligibility requirement was that institutions of higher learning were not eligible during this past year. That was a change. That was a change that was made in our county, and then we passed that along and met with the organizations that had previously received funding that no longer met the eligibility criteria.
Okay, I think what I'm getting at is, in a perfect world, how much funding would you need to be able to do what you want to do, to give out these grants, I mean?
Well, of course, I would like more. But Are you talking about what amount of funding would we need to like
For
reinstate?
grants. I mean, an acceptable level of funding for grants that you would give out to organizations.
It would be great to have it at least 500,000.
Okay.
Just for the grant making. That would be transformative. Let me tell you though, you know, our funding did stay constant this year for the organizations that were used to getting it. And there was never a year more important for that to happen because of these state cuts, because it just
Right.
devastated budgets. And it was this commission should be commended for sustaining that funding because it made the difference, quite honestly, in some organizations keeping the doors
Sure,
open this year
sure.
because of the state funding. But of course, we would love to have more, reach more organizations, be able to make a bigger impact on their budget, and you know that would be great. But I'm so proud that you have not been in a cutting mode for us, especially during this very critical time of state funding cuts.
Well, I think you do a great job. Commissioner Smith, it may give you something to fight for this year in the budget. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Ms. Collier, thank you very much. Mr. Merrill.
And the last two time certains from this morning, F11 and F12, Commissioner White's items.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For F11, I'll keep this brief as I've already covered this at the land use workshop. With the ongoing development pressures in our county and with the board soon to evaluate population projections, among other reasons, I move to establish the Little Manatee South Working Group to advise on strategic planning efforts for the Little Manatee South area, including evaluation of planning options for the area based on the county's guiding principles for future growth. Membership of the working group would include myself, Commissioner Smith, Ralph Greenlee, Scott Busby, and a member to be selected by the Uzita Shores Group, which is a group of large landowners in the planning area. Staff of the county administration, the county attorney's office, and the planning commission would be requested to facilitate the efforts of the working group.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you. Commissioner White, I love the idea of what you're doing because I'm familiar with it when we worked on it. I think before you actually, I wasn't sure if you were on the commission yet. We worked on this area. But I have received communication from some people that were on the old working group that put the Little Manatee Community Plan together. So I just wondered, the makeup of your work group, I know, is pretty small. Are any people on there that were on that other work group?
So I'm not sure whether or not they were on the formal working group, but certainly I know that Commissioner Smith was closely involved with developing that community plan. I believe Mr. Greenlee was as well. I've known Scott Busby since childhood. He goes back many generations in Ruskin and lives in the Little Manatee South planning area. In fact, I chose Mr. Greenlee and Mr. Busby essentially for the same reason. I did not know Mr. Greenlee before I became a commissioner. I've gotten to know him as a community activist in the Little Manatee South planning area, and he's been in leadership on the Sundance HOA for a long time. I've known Scott since childhood, again, many generations in Ruskin. He lives in the planning area and is also in leadership on his HOA. As you know, that's a rural area. There are very few residents of the area. So having two HOA leaders, believe it or not, brings a lot to the table. It brings it brings a high percentage of the residents of the community to the table. So that was the reasoning there. And of course, I mean, it's fair that Uzita Shores, the group that consists of large landowners in the area, it's fair that they have a seat at the table as well, which is why I placed that in there.
Can I ask him a question? Okay, so Uzita Shore, I guess that's what it is. It's some of the landowners have expressed, just some questions about, and I'm supporting your item. I just want to bring this to your attention that you may want to look at the makeup of your group, and if others have participated in the old community plan, putting it together, that you may consider maybe increasing your group a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 people, just to be inclusive, and not put anybody on the outs of what you're trying to accomplish, which I think is really good, but I just think that there's some concerns. Go from there. So I don't know, I know in your motion you've got specific people, but I think maybe if you would maybe have the flexibility of adding other people as you see that as becoming necessary. Because I don't see that capability in the motion as it stands right now.
So let me just say that I envision the working group's purpose to not be to work on the community plan in and of itself, but rather to assure that any land use or planning decisions are consistent with the community plan.
Okay.
I don't want to preclude the group from making recommendations on the community plan, but if that were to be the case, I would certainly envision the group recommending that any proposed changes to the community plan go through the established process that's in place. I'd like to move forward with it capped at the 5. However, if we get this working group convened and start our work, if we decide that the membership should grow to 7 or 9 members, I'd certainly be glad to bring an amended item back to the board to ask for the board's approval to do that.
Okay, well, I think it was unclear to me exactly the whole process and what you were going to do, and you've clarified and done some things today. I think it should address some of the concerns of the people, as we go forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be joining you on this committee. I did work on the Little Manatee South Community Plan. I have family that lives in that area as well, so it is really important to me. And I know that this by having 2 commissioners, it's going to be a sunshine committee. And it's going to be open to the public. Every single meeting, anyone can be there and be heard and have any of their ideas considered and heard by the group. So I don't have any fear that this is going to seem like something that's not open to ideas from anyone who's concerned or a stakeholder in that area.
Mr. White?
Thank you. I just want to ask ahead of the vote, in the event that this passes, Mr. Merrill, are you going to put Brandon Wagner in charge of helping us to put this together, or have you gotten that far yet, or?
No, but he'd be a good choice.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't have a preference, but I'll just say that whomever you put in charge, if you would just have them get with me, I can help them to start getting in touch with the proposed members and everything.
All right. I vote for Brandon.
All right.
And of course, any other staff that we need to provide support. So.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Smith to approve item F11. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Commissioner White, F12.
Thank you. With regards to F12, although there is no formal evaluation ongoing at this time, there is most definitely talk out there about expediting an effort to place an interchange, specifically on Interstate 75 in that planning area. Although the Little Manatee South Community Plan does ultimately envision an I-75 interchange in the planning area, I think it's premature to explore this until such time that this working group has completed its work. In my draft motion, I do include that the Florida Department of Transportation and the Expressway Authority should be copied on this, because I've heard that there may be talk of a potential tolled interchange of some kind. But as I've thought about it further, I think it's important to copy the MPO on the communication as well, if it passes. So I'd like to tweak my motion to include the MPO as well. So I move to approve a resolution which is in your backup material, for transmittal to the Florida Department of Transportation, the Hillsborough Expressway Authority, and the Metropolitan Planning Organization, requesting that the consideration of a new Interstate 75 interchange affecting the Little Manatee South Community Planning Area be postponed until such time as the Little Manatee South Working Group has completed its evaluation of planning options for the Little Manatee South area.
That's motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Smith. Commissioner White, let me ask you a question. How long do you think that this working group will take to get its work done?
I would like to take a shot at a year. I'm thinking meeting every month or two for a year, but certainly, we can revisit it and do an amendment to the motion if need be, but certainly I could facilitate having the working group bring periodic updates to the county commission.
Okay. Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner White, for bringing this forward. I think it's important to preemptively look at this and express an opinion, because I don't see this right now as being in the best interest of what we need to do for Hillsborough County. And so I wholeheartedly support this, and thanks for bringing it to my attention.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you. The only thing I would ask is that we reach out to FDOT and the MPO to give them sort of a heads up, because they typically will line financing and projects out for many years, many years. And I'm sure they're listening, but just to help them kind of get an understanding of where they can, if any development were to occur or recommend and occur, they know what their timeline looks like, if at all possible. So the idea of a year, it gives them some guidelines. So. Thank you.
Commissioner White to close.
Thank you. I've reached out to FDOT and the Expressway Authority already, just to give them a heads up. Frankly, I didn't decide to include the MPO until just this morning as I was thinking about the item, but I can certainly reach out to Ms. Alden or just ask that the members of the MPO give her a heads up. Either way. Okay?
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Kemp and Smith to approve item F12. So no further discussion. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
We move to the regular agenda, starting with B1, affordable housing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Cheryl Howell, Affordable Housing. Good to be here. Item B1, I'm requesting the board to approve a funding agreement with the Florida Housing Coalition to provide funds in the amount of $100,000 to provide capacity building services to affordable housing and community development organizations that benefit extremely low, very low, and moderate income persons who reside in Hillsborough County. And this is the first contract of the $5.1 million.
We get a motion before we get discussion. Motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by, who was that? Commissioner Merman. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Howard, for bringing this forward. I met with Jamie Ross with the Florida Housing Coalition when I was up in Tallahassee. Clearly, our commitment to improving our resources in the way of affordable housing is critically important. And what we found is that there's a real importance in making sure that those community developers that are helping us build our capacity have the skill sets to qualify for greater levels of funding, to not only complement what we're doing locally, but also what we can use with the Stowski funds. Hopefully they don't take them away or sweep them, but more importantly, all of the CDBG funds that would possibly be available given the higher level of expertise by those that are interested in building affordable housing. So I heartily support this. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to make the motion and second it, but I'm very glad to see you bring this forward. Thank you.
Did you talk to the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate about Sadowski funds while you were there?
Yeah.
You met with the Speaker of the House?
No, I met with his legal assistant, legal.
Okay. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Thank you. This is exciting to see this first. item to be funded out of our $5.1 million budget, and I'm really glad to see the work that you've done with this, and that the last page of our backup shows the budget for that 5.1 million has been made a little more specific now to include this kind of expenditure as we move forward. There's a lot of public attention on this issue, and we've had public forums on the spending of this 5.1 million. So I think it's really important that we keep transparent and all of us watching this budget as it goes forward. I really appreciate your work on making that available for us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Merman to approve item B1. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Item B2, County Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Johanna Lundgren with the County Attorney's Office. And I'm bringing back to you at the request Chairman Commissioner Miller on the February 20th regular board meeting, the request to prepare a revision to the county's rules of order to require advance written notice be provided if a board member intends to withdraw an item from the consent agenda for a separate discussion and vote. And also that direction requested some clarity and appropriate procedures for separate consideration of items withdrawn from the consent agenda during the land use meeting. So this amendment to the rules of order provides for a 4 p.m. deadline for a commissioner to communicate his or her desire to withdraw an item from the consent agenda prior to either the regular meeting or the land use meeting, and that would be implemented by the administration respectively for those meetings. There would be as well more specific procedures provided for in the rules of order with regard to the presentation of items that are withdrawn from the consent agenda of the land use meeting. So that is designed to effectuate a more orderly and procedurally correct meeting. This, if approved by the board today, does require approval at a second board meeting. So if approved today, the rule of order amendment would come back to you on May 1st for a second approval to be final.
Okay, thank you. As you all know, I asked staff to draw this up for our rules of order because the mere fact is that it's very difficult when we have a meeting and Commissioner walks in and removes or pulls a consent agenda item from the consent agenda, and at that meeting, and we don't have staff that's here to answer those questions at that particular point in time, or if it's a land use meeting, the applicant is not there to do what they have to answer those questions that we need to have. So we need to put some rules in place to make sure that if something is pulled from the consent agenda, whether it's on our regular board meeting or our land use meeting, we can have appropriate enough time to have staff or have appropriate enough time for an applicant to be there to answer any questions that you may have. So that's simply what we're asking to do in this particular issue. It hasn't come back again, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve item B2 at this particular point in time.
We have a motion and a second. Let's see, we have Commissioner White. You're recognized.
Thank you. My only concern is that if a commissioner, a scenario where a commissioner would need to abstain on an item and they, for whatever reason, don't catch it until after that 4 o'clock deadline. So I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Can't make a motion to amend. Okay, you got to amend the motion.
Yeah. I'll make a motion to amend to just have the county attorney's office just add a simple statement, a sentence perhaps, to the rules of order that would just say that pulling an item for the purpose of abstaining would be exempted.
Yes, I believe that was already addressed, given that Rule 7 provides for that, but I can make that for clarification, clarification in the
I missed that.
amendment.
Where is it, Ms. Lundgren?
There is a separate rule, Rule 7, that allows for abstention and negative votes on consent items.
And that would not be subject to this new 4 PM deadline requirement?
That would not be.
Since it's a separate rule?
But for clarity's sake, I could certainly make a point of placing another sentence that would make a clarification to the proposed amendment.
I'll withdraw my motion if Rule 7 covers us.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we certainly wouldn't mind. It
Yeah.
never helps to have things really clear, so it might be fine just to add a little portion in that, and then somebody won't have overlooked the prior rule. So we'd be happy to do that, and we can show it to you at the next, if it passes at the next board meeting.
Okay, well, then I'd like to make that motion then, for the exception for the purpose of abstaining.
So there's an amendment?
An amendment.
So if we make an amendment, is there a second for the amendment, first of all?
White made a motion.
And so we have a motion, we have an amendment to the motion. Would the other commissioners that are in the line here like to speak to that amendment? Okay. Commissioner Overman, did you want to speak to the amendment? or-
Not to the amendment, to
Okay,
the
Commissioner
original
Smith,
motion.
you're recognized.
Yes, I have a question about this, and I think it applies to the amendment too. In rule number 7, a commissioner can't vote no on the whole consent agenda. If it says if a commissioner has a conflict with an item appearing on the consent portion of the Board of County Commissioners' agenda, or desires to vote against a specific item, the commissioner shall announce such items he or she wishes to abstain from or vote against, and such items shall be considered by a separate vote of the board immediately after the approval of the consent agenda. So we can't vote no on the whole consent agenda. We'd have, if we had a problem or an abstention, we have to pull that item. And I get that this is saying we do that before 4 PM, the day before. But the problem I have is that seems like it would mean that the board has implicitly adopted the consent agenda by 4 PM.
No.
Because you can't vote against it or pull an item. So by 4 PM, the consent agenda is adopted effectively
No,
the day before.
no. You don't adopt the consent, Madam Chair. You do not adopt the consent agenda until you actually vote on the consent agenda in this particular meeting, okay? The consent agenda is put there because there are issues there that are perceived at that particular point in time not to have any debate or rebuttal or anything like that. So, but that's the only reason that's called a consent agenda. If there's an item that you feel that you looked at it and say, you know, I got an issue with this, I got a question about it, that's when you pull it, so it won't automatically go into that motion that's made at our meeting like we did today to approve the consent agenda. It's not approved before 4 o'clock. It's just items that are put on the consent agenda that don't have any debate or any rebuttal or anything along those lines. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And if there is a commissioner that needs to abstain, there is actually paperwork, a form that has to be filled out and delivered to the clerk's office. And so usually our office works closely with the abstention issue. But the 4 PM is not applying to the, if you have to pull it for abstention.
That's correct. Or if the commissioner desires to simply vote no without discussion, pursuant to Rule 7.
Then there is no 4 PM deadline.
You could vote no on the consent agenda?
No, it would be a desire to vote no on a specific item, but not have it discussed. That would be provided for, that right's provided for under Rule 7. That would not be subject to the 4 PM deadline. The 4 PM deadline is only if a commissioner wishes to have a full board discussion and a board deliberation and separate vote.
I don't have any problem with, in fact, I like having things pulled ahead of time so we all have a chance to think about that. I'm not arguing about that. I just have had some confusion about, the process of this. Once you get to 4 PM, having that, well, there went the consent agenda. without really.
Yeah, so all it is this is strictly a notice issue.
Mhm.
The consent agenda is not approved until you're in the advertised meeting of your board in the morning of, typically in the morning when the consent agenda is approved. So, and there is a provision, it hasn't been mentioned yet, but should you find after 4 p.m. that you need to pull something for discussion, there's still a ability within this rule to do that. You would just need to request a supermajority vote.
Mhm.
Waiver of the rules.
Or a waiver of the rules.
Yeah, well, my other question has to do with the process of a remand, so I guess that's not on the amendment.
Actually, Commissioner, for purposes of the land use meeting procedure, we did make a specific amendment that concerns the way that pulled items are treated at
Right.
land use. And you'll see that on page 6 of the item, where on the land use agenda, if an item is withdrawn from the consent agenda, the applicant shall have the right to request a continuance to the next land use meeting in order to fully prepare for a presentation. That's a matter of right. However, in the event that the board desires to remand an application back to the ZHM, the right to a continuance to the next land use meeting shall not apply as of right in that event. And the applicant, of course, is required to make a request affirmatively for the
Right,
continuance.
that's the part I have a question about. So, the process is the administrator makes a 5-minute summary, and then the applicant comes up for 10 minutes presentation, or the applicant before the presentation can ask for a continuance.
Yes.
Okay. And I think this can be easily fixed. It says the right to a continuance to the land use meeting shall, in number 3 on page 6, so that you were just reading. The right to a continuance to the next land use meeting shall not apply in the event the board elects to remand. But so my question is, when does the board elect to remand? Because and it says prior to the applicant presentation. So you'd have to, if I'm a board member and I want to ask for a remand, it sounds like I've got to jump in prior to the applicant presentation, but that's when they ask for a continuance.
It would be possible for the board to proceed to remand without the continuance being provided for. That would be possible. As you said, you could request the remand, the board could vote to remand before the presentation, and that requires that doesn't require that the continuance be granted. So this is a clarification that basically allows, if the board has determined that a remand is necessary, it can proceed to remand prior to the presentation.
Prior to the applicant saying anything, you could jump in there and say, excuse me, I'd like to make a motion for a remand before the applicant has a chance to ask for a continuance.
That's correct.
Make their presentation.
That's correct, and that's because the board would have the right to determine that additional study or review is necessary, seek the remand, and then revisit the application when it returns.
And then we'd have actually another chance after, say we didn't ask for a remand. The applicant gets up there and now they ask for a continuance. They've got the right to they've got it by right.
Yes.
And it's too late for us to ask for a remand then?
Well, you would have had the ability to ask for it, and
We would have had that.
Yes.
We have to either ask for it before they get up there and ask for a continuance, or wait till after their presentation, or let them come up and make a presentation, or ask for the continuance, and then see what they do. And then we have another chance to ask for a remand if they haven't asked for a continuance, but they
correct
make a presentation.
Correct. They only have one right to a continuance request before they begin their application presentation.
But if we feel like the record is insufficient, we got to dive in there before they make their way to the podium.
Madam Chair, let me make it clear. We're still on the amendment.
We are still in the amendment, but I would like to make a point also. I would have handed over the gavel to make a substitute motion, except that amendment was made here. But since we're speaking about this generally, I have to tell you, I have strong objections to doing anything like this. I've looked into it preliminarily, and I have not found an example of any place where they're not allowed to pull from the consent agenda at the beginning of a meeting. Now, we're talking about two different things here, too, because it goes back to the land use meeting, which in the 2.5 years I've been here, but until that happened, no item had been pulled from consent. That was pulled from consent more than 24 hours before by 3 different commissioners, apparently. And we do have rules of procedure now that we are meeting on, I'm part of that committee, that can look at perhaps how that can be done. That's a kind of different issue than our regular agenda. I think it would be incredibly unwise for us to not allow commissioners to pull because for one, we do not get our agendas with a lot of time necessarily to look, especially with the depth that we need.
Excuse me, you get your agendas on Friday.
Yeah, we do, and they're pretty packed, and we have a lot of research and work. So I do think that it can be definitely difficult to, and I'll tell you, the first time I ever got a briefing here, my first week that I started, I had my land use briefing at 3 o'clock on Monday for Tuesday morning. So I wouldn't even have been, I don't know if anybody else is in that position now, maybe not, because I really objected to it then, but, and arranged it for Friday afternoon. I'm also, I would not support going through with this, and I think the best thing to do is to really refer it to this committee that's looking at this anyway. I also think it's important for this board to understand that consent in Robert's Rules of Order is perceived or is defined as unanimous consent, that consent should truly be unanimous. That said, I think we can firm up this process, particularly for land use, because I know it presents a unique problem. In the other agenda, we usually move the item to the end, we discuss it. What if someone comes up in public comment that morning on our regular board meeting, or many people come up and they find something on consent that they find objections to, or we learn something within the last 24 hours. You know, I can't even imagine that we would need a supermajority to do what only a majority would pass, to put it back, on the item to look at it. So I would, I know that Commissioner White has his amendment there. I would, Commissioner White, if you would want or agree, I would really like to hand the gavel and look and see if we could do, I would love to be able to put forward a substitute motion to direct that the consent agenda and the difficulties involved in this be referred to the Rules of Order committee that we already have, that we just appointed last week, and that we really look at this and consider what the best way is to move forward.
What I'd like to do is just withdraw my motion to amend so that Commissioner Kemp can get her substitute motion on the floor.
Thank you. So my substitute motion would be that we direct that the issue of the consent agenda be referred to the Rules Procedure Committee, and we can look at it in a comprehensive way about how we can move forward. And just for the commissioners that haven't been here, in the 2.5 years I've been here, that was the first time I've ever seen anything pulled from land use. And I really think that we should have more direction to staff about what could be put on, for instance, the consent agenda for land use. I think that's very important, that we look at that. And that could maybe deal with the issue that the one issue that we've had in 2.5 years. As to the other, I don't think it's really a grave concern. And I think that, we shouldn't be surrendering our right to pull from our general, in our regular BOCC meetings, because that doesn't give the same difficulties in terms of notice and the land use procedures.
Okay, we have a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, there's a substitute motion by Commissioner Kemp, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Is there any discussion to the substitute motion? Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
I think part of the reason this conversation started is because we did have some land use issues that appeared to have not been pulled or were pulled. And I think my only question is, while the notes in here do indicate, a written request to pull, that in the past when we've had briefings and I've talked about, I would like to pull this from the consent agenda, and it didn't get pulled, and then it got pulled at the last second, it appeared as though I had not made that intent known. So I've advised my staff to make sure they're sitting in on the briefing, and if I indicate that it's going to get pulled, that an email gets sent to make sure that that happens. So whatever procedure we choose here, I don't have a problem following whatever it is. But what I do need to know is that, is an email required to have an item pulled from consent? Because I know I've had conversations where I've indicated it's probably a good idea to have, the representative there because I want to see this pulled, and it just gets lost in translation and doesn't always get pulled. So if it's necessary, it needs to be done before 4 o'clock. I would advise we make that very clear. What that step is, if that's what the problem is making sure that the notification is just documented and we get it done by whatever deadline it is.
Commissioner, it does provide that the request be in writing, so an email would be sufficient to either the county administrator or staff or Mr. Gormley, who administrates over the land use agenda.
Okay, Commissioner Kemp, I assume you're in the queue for the original motion?
Yes, the original motion, yes. Just in terms of what Commissioner Overman stated, typically we haven't written or anything, we've done that, and that's been considered notification of a pull. And then you typically do it at that morning, and sometimes there can be things resolved. This can also result in a lot more difficulty in terms of, I might be more careful about looking through that agenda and pulling 6 items that I don't understand. If I, 24 hours in advance so that I don't surrender my right to pull, if I think about something the night before or have new information. So I just wanted to state that to the agenda.
Okay,
to the item.
Okay, Commissioner Merman, you're in the queue. Is that to the substitute motion?
I think it's to both.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, so the number one, I think we can have better communication on the deadline. I think the emails maybe an email can go out that says don't forget, it's just that reminder that 4 p.m. is the deadline. I need to ask Christine Beck this. Can't somebody, doesn't a member still have a right to pull something from consent, but they could bring it up to the time we approve consent, but they'd have to get 5 members. They'd have to state the reason why. And so why are we even discussing amendments and everything? We still have the ability to pull, but you got to get 5 people to agree to it.
And that's simply
Is that correct?
That's correct. And it's simply because you're waiving your rules then in order to do that.
Exactly.
And your rule waiver under a different rule requires 5 votes.
So for me, that's the answer to this issue, and I'm going to support the motion because I second it, but I think, nobody's prohibiting anybody. It's just that if you're going to do it in the right process, you need to do it by 4 o'clock. Otherwise, you got to state why you're pulling it at the last minute and waive the rules and then get 5 people to support you.
Okay, I'm next in the queue. I'd like to just mention a nuance that I've observed. I think what Commissioner Smith was referring to earlier when you look at Rule 7 is, would that create a scenario where you have a de facto approval of the consent agenda at 4 p.m. the previous day? I think the key language here in the proposed amendment to the rules of order is, the key language is that it says pulled for a separate discussion and vote.
Yes.
So what I hear the county attorney's office saying is that you can pull it even in the absence of a supermajority vote, but if it's after that 4 p.m. deadline, there's no discussion allowed on it. It's just pulled for an abstention or an up or down vote, because Rule 7 does speak in terms of voting against something as well, not
Yes.
just abstention.
That's
So
correct.
that's kind of a nuance here, because I knew exactly what you were asking. So there would be no de facto approval of the consent agenda by 4 p.m. However, if you pull the item after 4 p.m. in the absence of a supermajority vote, you just get to put it on the table for an up or down vote, no discussion.
Or to abstain.
Yeah, or to abstain. I think that in and of itself could create a strange scenario, not for the abstention, that would be simple. But if you wanted to vote against it, it could create a strange circumstance. So I hear the concerns here. I know that we have a couple of commissioners here that are very interested in the land use process. So for that reason, I'm going to support the substitute motion, because frankly, I think that will ultimately get Commissioner Miller where he wants to get, but it will provide for some further vetting and input through this committee. So, Commissioner Miller.
First and foremost, I would be 2 French fries short of a Happy Meal if I tried to stop any of us from pulling an item. I sit on this board. Why would I want to do that, Commissioner Kemp? Why? Makes no sense, does it? But you said it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. First and foremost, you have the opportunity, if this passes, before 4 o'clock, to pull an item from the consent agenda through email. You get your regular county commission meeting booklets on Friday. You get your land use meeting books, I think, also on Friday also. You have the opportunity to go through consent agendas on both of those, and if there's something that you need to pull, you have the 4 o'clock the day before to pull those items for a separate vote or discussion, whatever the case may be. If you come into a meeting or the night before, after 4 o'clock, something comes up, you come in and you have to get a 5-member vote to discuss that particular item. I think what you just said confuses the issue, because that's not what we're talking about. Not at all. Not at all. What we're talking about is the mere fact is that what happened in our land use meeting is that we walked in, 3 items were pulled from the consent agenda. Staff was scrambling to try to get staff in here to discuss those items. And the other major issue is that the applicant wasn't here. The applicant wasn't here when those items were pulled. So the issue is, yes, if you, before 4 o'clock, pull the item and put forth an email, that lets all of us know that the item is pulled. Now, if again, that night before, if there's some issue that you can come in here and explain, I need to pull this item for X, Y, Z, and we agree with it, you need 5 votes to pull the item. But the fact of the matter is, you have enough time with your agendas to pull the items. And no one's trying to stop anyone from doing what you have to do. So I'm going to ask you not to support the substitute motion.
Okay, Commissioner Smith.
So if I read something in the newspaper in the morning of the meeting that is new information to me, I mean, believe me, I like to pulling stuff ahead of time. I like everybody pulling stuff ahead of time. I like to have as much notice as we can about what we're gonna talk about. But I can imagine a situation where you might just hear something in the news the next day that you might need to pull. So then is that, and I thought I understood it the way you explained it, that then Rule 7 kicks in after 4 p.m., you're done pulling for discussion. All you've got left is Rule 7 that says you can pull it to vote no, but there's no discussion.
Unless you get a supermajority vote.
That's correct.
You get a supermajority vote, there's discussion.
Oh, so then you could have a supermajority vote.
Then you would waive the
Mr. Chair,
rules.
If there's an issue dealing with your area, the Little Manatee River, and we have something on the agenda, okay? and then that morning or that night, you read something or you see something that morning, you come in that next day, you wanted to pull that particular item, you make a motion to pull it, you get 5 votes, then you can debate it.
It's regular consent.
Yes. Then it goes back on the regular agenda, basically, per se. And you discuss that item, you debate that item, we vote on that particular item. But what I'm trying to do is to, one, give you the opportunity to review the consent agenda, and therefore, before 4 o'clock, send an email to let all of us know that you're pulling that particular item. And if there's an issue before that time, after that time, then you have to get the 5 votes. But if you get the 5 votes, then you can still do the same thing as a pulling it at 4 o'clock. We're just trying to make sure that we get things in place so we can have an orderly, non-confusing, not have staff running all over the place to try to make sure they get everything in place. But if you have to do it, if you must do it, it's understandable. Those things happen. You get 5 votes. And you can, it's off the consent agenda, it's basically on the regular agenda again, and we move forward.
Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Smith, were you finished? I'm sorry. Okay, Commissioner Kemp.
I would still say we're fixing something that's not broke. This has barely been used. I think in even the regular board meetings, in 2.5 years, I've maybe pulled 1 or 2 things. I can tell you, unbelievably, in California, there are many jurisdictions, I couldn't even believe it when I was looking into this, where members of the audience can speak and they are allowed to pull items from consent, if you can even imagine what kind, it's crazy, right? But for us to give up our right to this possibility and not even be able to discuss, which is sometimes one of the most important things that we have. But again, I do think there's 2 different items here that are the regular routine meetings, the BOCC meetings, where a poll is doesn't have implications in terms of notice and whatever else. And the standard procedure has been to continue that, whatever we pull at the end of the meeting. That's how it's typically placed. And second, and there's not the implications of notice or whatever for our regular agenda. For land use, there is. Land use, I've experienced 1 time recently, and that has special implications. But I think that those are things that we should deal with in terms of what made this occur already. The item that was pulled, 3 commissioners prior to 24 hours asked for it to be pulled, and I think the issue is somewhat with what the staff has determined is on consent, which I think has to be dealt with very much, and I think the rules of procedure will start to, we can look at that and look at what goes on consent in the land use meeting, and then look at our notice and look at how we can deal with our land use issues. If this even ever happens again.
Okay. Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I'm absolutely blown away by this entire discussion. Next, and it's my understanding it was a land use meeting or issues involving pulling items in a land use meeting that created this need to have a discussion. I just want to point out, although I know that we're talking about regular BOCC meeting as well, but with respect to land use meeting, it doesn't matter what's in the newspaper or any outside news. We have to go on the record. So just keep that in mind. I mean, if we make decisions based on information that's out of the record, then that can be overturned across the street. So it doesn't matter. Email that's sent or newspaper article, you got to go by the information that's in front of us.
Commissioner Miller.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think Commissioner Kemp just solidified my motion. She just sat here and said a few minutes ago that at the land use meeting before 4 o'clock, 3 commissioners wanted to pull the item, but there was no mechanism to pull the item, so they came in the meeting and pulled the item. If the mechanism was in place before 4 o'clock, they could send an email. We all would have known that it would have been pulled, and therefore, that's the reason why we need this right now. And you just solidified my debate. So I ask you not to support the substitute motion.
Commissioner Kemp, to close,
Just
please.
to respond, I don't know what but I know each of us, apparently, because we said it from the dais, had already told staff about that prior, more than 24 hours before. So if that's not good enough notification, yeah. But I would still say that this is something that we could refer to the Rules of Procedure Committee, because I do think we have to really look at what even makes a consent agenda is really important in terms of land use.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we have a substitute motion on the floor to refer this to the Rules of Order Committee. Please record your votes.
Motion failed with Commissioner Hagan, Miller, Merman, Overman voting no.
And I believe the gavel goes back to Commissioner Kemp for the original motion on the floor.
And seeing nobody else in the queue right now, please record your vote.
Motion carried 5-2 with Commissioner Kemp and Smith voting no.
Thank you. Mr. Merrill.
The next item is B3. It's the Internal Auditor's Report.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Peggy Caskey. I'm here, County Internal Auditor. I'm here today to present the Hillsborough County Budget Development Study. This study was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. In 2018, it was put on the annual audit plan. The study was performed in conformance with the Institute of Internal Auditors Red Book standards. The study is now complete, and the test results, in summary, because I know we're running very far behind today, the county is generally conforming with the written guiding principles that govern the budget development process. The Board of County Commissioners has latitude throughout the entire budget development process, and that includes the physical policies, service priorities, and then the designation of the budget officer. And the third finding here is that Hillsborough County gets involved later in the process than some of the other comparable charter governments that we had looked at. But overall, we really didn't see any significant dissimilarities between the different charter governments. The commissioners were debriefed prior today. Happy to answer any questions you may have, or else I request the board to accept the report.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Hagan to accept the B3, the Internal Auditor's Report. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you very much.
Two management and budget items, B4 and B5. So on B4, let me do this one. This item has to do with the bond validation that the board approved in February of this year, and that process is moving forward. Our outside counsel requested that there be a project identified to be financed with the bonds, and so that's really the purpose of this item, to identify 131st Avenue improvement as the project to be partially financed. Since we're doing a bond validation, we actually have to issue bonds, so we need a project. But I just want to refer back to the discussion in January and February to make it clear that the purpose of this bond validation is not to satisfy a need to borrow money. We don't need to borrow money. The purpose, as I said back in February, is that we're trying to resolve any potential legal issues that would be an impediment to using the tax, and that's really the main purpose of it. We could have chosen any project, really, because what's relevant is satisfying ourselves that we have the ability to use the tax without being concerned that someone is going to later, at whatever time, seek to overturn that. So with that as a basis, John Lyons is here to talk about the project if you like, but it's pretty straightforward at this point, I think, is the purpose, and would recommend your approval.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman. Commissioner White, you recognize.
I actually just have one simple question on this one. It's a question about buckets of money, if you will, and I'll preface this by saying that I'm not talking in terms of our budget, the county commission budget, but my question would be, which bucket from 11.07 will this funding come from? And I guess there is a follow-up question. The follow-up question would be, and I know this will be based on some long-term forecasts, but how much would that leave left in that particular bucket from 11.07?
So Commissioner John Lyons, Infrastructure Services Administrator. The 131st Street project is in our existing capital program, and it goes from US 41 to 30th Street, or Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. The project described is a complete street project. It's not additional lane widening. It would be some widening to accommodate turn lanes, transit, bicycle and pedestrian facilities along that entire corridor. In my opinion, it would be taken from Category 2 and potentially Category 3 as well for congestion relief and pedestrian safety projects.
Okay, any idea based upon forecasting what the impact to that bucket, if you will, would be?
The project total construction estimate, including design planning, is at about $16.9 million in total.
But just remember, we'll be borrowing it, so the impact is the annual debt service.
Would be the impact of the debt service.
Which would be far, far less, maybe in the neighborhood of, I don't know, less than $1 million a year in debt service. So.
And what percentage of funding are we talking about in 2 and/or 3, Category 2 and/or 3?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
I can look it up. Okay, that's my only question.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, we have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to approve item B4. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1 with Commissioner White voting no.
Item B5, Tom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Fessler, Management and Budget Department. Item B5 is asking you to approve a resolution allocating up to $75,000 in countywide general funds to Housing First Steps Forward. This is for security fencing at Manchester Apartments. It's also asking you to approve a related funding agreement with the organization in an amount not to exceed $75,000.
I have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to approve item B5. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Commissioner Smith, please record your vote. Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
B6, Public Utilities.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Connie Cassini, Public Utilities. Staff requests the realignment of $5,170,925 within the Public Utilities 2019 capital program budget. Staff requests this item because we have projects that have been completed, some projects that have a little more urgency and have increased in priority, and some projects have had to expand their scope. We have adjusted our budget such that this is a zero impact. Staff requests your approval.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to approve item B6. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
And the next item is C1, which is my proposed reorganization of the County Administrator's Office. Pass that around. So I did discuss this with everyone in briefing, so I'll just hit the high points here. Charlene's passing around another copy of the org chart that I left with your office, with you in your offices. So over the 9 years, a little over 9 years I've been county administrator, I've tried to not do reorganizations just for the sake of redoing them. I've tried to be strategic, and that's the reason for this proposed reorganization. At this time, we have a number of challenges that are unprecedented in the last 9 years. Transportation, affordable housing, land use, building more fire stations, children's services, And I felt that it was necessary to realign some parts of the organization to make sure we can accomplish that goal and have people in the right place. In addition, elevating 2 of the chief administrators to deputy level in order to reflect the size of their organization. All 3 of the deputy county administrators have very large organizations, warranting that each one of them would have 2 assistant county administrators to help bear the load. As part of that, pushing down more decision-making to the deputies, we need to be able to move things quickly. We need to move decision-making closer to the customer, and so that's the other part of it. So just hitting the highlights here quickly. Some of the important things would be moving economic development to Bonnie Wise as a deputy county administrator. That's actually where it started 9 years ago. I think that reflects a better position in the organization in terms of economics and financing issues. Moving affordable housing under Ron Barton then, who is the assistant county administrator, for the reason that while affordable housing clearly has land use issues, for me anyway, I felt that the important thing is keeping someone in an affordable housing unit. And that's about jobs and skills training and about the types of industries that bring jobs here. And that's really why I felt it was a better place there. That doesn't mean that land use issues aren't important, but that was my reasoning for it. Also in Bonnie's team then, Tom Fessler being elevated to assistant county administrator, which allows him then to be more strategic going forward. It also brings under him all of the work that's being done on the Oracle system. You heard about the audit last week, or at the last meeting. I think this structure helps to facilitate better the relationship with the clerk's office in trying to make the Oracle system work. So those are the 2 main things in what would be Bonnie's new team as deputy county administrator. Moving to Lucia Garza's team, again, a lot of huge challenges there: transportation, land use. John Lyons has been doing a great job, but he's overwhelmed. And he had, in addition to transportation, he had water resources and solid waste. So splitting that into 2 assistant county administrators and asking George Cassidy to take charge of both of the enterprise funds as well as the environmental services team, which is the watchdog over the phosphate industry and deals with environmental issues. Also in her team would be a capital facility planning group. We'd have to recruit a planning director to head that up. But it would consolidate all of our infrastructure and facility planning in one place. The other piece to that then is moving a portion of real estate that has to do with building facilities, government facilities, over to Lucia's team. That is currently under Greg Horwedel. What would remain under Greg is facilities maintenance and P3s, public-private partnerships. So any public asset that would be proposed to be part of a public-private venture would still be administered by Tom Foss under Greg Horwedel. And so recognizing our discussion earlier, I think that gives the separation that you were looking for, Commissioner Kemp. But all of the facility maintenance of this building, other buildings, remains with Greg and Tom. So the purpose for that then is now we have under Lucia all of our capital programs. So it's a much better vertical integration, and they can make sure that we're optimizing the way we locate government facilities with all our other infrastructure. So that is generally the split between the 2. The last is a little counterintuitive, but I think as we talked about it in briefings, I believe you could see why I wanted to reassign children's services to from Carl Harness to Ramin Kuzakanani. And it is not a statement of unhappiness with Carl or anything like that. He's done a terrific job. But as we discussed, things are changing rapidly in the world of foster care, children's services, primarily driven by federal legislation that becomes effective in 2 years. This requires a different set of skills and experience to help us navigate more of the political waters at DCF and at the federal level. Ramin has that experience from a previous life as undersecretary under George Shelton. It's also his passion. I think it will energize him even more than he's already energized. And so that would be my proposal to really align it with skills at this point. In 2 years, it's all going to change anyway, and you'll have to decide what to do with it then. But we need to get through these next 2 years. It's going to be a significant. I believe Ramin has the personnel so that we won't drop the ball in IT. He's got a good leader in Kevin Kerrigan. And so I think those are the key changes that I'm proposing and respectfully ask your support.
Motion by Commissioner Merman.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Overman to approve the changes of the reorganization of the county administrator's office. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I need some clarifications, or maybe everyone could benefit.
Sure.
For starters, the capital facilities planning, I'm, still trying to figure out who's on first here and who does what. So is it possible that you've already started or already developed a job description for that particular position, especially given that we need to fill it, that might help clarify what that position does? And in the meantime, would you help a little bit more? And then I have one other more question.
Sure. So the planning function under Lucia has been really her doing most of the planning. So that had been kind of fractured over the years. She had some folks, obviously staff, helping her. But so the planning is transportation, it's mobility, it's land use issues that have to do with planning for infrastructure. Anything that has to do with planning the way that we deliver service through assets, through infrastructure, would now be consolidated under the leadership of someone we would recruit. That then frees Lucia to be able to manage a very large team. And so I believe they are drafting a job description, so we can get that to you. But it's really bundling up all of those traditional government facility, infrastructure, land use planning functions under one individual whose job it is full-time to manage that.
Okay, so would they also act as a liaison with the MPO and the Planning Commission and the Regional Planning Commission, all those that are coming up with the master plans for the whole area, how the county deploys its resources in concert with that?
Absolutely.
As well as under land use?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Additionally, your reorg of children's services under the information officer. I heartily endorse that concept, largely because I think it's critically important that for us to address our social services that pertain to children and foster care, given that we outsource a lot of the services that we do, that it's critically important that we manage the data we're getting and innovate in the way we're tracking it and recognize the complications associated with HIPAA and everything else. So if technology can help us with better outcomes, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what Joanne Rollins does in that particular area under Ramin's guidance, and look forward to seeing how we approach our foster care system, child care system, and child oversight. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. I am glad to have the clarification. I was concerned about facilities management, especially I've been incredibly pleased working with Tom Fass and the kind of work that he's done moving forward. So I wanted to have that there. There was something that used to be called, I think, we don't see the old one here, but real estate. And so real estate was facilities, but it was also county-owned property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what, where does aside from facilities, the other county-owned property is where now?
In terms of property that's going to be used to construct government facilities, that would be under Lucia. Property that is going to be potentially used in some sort of other partnership would remain with Tom Fass. So I think the land acquisition would also move over to Lucia to acquire land where we need right of way and so forth. But the land that would potentially be used, for example, in a partnership with a private venture, would be part of the public-private partnership that stays with Tom Fass and with Greg.
I guess I'm still not quite clear, but so if the county owns a piece of land, that doesn't have a facility on it, would be under Lucia. But when a facility is built on it, it would be under Tom Fass?
No, the other way around. So a piece of property, let's pick one. The Hardin facilities that we're building for our maintenance folks, that would be an example of county-owned property that now we're constructing a facility. That would be under Lucia. If it were a piece of property that was not to be built on, we're not going to build anything on it, we might dispose of it, or we might get a proposal from somebody to say, we want to do a public-private partnership, we want to build something that would remain with Tom and Greg.
I guess I still is concerns that I still like the separation between development services and facilities and county-owned properties. I think that kind of Chinese wall is a good thing. It's I know it takes another step, but I think that's a good step that more thoroughly would vet those kinds of things. So I would just put that out there and say I think it's in my mind I would have more of a comfort level of these two being separate entities.
And that's what I was trying to do after we spoke, is really the only time Lucia's team deals with it is if we're going to build something on it for our own use. A library, service center. So that really, that doesn't become a development review issue because it's our facility, which I think is where you were headed. If it's a private entity that's going through our development process and it includes our property, then it stays arm's length over in a different team.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to approve the reorganization of the County Administrator's Office for fiscal year 2019. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Chair, I'm going to come down to the podium because it's just easier to do this from there. So this is a presentation of where we are in the budget process that I had intended to present at the last meeting. I know that it's a late hour here, so I'll try and be efficient, but it is obviously a very important issue, so I don't want to shortcut anything. Just give you briefly a little bit of a look at how we have been working on our side. I have been working with departments to try and understand what services they provide, what services we think we need to perhaps recommend to you that we cut back or add to or supplement as I start looking at building a recommended budget for my presentation to you. And we are looking at it in terms of two things. One is sustainability. Can we sustain those services? And do the services as they're currently provided create prosperity for the people that we serve in the community? And we look at it in these 5 main areas, which are key areas: public safety, local economy, life enrichment, quality of life, self-sufficiency in particular for clients who we think can move on and gain skills and improve their job quality. And so the process we're using very quickly is defining what customer prosperity means for a particular service. I'll give you a couple examples in a second. Once we understand what it means for a customer to prosper, then defining how to make that service sustainable, and then identifying what's the best way to deliver the service to them. Is it directly? Is it virtually? Is it both of those things? And then, really importantly, defining how are we going to measure our progress? What's our key performance measure for a particular service? And I'll give you an example of that in a minute. And also, I'll give you an example of cost per unit. So we have, for the first time, through Oracle, a real-time system to measure and display the cost of a unit of service, whether it's to serve a client, mow an acre of grass, repave a road. And that's something that is available to you or the public to look at, because I think it's more important to be able to explain to you and the constituents what it costs to take care of a stray animal and pave a road than it does for me to just say the budget of a department is $6 million. That doesn't mean anything. It's a lot of money. It doesn't really answer the question, are we being efficient? Are we really watching the cost? Once we define the performance measure, then we determine what are the resources we need to achieve the objective. So if it's defining that we need to get to a victim, fire rescue needs to get to a victim in 6 minutes, because 7 minutes is the golden minute at which the patient starts to deteriorate, and that's our objective and that's our measurement, we need to staff and assign resources to get there, if that's the commitment we're making. Finally, something that I think I've wanted to do for a long time that really will help the board and the community, and that is every quarter, forevermore, as long as you would like it, there will be a presentation of how we're doing in delivering a service. So think of it like a quarterly earnings statement for a corporation, and there will be people in Tom Fessler's new structure whose job it will be to track that, to measure it, to report to you in the community on a quarterly basis how we're doing in those services. And I'll give you an example of what that looks like. And then, of course, it starts all over again. Once we evaluate how we're doing, how can we improve the process? So here's a couple of examples, I won't read them to you, of how we define prosperity for our customers in water, wastewater, and for homebound seniors. We really have to start there to be able to understand how we can improve people's lives and provide service. All of this is linked together. So these are some of the key things we've been talking about: fire rescue, affordable housing, both our water, wastewater, solid waste systems, impact fees. They all fit together in coming up with a way to optimize services at the best cost. So specifically, what are we doing? We're looking at 3 different areas. We've defined for ourselves what we think are 10 community prosperity priorities. We set expectations and accountability measures, and then we figure out how to best deliver it. I won't read through this, but this is kind of a way to look at it. On the left-hand side are the 10 prosperity priorities. I think they're pretty obvious. We want to be sure people are safe, their families, children, pets, property, affordable and attainable housing, and you kind of go down the list, and they're really a representation of what we believe are the most important things. Would like the board's feedback on that as we go through this process. In the middle, then, how do we set expectations? response time for EMS, water quality, recreational venues per capita, parks per capita, that kind of thing. And then finally, on the right-hand side, how can we improve ways to deliver that service? For example, can we improve part of the permitting and license application process to make it a better experience overall? So, for example, some hard examples of sustainability goals. The pavement condition index on all county roads shall never fall below some particular measure that we're still working on. Or the cost per lane mile to preserve and renew pavement should not exceed a published annual national average. Mosquito management, another sustainability goal, reducing the response time that we get from customer requests, increasing the inventory of mosquito larval production sites, identifying new locations to inspect and treat sites. So those are measurable outcomes. Optimal sustainable service delivery, improving response time, creating better senior self-reliance and affordable housing clients, getting better outcomes. So this is just a snapshot. Each service you will receive as part of your packages, as part of the budget process, is a snapshot of those things I just mentioned. What's a key performance indicator for pet licenses, the number of licenses issued? What's a value metric, the compliance rate for licenses? What's a unit cost per pet license issued? So another example for aging services, again, showing the metrics and so forth. So each service will have this. This will be the basis for quarterly reports once the budget's adopted. So before I get into kind of our challenges, I think it's important to say that I think over the last 9 years, we have done a good job of controlling costs. Some examples of what it costs to deliver units of service. Overall, we have reduced the cost of our business by over 9% per capita. But every service we provide will have a measurement of a per unit cost basis. And we'll be providing that in more detail as we go through the budget process. So here is kind of taking all of that into account. If we're trying to be sustainable and we're trying to find a way to create prosperity for our customers in the most cost-effective way, and we know that we've got huge challenges, affordable housing, transportation, go down the list, which are basically unfunded at this point. We have sort of a dilemma. We have been and still are heavily reliant on ad valorem property taxes. So even back when I was a lowly department director issuing the county's debt, over the last 30 years, the three rating agencies, credit rating agencies, have always noted that we are heavily reliant on a couple of revenue sources, that we are not as diversified. So why is that important? It's important because we've now established services for our residents at a certain level, and they expect that level of service, and there's a cost. So even if another person never shows up here, never moves here, we've got a fixed cost that we've got to cover unless we start peeling back services. But because we're so reliant on property taxes to pay the bill, to the extent that growth in taxable value declines, it makes it hard for us even to meet our overhead, our fixed cost. So this is overall in both funds, almost 72% of our revenue comes from property taxes. In the unincorporated area, it's 57%, and in the countywide fund, it's 81%. So when we start talking about the problem, I think we've done a good job of controlling costs. We can always do better. The problem is on the revenue side at this point. So the initial snapshot of where we are and we're not done yet. We still have a lot of work to do with you all and workshops and meetings. And we still have to process a lot of the decision units for departments. But the way things look right now, on the left-hand side, again, heavily relying on property tax and sales tax, the new revenue we're forecasting for fiscal year 20 is $84.5 million. On the right-hand side, the uses of that money, starting at the bottom, right off the top, we have funding for constitutional officers and outside agencies. In the yellow, in the purple in the middle, 20.8 million are mandates, contracts, and commitments. And Charlene has already passed around a detailed list of that, of what those are. But then there's that big gray area on top. And those are what I believe so far, after meeting extensively with departments, are deferred service need requirements that we just haven't addressed in key areas, that if we don't begin to start addressing, will begin to degrade service. It will begin to degrade our ability to help the community prosper. 138 million in total, of which 73 million are basically unfunded operating needs of the county. So we have some solutions for that we'll work through with you, and I'll talk about in a second. But that's the dilemma we have right now, and some tough decisions. Here's some of what makes up that 73.6 million, and it's reflected in more detail on the sheet that I handed around to you. You know, you can see it's all very, very basic stuff. Safety and security, emergency preparedness, improving live outcomes of pet resources, economic development, green initiatives, code enforcement, Sunshine Line, aging services, children's services. So when we look at, how are we going to address this? So in the center panel is really kind of a snapshot of what those things are. Here's the service funding needs that are really critical, that a lot of which has been deferred, some of it which is new, is shown there. It's all the things we've been talking about, fire rescue, affordable housing, etc. The available ways to fund those needs are fairly limited. So the panel on the left side says restricted funding sources. A lot of those we're talking about, we have been talking about. Water, wastewater fees, solid waste fees, stormwater fees, those can only be used for those particular uses. They can't be used for fire rescue or law enforcement. Building fund development fees, you're going to be getting a recommendation at your next meeting on increasing development fees and planning commission fees. They can only be used for those services. They can't be used for affordable housing. Library service millage is trapped in the library district. Tourist development taxes have some flexibility, but are some restrictions. Mobility fees will increase, but they only can pay for capital, not operating. ELAP millage is restricted by voter approval. Fuel tax, again. So the things in the middle are really operating cost challenges that really we can't use those revenues. So you flip to the right-hand panel. Those are some available ways to address that $73 million plus. So current sources, fees, and we're going to bring to you fee increases for recommendations. Obviously, ad valorem millage can be raised. We can talk about a swap of millage between the countywide and general fund, the countywide and the unincorporated general fund. The unincorporated fund is where we are struggling, and we'll have Kevin show you what that looks like in a minute. Communication services tax, which we currently levy, we have not levied everything. We could bump that up. We have some potential new flexible funding sources, the fuel tax, the additional 5 cents, which would relieve us of using property taxes to pay for transportation, which we currently do. A public service tax, which we do not levy, but which is a very potent source of funding that many counties that we compete with and cities do levy. We could think about fire assessments, fire assessment districts, other kinds of assessments. And then there's kind of esoteric one called payment in lieu of taxes. So that would apply to our enterprise funds, our water, wastewater, and solid waste. They obviously don't pay property taxes to the general fund. So the water, wastewater system owns lots of land and buildings. But because they're enterprise funds, the money's trapped there, except that there is a provision that the board could decide to levy a payment in lieu of property taxes. So that happens with public utilities like TECO and others, that there would be an analysis of an equivalent property tax charge if they were paying property tax, and that would be paid into the general fund. Of course, that would then go into the rates that people pay for water, but that's an option. So that just kind of gives you a snapshot of what we have available. The next is a little more elaborate. It breaks down some of the needs on the left-hand side, and then across the top are various funding sources, and it shows which funding source can be used to solve which issue. Again, it gives you an idea of kind of what's restricted, what's not restricted in a different sort of visual format. So again, we validate service needs, we set sustainability goals, we establish cost of unit service goals and outcomes, and then we align budget resources. This is the budget workshop calendar. I also had Charlene give you a sheet that shows what we've done so far. We started back in February talking about budget issues. We're continuing that in April, and we've had some individual meetings with you all, and we'll have as many of those as you like. This shows the budget workshop calendar going forward. It's aggressive, but I think we can stitch this together in a way that makes sense and helps the board get to a decision. We will do this any way that you like. In the 9 years I've been doing this, I always ask the board, how do you want to get the information? How do you want to make decisions? We can do it any way you like. We can have it more formalized. We can use the flagging process. We can do anything you like to help you get to a decision point. So with that, I'm going to ask Kevin to come up and just take you through some pro forma slides that will begin to show you in more detail what the impacts are that I've been describing.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin Brickey with Management and Budget. And I'm going to walk you through the pro forma for this year. Briefly tell you, we're modeling ad valorem growth, property tax growth at about 8.5%. It's a little bit slower than what we've had for this current fiscal year, which was 9%. Economic growth is still strong. It's leveling off a little bit, and we're starting to see that in slightly slower expectations in revenue growth, but it's still very healthy. In the outer years, we're modeling 20-year average growth on ad valorem. That's about 5.63%. We are having the fortunate part of this model is that we are not having to model in the third homestead exemption that we modeled in the last couple of years. That would have been about a $28 million reduction in these two funds. We're modeling in our commitments on contract costs and that sort of thing. We have some personnel costs in here, and we have modeled in increases in costs that would normally be related to inflationary cost and just general population growth. And the transportation plan is also included in this pro forma, the $812 million transportation plan. And so this slide shows our 5-year projection. And it looks very similar to the past few years, where the countywide fund has surpluses in the outer years, and the unincorporated fund has some deficits in the outer years. As Mr. Merrill said, it's the unincorporated area fund that has the stressors with the transportation plan and with other public safety needs that are out there. So these are modeled in this slide. What's not in here is the fire rescue master plan and those types of things. This is just sort of a status quo, along with a few additions that just maintain the current status quo service levels. So in the fifth year, we do see the countywide fund in a surplus of nearly $100 million and the unincorporated fund at a deficit of about $150 million. The next few slides, I'm going to show you how could we change that trajectory by doing a few select options. This slide shows if we were to shift 0.075 mils from the countywide property tax levy to the unincorporated property tax levy. So what that would mean is that if you were an unincorporated resident, your property taxes would remain even because it would be an even switch. But in the incorporated areas, in the cities, there would be a reduction overall in the millage of 0.75. In this case, we would result in the countywide fund losing about $7.7 million in FY20, and the unincorporated area fund gaining about $4.6 million as a result of this millage swap. And that's because, again, the three cities are having a net 0.75 reduction. When we have this swap, for about every dollar of county-wide reduction, there's a gain of about 60 cents in the unincorporated area. So overall, we would lose about 40 cents on the dollar. But still, this doesn't solve the unincorporated area's problem. And we've made sure that we didn't have a swap that would cause difficulty for the countywide fund. Next slide, 5. This is a case where we would levy the local option fuel tax, the second local option fuel tax, at 5 cents. That would gain $19 million for the board. The rest of it would be shared out with the three cities. The effect of this would be that that $19 million a year, or nearly $100 million over 5 years, could relieve the unincorporated fund of the need to transfer $19 million a year of unincorporated ad valorem to the Transportation Trust Fund. It could decrease that need. So that certainly has an effect in the outer years where the deficit is now $48 million. If we did them both, the 0.75 mil swap and the local option fuel tax, again, the countywide fund is affected some, but still has a surplus in the outer years. We have a $23 million deficit in the outer years for the unincorporated fund, and some small surpluses in the beginning years. So it helps. It doesn't necessarily reduce all. The next slide builds upon the millage swap and the second local option fuel tax. It says, what happens if we would add the increase of the CST, the communication services tax, from the current 4% levy to the 5.22% maximum rate? That would gain about $6.25 million a year in the unincorporated fund. It would be about level because the CST currently is sort of a flat revenue. Those three combined would cause both funds to show surpluses in the outer years. The unincorporated fund, $7.5 million. That's with a combination of three options. Now let me show you what the impact of the transportation plan on these 5 years on the unincorporated fund is. On this slide 8, we've gone back to the status quo, where we have $150 million in deficits for the unincorporated area and about $100 million surplus in the countywide area. For FY 20 and forward, we have about $248 million of transfers from the unincorporated area to the Transportation Trust Fund for the $812 million transportation plan that you adopted a year or two ago. So there is an opportunity then, perhaps, in this case, if that were removed from the unincorporated fund and we went back to the $14.3 million that was being transferred in FY16 and kept that level for those years, then we would have about $100 million surplus in each fund in those outer years. So this is an indication of the impact, the important impact of that $812 million transportation plan on the unincorporated fund.
And let me just add, so those surpluses then could be available to deal with the challenges of affordable housing, fire rescue, fire stations, transport, and other issues we have. So that's the benefit of.
And those were the brief slides that I wanted to go through with you. I'm available for any questions that you have.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Actually, I was going to thank you, Mr. Merrill, for actually using what I have used as an industry standard of developing a process, coming up with a outcome, and then having measurable outcomes as part of the process. Having an understanding of what things cost is always very helpful when we're talking about possibly raising fees or raising revenues, however you look at it, whether it be fees or taxes. Either way, it's important for us, I think, to have as much transparency as possible. And I appreciate the efforts in doing that. I still, because I'm trying to get my arms around the budget, in your presentation regarding the changes and the swaps between the unincorporated and the general funds, you showed the one-time fiscal 19 items non-recurring of about 41 million total. What is that?
Which slide were you referring to?
Well, it's this handout that talks about the $20 or $40 million.
Oh, this one. You need that?
Yes.
It's referenced in part of your presentation, but.
The 40.3 million?
Yes, sir.
Those were the capital needs that were related to the sustainability efforts that we're looking at. And in that case, it's new fire stations, the new E-factory. And that $40.3 million is reflected there as debt service in the two funds of $800,000 in the countywide and $1.7 in the unincorporated. So that debt service would be used towards funding those capital needs.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. So just to be clear, the very last slide you showed, that is simply removing, the only thing you do is remove the $812 million?
That is removing the $284 million that would have been otherwise transferred from the unincorporated fund in relation to the $812 million program, yes.
Okay, and nothing else? None of the
Nothing
swapping,
else.
none of the other stuff?
No.
Okay, I'll just go on record because I was the one vote against that, and never thought that the money was in the unincorporated fund to fund that at any rate. So, this makes sense to me if we do indeed end up having the sales tax, that this would be certainly the reasonable step to take. I would be, I can't even speak of how opposed I would be to ever doing a millage swap and the loss of income and the loss of resources it would be for aging services, children's services, affordable housing, and all the other things that the countywide fund supports. And just in terms of a gas tax, although I was willing to do that some time ago before we had this resource, I would not be looking at that now. I would be open to looking at the communications tax, the public service tax, and learning more about that. I know that you presented that before. I don't know if the new commissioners are informed of that. I'd also think it's important to understand, for us to understand, what we didn't see here too was what millage increases in unincorporated would do. We didn't have any modeling of that. And we also didn't see what the millage is for Temple Terrace, Plant City, and Tampa as compared to the unincorporated, I always call it the city of unincorporated Hillsborough County, right. where we have a 4.3 mil, and while the others are close to 7 mil for each of Tampa, Plant City, and Temple Terrace. And I also understand that many of them also fully use the communications tax and the public service tax. I'm not sure of that, but I certainly would also like to consider I would like to see all of that modeled.
Those are certainly things that we can bring back to you with those modeling.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Merrill.
That concludes our presentation of the budget. We'll be back at your next meeting with more detail at your next regular meeting. So that takes us to board appointments, F1.
We just have, okay, we just have one board today, the Arts Council. There's 2 positions. The first position is a partial term. The second position is a full term. Choose one for each. Commissioner Miller?
For number one, for number two.
Okay. Commissioner Kemp? Same. Commissioner White?
1122 also.
Commissioner?
Same for me, 1 and 2.
Commissioner Merman?
Well, I think they've already won, so
yeah.
I was going to vote for number 3 for one of them, but I'll just go with flow here, 1 and 2.
Commissioner Hagan?
1 and 3.
Commissioner Overman?
2 and 3.
Oh, well then, I'll change my vote.
Which?
Maybe I'm 1 and 3.
1 and 3. And for position number 1, it will be Charles Hollenkamp, and for position number 2, it will be Andra Richardson.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman to confirm the appointments. See no further discussion. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Item F3, Commissioner Kemp's item.
Mr. Kemp, you recognized.
Thank you. This item concerns land swaps and similar situations where private interests approach the county and seek to make deals to own or impact county property. The most recent example was the Upper Tampa Bay Trail, which is the #1 park amenity in Hillsborough County. 300,000 people a year enjoy the trail. Staff were initially approached about this, about a deal to cross the trail with more than 1,000 vehicles a day and move the trail closer to Gun Highway, remove trees, and basically do a land swap with Hillsborough County. The plans for this, developers first approached staff, and the board, at least I didn't find out formally as a board member until months later. In fact, just 2 days or before the scheduled public meeting. This had been worked on by staff with developers for months prior to that, because that's been the procedure that they come in and suggest, and then there's a lot of work done prior to it coming before the board. I had serious objections when I learned of it just a few days before it was brought to the board. The public learned of it about a week before it came to the board on a Friday before Labor Day weekend. And, it was instantly online. 1,200 people signed an online petition in 5 days. There was all kinds of public great concern about this, and people showed up as best as possible and went on the trail, got petitions signed. I think that the board and public should know about these proposals from the beginning. It's in our land development code that our public amenities like the trail are to be held inviolate, is the word that it uses. I also think that this puts our staff in a bad position as well, because they are put in a position of working on this for months and months, and that is before we find out anything about it. I think a bad use of staff resources and energy. I think that it would save us all and stop putting the burden on staff to move ahead with this before they preliminarily vet it to us and find out that it's something that we would like staff energy and resources to be devoted to, and that we are okay with considering this possibility. I think it should be crystal clear and part of the board or part of the process from the outset that before staff are required to spend many, many months, as they did here, many hours of our resources, working on any kind of deal, that we need a policy to be able to say, give a blessing, a preliminary blessing to move ahead on that. So my motion is to direct the county administrator and the county's attorney's office to prepare a policy for BOCC consideration that would require notice to be provided to the board following the receipt of any proposals involving public assets, including but not limited to land exchange proposals.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm confused. If you could just help clarify for me the difference in the process of what we do now compared to what you want to do. And maybe Mr. Merrill could say what the process is now and then how you propose to change it, because I can see where this could bleed over into several things. I mean, like, what does the notice mean? What does the receipt of proposal mean? And I guess I'm just trying to figure out, I know what we do now. People come in, they talk to staff, they vet it, and then they bring it to the board. And you're proposing, is that correct, Mr. Merrill?
Yes.
Okay, and then how would this change that?
I would like the county attorney's office to come forward with what might be a process, but I can tell you at the Upper Tampa Bay Trail that the initial discussions began in March. There were emails going back and forth. It was not brought to the board. I did not find out about it until September, just a couple days before. But there had been long-term months of work on it. And
you mean with internally here in the county with staff? Okay.
And also the public didn't know about it either. So I just think it would be better to go preliminarily and say, this is something that, we're interested in, prior to spending months and months and working that way. I mean, I think it's a board decision whether that should be a step forward that we're interested in pursuing.
Because sometimes people come in, talk to staff, and staff will tell them, this isn't going to work. And it goes away. And I guess I'm just saying that I'm feeling that staff needs to be able to vet things, but I don't understand how your process is really going to change all that. I guess notice, what do you mean by email, or is it going to be a memo, or what do you
Well, I'd like to see
envision?
what the county attorney's office generates and perhaps what other places do, but I really think that when it's a public asset, when it is something that we own, that we should move forward. There's tons of discussions that take place, and that's fine, and if they don't go any further, that's fine too. If there's discussions that don't involve public assets, that's also just fine. There's nothing to be noticed about that. But if it's a public asset and there's going to be, it's going to go further and there's going to be further discussion, I can't see why that should be privately discussed without the knowledge of the board. And as I said, I think that puts an undue pressure on staff to be working on that, and our resources too. I mean, I think this is something that really needs to be that staff shouldn't be coming after working on it for months and months and months to present to the board then. That it should be from initially that we give a blessing, but I'd really like to see what is generated by the county attorney's office in regards to this.
Okay, if I could just make my last statement, what I'm concerned about is that we're not going to give staff enough time to vet some of these concepts, whatever, that come to anyone in Mr. Merrill's administration, that they wouldn't have time, that will be noticed and get a preconceived notion of yes or no before we're actually able to see all the information. That's where I'm at on it. So I guess I'll wait and hear. There are quite a few people. Okay, wait and hear from other.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, I think this is unnecessary action, and I'm not going to support it. I, for one, think we're getting perilously close to crossing the line on the separation of powers between the board and the administrator. I don't think we need a policy. Any commissioner can ask staff for information at any time. I, for one, see value in staff vetting proposals before it comes to us. I value their recommendations and subject matter expertise, even though I may not always support or go along with what staff recommends. Candidly, I don't know the intent of the action, but I can very easily see how this will be used to kill potential projects prior to getting all of the information to help us making informed decisions. So I will agree with Commissioner Kemp, and at times these P3s or land swaps take a significant amount of time, can be well over a year or longer, and certainly if ultimately we do not approve of a project, then staff time may very well have been wasted. So I do agree with Commissioner Kemp on that. However, I think by not getting all the information and allowing staff to vet it, I think that's a little bit short-sighted. So I just think it's an unnecessary policy.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. So the motion is just to direct the county administration and county attorney's office to prepare a policy and bring it back for BOCC consideration. So we're not changing anything right now. We're just asking them to think about this and bring back something that we would vote on afterwards, and they could take all this discussion under advisement as they consider what to bring back to us. But, I do think when you're talking about land swaps and publicly owned property, I could see this resulting in them bringing back, having a policy where we say, let's explore this, but just let us know that this is being explored. And we wouldn't be nailing down every term of the agreement. We would just be being made aware that this certain swap was being considered or some kind of a deal was being considered, and then we could say, sure, go ahead. I may or may not support it when it comes back, but just to be aware and allow the public to be aware that public assets and public lands are being under consideration so that we could have that input along the way. So thank you. That's why I'm supporting it.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you. Commissioner Kemp, I noticed this says including but not limited to land exchange proposals. I've got to tell you, my experience that involved a proposal involving a public asset had to do with me walking into the body farm situation as a brand new commissioner. Mr. Merrill, I'll say to you that some of that is judgment on staff's part, and I have no idea how this vote today is going to go, or when the draft policy comes back, if we even get that far today, whether or not it'll pass. But I really wish that at a staff meeting, you would just suggest to your higher level staff that, if an issue is going to be controversial or potentially cause some unrest out into the community, or just otherwise garner a high level of interest, that they should engage the commissioners on the front end. And I'll agree with Commissioner Hagan on some level. You may have some commissioners that'll say, no, this is dead on arrival. There's no way I'm going to go along with it on the front end. But on the flip side, I always like to put a positive spin on things. You may have a commissioner say, you know what, there'll be some hair on this one, but I can see the benefit to the community, and I can maybe get out there ahead of this and help staff to carry it across the finish line. So just as a result of this discussion period, regardless of how the vote goes, I really wish that you would mention that to your upper level staff, director level and above, and empower them to engage the commissioners when needed. But I am going to support it. I never think it hurts to memorialize something like this in a board policy. And quite frankly, when you sort of look at the priority, list of board actions, frankly, board policy is pretty low on that list. It's pretty easy to just waive a policy if we need to, but I see no issue with having it in policy.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith to approve item F3. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Commissioner Overman, your vote, please.
Oh, sorry. It didn't collaborate. There.
Thank you. Motion carried 5-2 with Commissioner Hagan and Merman voting no.
Mr. Merrill.
Commissioner Overman's items F7 and F8.
Thank you. In light of a conversation earlier today, I wanted to bring to attention that I actually have reviewed a lot of the strategic plans, and several of the recommendations that we've had today are in line with the goals of our previous commission. And I have been looking at opportunities where we can adopt some policies that other communities have already used as a way of fighting human trafficking and making sure that we are adopting policies that make sense for us. So I've asked to direct staff to determine the feasibility of having the county utilize as a model, using the model that Houston used. In your backup, there was an outline of what Houston used to establish a zero tolerance for human trafficking in their city as it pertains to service contracts and purchasing. which, among other things, requires that no tax dollars contribute to human trafficking. The integrity of the procurement process is not undermined by substandard labor practices or purchase of services provided or goods made under exploitative or unsustainable conditions. 3, contractors are encouraged to follow employee recruitment and labor practices that don't violate human trafficking laws. And contractors can be urged to engage some subcontractors with employment recruiting and labor practices that don't violate human trafficking laws. I'd like to ask to direct staff to determine the feasibility of incorporating or utilizing a similar model or the same model that the City of Houston established for that, and among other things, require that no taxpayers' dollars be contributed to human trafficking. I think it's important that we recognize that everywhere we can, where we bring to the attention that human trafficking is not tolerated and we aren't going to participate in it, gives us an opportunity to continually bring it to not only our community, but also to our business partners. The business community to date has, especially if you consider the human trafficking conference that was, or forum that was put together by the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce, indicating that they are in alignment and in partnership with this and raising the awareness of human trafficking and finding ways that their businesses and membership can actually support the effort to fight this. I'm sure can assist us in helping us identify organizations that we may or may not want to have business with. But by putting this practice in place or putting this policy in place and incorporating it within our contracts, we can assure that we're not feeding a beast that we don't want to feed. So that is my motion, is to direct staff to determine the feasibility of the county utilizing a model like the City of Houston did in terms of establishing a zero tolerance for human trafficking in our service contracts as well as in purchasing process.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Merman. Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Actually, I would like to be recognized after this is disposed of for a separate motion.
Oh, go back in the queue and put yourself in the queue.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner, a motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Merman to approve item F7. Mr. White, you recognize.
Just a quick question about the mechanics of this. So staff is either going to find this to be feasible or not feasible. Do you envision this coming back as a staff report, or how's this going to work if it passes?
Yeah, probably as a recommendation.
Okay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, a second by Commissioner Merman to approve item F7. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Commissioner Merman, did you want to, did you want to make a motion now after we dispose of F8?
No, I'll make it now.
You recognize.
If that's okay. I think this is, because I understand F8, I even read through it. I think this is a good time to make a motion to, if Commissioner Overman's in agreement, for she and I to work on a process to reestablish a county anti-trafficking advisory board like we did previously, and start to work through that process, develop the next 5 year strategic plan. And that's my motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman. Who would be on this task force? What do you call it, a task force?
Well, she and I will get together, and then we'll make we'll bring back the kind of the proposal for how this would move forward.
Okay.
Similar to what Commissioner White's doing with his Lil Manti South work group.
Right.
Very similar. And we'll notice it.
We'll notice
and
it.
Have staff there. Carl Harness will be there. And we'll make sure we just start to work through a process to bring a proposal back.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to establish some kind of group.
To co-chair, to reestablish the County Anti-Trafficking Advisory Board.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Okay, I get where we're going, and that was actually the intent of the task force, but the task force was also going to be more short-term and quick acting so that we could be prepared. But part of our process was to use the previous collaborative lab reports, look at the structure, and find the best way to have those pieces filled by those current activities or current groups that have been working on this for a long time. So if putting together the Human Trafficking Commission so that we put together those tasks, identify the players, and make sure that we're collaborating with those stakeholders to move things forward, I'm all for doing that. I do not want, however, to slow the process down that would prohibit us to not being effectively prepared for the Super Bowl. So
Actually, I
timeline
don't
would be
even
short.
see this having anything to do with that. That will be a separate task force on its own with law enforcement. This will just be an advisory board, probably Commission on Status of Women and Junior League and the people that participated before.
Okay.
But we can discuss all that.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to establish a human trafficking commission
Advisory
and/or
board.
task
Advisory
force
board.
and/or advisory board. Correct? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
F8.
Mr. Overman, you recognize.
Thank you. One of the nice things about having some experience working on a CAC and then getting on the board, you can see how things sort of evolve over time and recognize the good ideas that staff brings to us to adopt policies. Previously, the Hillsborough Metropolitan Planning Organization adopted or had a similar resolution to adopt health in all policies in their planning for transportation. In order to stay consistent in how we're approaching problem solving, delivering services, and looking at long range goals of meeing our constituents' needs or citizens' needs, I think it's important for us to recognize that we need to make decisions that make sense for the health of all of our citizens. So in this particular case, I'd like to recommend or recommend that the staff bring back a draft of a health in all policies resolution that the county can adopt, similar to the one that we've seen adopted by the Metropolitan Planning Organization, so that our two organizations can work in sync with each other. Health in all policies is an approach to planning whereby decision makers consider how their plans and policies will impact actual human health. It's a collaborative way to connect and integrate health considerations in our policies and in our system practices. Key health in all policies principles would include promoting health, equity, and sustainability, support intersectoral collaboration, benefiting multiple partners, engaging stakeholders, and creating structural or procedural change that actually promotes health of our overall community as well as environment. This resolution would help ensure that the scope by which the county creates and implements policy considers all good health in the aspect of our citizens as well as their live, work, and play environments in order to thrive in our communities. So that's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's a motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Merman. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
County Attorney's Office staff report on hourly lodging rentals.
Commissioners, as you may recall, during your February 20th meeting, excuse me, you directed our office to analyze other local governments that have implemented local ordinances to address hourly lodging rentals in an effort to curtail human sex trafficking and determine if any potential preemptive issues exist. We thoroughly reviewed the issue, and we found that Chapter 509 Florida statutes addresses public lodging establishments, which are defined as hotels and motels, and states that the regulation of these establishments are preempted to the state. Both our office and the counsel for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office have interpreted this as an express legislative preemption, meaning only the state can regulate the hotel and motel industry, including the duration of rentals. In essence, the county is precluded from legally enacting an ordinance that addresses hourly lodging rentals. The city of Coral Gables is the only local government that has implemented such an ordinance. We discussed this issue with the city of Coral Gables Attorney's Office and understand that their ordinance was enacted simply based on hourly rental prohibition language that had already existed in their land development code, and they did not consider the preemption issue whatsoever. Other legal options that address human trafficking may include amendments to our existing ordinances. I'm sorry, Deborah Cromartie, Muncie County Attorney's Office.
I see no, Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Christine Beck as well as Deborah Cromartie Mincy, if I'm saying that correctly.
Yes.
For your extensive research. This took a bit of work, and I appreciate you looking into it. And analysis on the proposal. As aforementioned, there's a significant concern about the convenience opportunity hourly hotels and motels that provide for human traffickers. So. However, the state's strict regulations surrounding the hotels is making it difficult for us to put those things into place. Nevertheless, my office appreciates the assistance of the County Attorney's Office and was working diligently to identify additional legislative opportunities and look forward to presenting those policies or ideas to this body for consideration. Thank you very, very much for your work. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome, Commissioner.
Motion to receive
Thank
report. Motion
Second.
by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman, I believe that's who it was. To receive the report, seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
G2, Head Start.
Good almost evening.
Good almost evening. Dr. Jenkins, Head Start, Early Head Start Department, here seeking approval for our March monthly report. Just 3 quick updates for the board. According to the federal government, the Head Start program nationally sits in a good place to be fully refunded in the next upcoming fiscal year. This is under the current administration. We viewed highly in reference to our outcomes nationally. Also, the feds would ask us to concentrate more on homeless families, taking into consideration that the federal government defines homelessness as a family who does not have their own roof. They could be living with relatives, but they're still defined as homelessness. To concentrate on that piece. And then also acknowledgement for our parent advocacy. Parents have been speaking up, and their outcomes have been substantial, so much so that the board's program was offered and awarded Parent of the Year as well as Teacher of the Year at this particular function. I can answer any questions for you.
I see no questions. I motion to accept the report. There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to receive the report from Head Start for March 2019. So no further discussion. Please record your vote.
Thank you.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
G3, Parks and Recreation, item G3.
Good afternoon, almost evening, Commissioners. The Board directed staff on March 6th to review honoring the memory of Mrs. Becky Forso, known by most of us as Mrs. Becky. Her who recently passed by naming the All People's Life Center the Becky Forso All People's Life Center and present alternative options. In addition, staff was directed to identify the cost and timeline for the recommended option. After reviewing all options and meeting with the Yes Board, it was determined that renaming of the building would not be the most desired use of this honor. Mrs. Forso tirelessly promoted inclusion for adults and children with special needs throughout Hillsborough County and the state of Florida. It is therefore proposed that the board approve the naming of a playground to be built in her honor, which serves special needs children and the community around All People's Life Center. Rick Valdez, Parks and Recreation.
I'll move to receive.
There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp. So Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Quickly, I had about 10 minutes of talking points. No, I'm just kidding. But Rick, thank you for your work on this. It's been my dream, I want you all to know, to have a special needs playground in a county park. And this is really going a long way. I talked to Rick about it probably 2 or 3 years ago. And because I see like Kiwanis does them and different people, Rotaries. So thank you very much for all your hard work. I look forward to you bringing that back.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity.
District 3.
It is.
We're going to make you proud.
There's a motion by Commissioner Merman,
She
second
lives
by
in
Commissioner.
District 2, though.
Pardon?
She lives in the District 2.
Pardon me? Okay, well, she lived the playground in District 3, man. We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
See, Parks and Rec always puts a smile on their face, just after all these hours.
Motion carries 7-0.
Merrill.
And the last regular item is G4, which is report on the solid waste collection services.
Good afternoon, Kimberly Byers, Solid Waste Division Director, and as always, save the best for last. We submitted a report that outlined 4 solid waste collection options for your consideration. These are options that are commonly used throughout the industry. We also provided options for bulk collection. That bulk collection could be used with any of the 4 options. We also provided a schedule for procurement and implementation schedule if you do elect to rebid the contracts. That schedule does provide for a September 2020 award date. I will answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner, there's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to receive item G4. Commissioner White, you recognize.
My comments will need to be after the motion on the floor is disposed of.
Okay, we'll put your thing back in there again. We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to receive G4, the report on residential solid waste collection services. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask, I assume that your vote means we should go ahead and start down the road to prepare the RFP.
By all means.
So it was not just to receive, but to say, go do it. Okay.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
The motion that I'm about to make could impact the RFP process, but, you know, there'd be plenty of time and vetting. But I'm interested in learning whether or not a single stream recycling system might make sense for our county. Definitely not suggesting that we absolutely do it or move forward today, but I would like to learn more, such as what would it mean for our budget, for our solid waste operations, and environmental issues, including energy production impacts. So what I'd simply like to ask for is to direct staff to report back at the May 1st BOCC meeting on a potential single-stream recycling system.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
And maybe we can get the engineering department at the innovation place to figure out how to use these recycled materials in some innovative way. But thank you for adding that. I also, I guess I would, the other thing I'd like is a little bit better understanding or knowledge of this being done on commercial versus residential and to incentivize good residential pickup, which I understand there's some issues in that, and I don't think I clearly understood from the presentation here before, and I kind of would like to see how that would affect our residential pickup, because I think there might be some issues involved in that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
I thought we already did single stream. I mean, I've been asking about it for
Yes,
a
we
couple
do. We
years.
do currently collect single stream, and we
Okay.
contract out the processing of single stream through Waste Connections through a separate contract.
Yes, okay, I got it.
I think it's
So,
more
yeah,
what
I
happens
probably
to
used
it.
the wrong, yeah,
I probably
terminology.
gave you the
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's more what happens with it once it's collected. So
Correct.
We've got a
I-
number of challenges in the
We have-
recycling.
I will tell you that I vetted this with Mr. Merrill
Yeah,
in a
my
briefing,
fault.
and he knows what I'm
I know
interested in.
I know what you want.
Yes.
My fault for the wrong terminology. I'll take that one.
We have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman and Kemp, to do something with some recycles that he did over here. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill,
That just leaves any future issue items?
any future items? Okay.
Yes, but this is such a tiny one, and I don't think anybody
Yeah, right, go ahead.
will mind. I was surprised when a couple of citizens were not allowed to place visual aids on the Elmo during public comment in our board meeting previously. And so I would like to have staff work with me and bring back possible refinements to that policy. I mean, I understand the need for that policy of having to have everything be vetted 48 hours, but now that that's been in place for a while, I think there might be some ways to make it a little easier on citizens, maybe not for videos or things that get plugged into the computerized system, but for a simple chart that somebody brings or a photograph, if there was just to consider if there's a way for 5 pages or less, make a rule that allows citizens to have this vetted the day of or at least 24 hours before, just to make it easier for citizens to be able to put a visual aid on while they're talking to the board. So if there's some, way that you could work with me with maybe the video services staff to bring something like that, see if there's something like that we could bring back. That's what I'd like.
Sure.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Well, I thought we had a policy right now where you have to submit it 24 hours in advance, just so, I mean, we had.
It's 48
Oh,
hours.
okay, well, whatever it is, but we've had people bring stuff here with very inappropriate pictures, language, everything, and the communications people do not have time to, when we're all running around here at 8:30, somebody comes in at 5 till 9 and shows a document. They don't have time to view it. And I think that's the issue. And maybe we need a statement somewhere that says if you plan to bring materials, I mean, at least to notify people. But I'm not willing to change that policy because I've been chair and I've seen very vulgar stuff go on that Elmo. And I just don't, we're televised everything. I don't want that to go out to the public.
Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
I understand that, but it's 48 hours, and I'm just asking if we could possibly look into revising it. If we can't, we can't, but it could be 24 hours for if it's a simple chart.
24 hours, I think we could change
This is
to.
future issues. We don't debate future
Yeah.
issues, okay?
I know.
Let staff, the request came from Commissioner Smith, let staff bring it back. At that point, we can debate it, okay? Any other future issues? Okay, we need to revert
Oh, we
back.
have a couple of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna-
Public comment.
Right, we're going to revert back to public comment. I don't see Mr. Joanne O'Brien, but I do see Mr. Mark Clutho. Sir, you're recognized for 3 minutes. Stupidity ways.
Mark Clutho, 14496 120th Avenue North, Largo. I'm going to rain on the parade. Here's Monday's U.S. Day today. Alaska Anchorage. Scientists who study the northern Bering Sea say they're seeing changed ocean conditions that were projected by climate models, but not until 2050. That's more than 30 years before it was supposed to happen. Yeah, and here's this column by a couple of Thomas Edison's great-grandsons. And what they say here is, there was a sign that was placed on all over our great-grandfather's labs that read, "There is no expedience to which a man will not go to avoid the labor of thinking." Oh, and that is so evident here. And here, this is greening the building and the bottom line, increasing productivity through energy-efficient design. From the Rocky Mountain Institute, 1994, tried to give this to Jan Platt and who's the other one from the commission here. They didn't have time, 15 pages. Now, the commissioners here that were over there at that TECO thing, you got it all wrong. Solar is only decentralized. Look at the asinine display over at the airport. That solar doesn't go to the airport, it goes into the grid. So what happens? Line losses. Dumb. We don't have PV at our house. All we have is solar thermal for the hot water. Last two electric bills, $32 and $29. Now, you didn't stay around to hear what I had to say, but you were ready to bow down to the notion of solar going into the grid. That is sheer stupidity. You need to educate yourselves because the planet is burning.
Thank you, Mr. Caluto.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we adjourn.
Stay ignorant.